Hey folks, welcome to the finale of the Kadenverse. Before we get into the story, I wanted to take the time to thank Kaden Gardner for this incredible universe. And also, thank you to everyone who's been along for this journey. Make sure you go support Kaden by getting the Ouroboros anthology book, which contains the entire Kadenverse and also 3 bonus stories. The link will be in the description. I would really appreciate it, and it's the least we can do to show Kaden our support. And now, time for the finale. What is it that gives us our individuality? What makes us who we are? Are we just the sum of all of our memories and experiences? Or are we something more? What defines a person? Is it their choices? Is it their soul? What makes someone evil? Hell, what makes someone good? I ponder these questions as I type this. My experiences and memories have transcended those of a normal person. Partially because I have way more than any normal person. It's one of the perks of being immortal, I guess. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Marcus Octavius. I served in the 9th Roman Legion. I've lived a long life. I've seen friends and family die. I've fought hell and eldritch abominations from the outside. I've lived. I've loved. I've fought. And I've suffered. I've fought in numerous battles. I've seen horrors beyond comprehension. But enough of those stories. I've already told them. This story? This is new. Where should I begin this? I guess the best place would be the night of Trent Grayson and Ophelia Wilde's wedding, or maybe the reception afterward. We were celebrating on the airstrip of the ISDD base. They'd been married on a nearby beach. Myself and Owyn were watching the happy couple have their first dance. Wukong had taken over the DJ booth from chat after the half-vampire man had gotten too intoxicated and tried to play some generic heavy metal music, all the while talking about how he wanted to play AC/DC, but he didn't want to get someone called Juju demonetized. Whatever. Anyway, AC/DC isn't even worth playing at a wedding. Don't get me wrong, they're a good band, but not wedding music. I could hear Owyn take a deep breath from next to me. Of all the places to pick for the honeymoon, they went for San Antonio. Why? He asked. I understood his thought process. I'd had a similar reaction when Trent had told me, but I didn't care. They were happy, and that was all that mattered. Plus, I got to help babysit little Derek while they were gone. They say the Riverwalk is nice this time of year, I said. Fair enough, replied Owyn. Trent and Ophelia slow danced for a few moments. The crowd watched on. Several were drinking. Then, my eyes caught Abel. He was standing at the edge of the crowd and staring at me. I narrowed my eyes. That was around the time the dance stopped. The music cut out. We all clapped. Abel was still watching me. I looked at him for a second longer. He motioned for me to come with him with a subtle head jerk. He then teleported. I teleported as well. He had gone to the beach, his usual, the spot he liked to go to have private conversations. He was staring up at the moon when I arrived. Are you okay? I asked. He looked at me over his shoulder. Marcus? He said softly. Yes? I asked. I was standing next to him now, looking up at the moon, my fleeting thoughts about what may be going on at the Keeper base on the moon. I assumed General Argyle was taking care of things, keeping an eye out for Gahenian movements across the multiverse. What do you know of the Ouroboros cycle? He asked. I looked at him and tilted my head to one side. What do you mean? I asked. He turned and looked at me. The Ouroboros cycle. I am unfamiliar with the phrase. Wait, Trent mentioned it. Said Yahweh referred to it in his vision. Abel exhaled as he turned his whole body to face me. I scoffed, then turned my body toward him. Only, it wasn't Abel I was talking to. It was an older bearded man. Not Father Time, but... Yahweh? I wasn't sure. I'd never met the primordial before. What the... I started. Shh, he said as his hand shot out and touched my forehead. I suddenly found myself in a memory. I was standing on the black sands of the river Styx. Well, standing, the wrong word. I was sitting atop a horse. That wasn't right. I'd only fought on foot on the river Styx, the day we'd died. I glanced around. I could see soldiers forming battle lines as they fought their way across the Styx. Only, they weren't the same 9th Roman Legion that had died on the river Styx. These were in their modern armor. I turned my head as a voice called out. Trent walked up toward me alongside Owyn, who had a broken horn and black wings. That surprised me. He had horns and wings now, I guess. Ken, Megan, Grace, Chat, and Wukong were with him. They all looked tired, sad, particularly Grace. "You made it," I said, but I could feel the happiness drain from me when I realized it. David and Anna hadn't. They'd been killed during a mission to destroy Lilith's flash pits. I could see it all. I could remember it all. These weren't my memories, but they were. This was the future. Could it be my future? I wondered. I watched as the battle ahead of me unfolded. The Ninth combined itself with Atlantean forces and pushed the armies of hell back into the Gehennian Ocean. We found ourselves plotting to track down Abaddon. He'd run from us. We had a demon prince's help leading us to his throne room. A fight ensued, tracked him to the 9th level where Trent Grayson managed to kill Abaddon. We found ourselves standing there, joyful and relieved that we'd won. We'd finished the fight. Trent stood over Abaddon's headless body, the sword of Enoch glowing brightly in one hand, while another sword rested in the other. Ken stood ahead of me. My head was hurting like hell as I'd been knocked unconscious. "Holy shit, you fucking killed him," said Ken. Trent looked down at the severed head. Yeah, I did. I sighed. Hell's armies are leaderless. We're preparing to pull our forces out. We're done here. We won. Trent smiled at me. We had work to do. Tumultuous work to do. The world had practically ended. We had to go and fix it. Then, Ken gasped. My eyes shot to what he was staring at behind Trent. Trent turned as well. Abaddon's body was sprouting inky black tendrils. The tendrils connected the torso with the neck. We all just stood there in shock as it reconnected itself. Abaddon then sat up, his eyes still lifeless, his gaze cold and unfeeling. Trent stepped forward and raised his blade, but a psychic blast sent us railing across the icy ground. We all bounced before coming to a stop. Abaddon turned and reached out his severed arm. A mass of tendrils reached for something. That something was a black box that was emitting a neon red beam of energy that collided with a red wall of similar energy. That was where I could see the body of Lilith. She was pressed against the seal. Her body became enveloped in black tendrils, her eyes wide and fearful. Abaddon's tendrils wrapped themselves around the black box and began to squeeze. "Abaddon!" Trent's voice bellowed. Abaddon turned to us. "Abaddon has been evacuated from this body." A deep ethereal voice boomed, one that was 100% not Abaddon's. The box was crushed, the beam shut off, and the seal shattered like glass. A massive tendril writhed inside, coming straight for Trent. But then, something weird happened. Trent just vanished. I didn't know if he'd run away or what, but he'd vanished. Ken fired on the tendril. It went after him next. His bullets had no effect. The mass of tendrils began filling the room. Ken fired a few more times, but it was pointless. He roared in frustration. "We gotta leave! Move!" I shouted as I teleported back into the throne room. Michael was there. He and his daughter were kneeling over Gabriel's corpse. Michael had tears in his eyes. "Michael, we gotta go!" He looked up at me, his eyes full of confusion. Ken arrived in the room. He was screaming bloody murder. He grabbed at his face. My eyes widened when I saw the black tendrils underneath his eyes. "What?" Michael said as he stood. "Amonu's out!" I bellowed. Michael looked over at Ken, who fell to his knees. We both knew we couldn't help him. If Amonu had infected him, then he was gone. What was I going to tell Megan? Ken pulled his pistol and put it up to the side of his head before firing. His brains hit the floor. Where the fuck did Trent go? Was he dead? A tendril came through the monolith. Michael's eyes widened. "Go! Take Angie!" he bellowed. I grabbed Angelica by her arm and snapped my fingers. In all fairness, she didn't cry. I don't think she really knew what was happening. We arrived back at the monolith that led back to Earth, our forces still anxiously waiting for another attack. I found Megan providing medical care to her injured shoulder, while Owyn had managed to teleport a number of people back, those including Chad, Grace, Wukong amongst several others. In the distance, I could see skyscraper-sized tendrils reaching across the blood-red sky. They were hurriedly coming in our direction. That was where the memory stopped. My head burned. I grabbed my temples as I looked down at Yahweh. What was that? A memory. A memory from the previous cycle. What? Why? Because of what is coming, he said plainly. The last cycle ended. A new one began. This one has to be different. Cycle? What the fuck is a cycle? I demanded. What does it sound like? The cycle is life and death. The cycle is good and evil. From the dawn of sentience to the fall of the multiverse, the cycle always repeats. It can't be stopped. It can't be controlled. Not by humanity, the primordial gods, or anything in between. The cycle will end, but we can change how it ends. We can make the future uncertain. We can. He took a deep breath. We can keep Amonu from getting in. I narrowed my eyes. How? Someone is coming. He's coming to kill Trent. You must stop him. Yahweh said, right before he teleported away. Yahweh in his fucking vagueness. I didn't understand it. He'd been that way with Trent as well. I stood on the beach alone for a moment, part of me questioning whether or not this had actually happened. I could hear fireworks exploding behind me. I turned to see the blue and red colors exploding in the sky. I went back to the party, my mind still buzzing. The rest of the party went by in a blur. I was the one who would teleport Trent and Ophelia to San Antonio. All the while, my mind was still buzzing. Someone was coming to kill Trent. Who? Don't get me wrong, I'm sure the list of people who wanted him dead was a mile long. He was competent though. I had no doubts that he could defend himself. He also had a panic button in case we were needed. Abel had actually insisted that before the wedding. The next day, I found myself watching Derek with Trent's younger brother Mike. Mike sat on the couch watching the news, while Derek was asleep in his bed. It was the Random Onion news network again. The reporters were going on about them still finding bodies after Dagon's attack in Tokyo. They try to spin it, trying to make it our fault. They always try to make it our fault. That was when there was a knock on the door. Mike got up and opened it. Abel stood there with his hands in his pockets. Marcus, we need to talk, he said. I honestly was worried he was going to be Yahweh again. I hadn't told Abel about that yet, mainly because I was still processing. Maybe I drank too much. Maybe I'd imagined the whole thing. What's wrong? I asked. Lucifer was just broken out of prison. Broken out? I asked. Come with me. I'll brief you in the control room, he said before he vanished. I sighed as I prepared to snap my fingers. I thought about Quintus. He'd given me his powers before he died. His club had morphed into a sword in my hands. I missed the man. Missed him like a son misses a father. I steadied myself and snapped. I found myself in the control room. Abel was standing there staring at the screen of Lucifer's cell, where a man stood in front of the former king of Gehenna. A man wearing a cloak that was as black as night. He leaned against the glass. Lucifer sat down in front of him. And? Is that you? He asked with a smile. The man tapped the cell, and it opened. Lucifer didn't stand. The alarms began to blare. Well, you got some upgrades, Lucifer said. I'm not the person you think I am, the man said. He spoke with a familiar voice. Oh, do we have a deal? The man asked. Lucifer thought about it for a moment. He rubbed his chin with his rotting arm, the same one he'd stolen from the Gideon mercenary in Tokyo a few months back. I don't know, and do you have anything to sweeten the deal? The man pulled something from his pocket and tossed it to Lucifer. Lucifer looked down on it. He smiled. It was a fucking cosmic brownie. Okay then, let's get out of here, said Lucifer. The man pulled his hood off as he turned around and looked straight at the camera. My heart froze. My hands shook. I think I audibly gasped. Trent? I asked. That can't be, said Abel. He's still in San Antonio. The man smirked. Then he and Lucifer vanished. I turned to Abel. What kind of deal did they make? I don't know. The footage before this moment is distorted. I gritted my teeth. Abel took a deep breath and turned to an analyst on a nearby computer. Have someone bring in Owyn. I could see the grim look on his face. I wondered if I should tell him about my conversation with Yahweh, if it was even real. I was also kind of worried about Trent now, worried and confused at the same time. Abel took another breath. Marcus, I need to tell you something, he said as he turned and looked at me. I cocked my head to one side as I turned and looked at him. He stared at the screen for a moment. What? I asked. I've been having dreams. Visions, really. Of what? Not of what. Of whom? I was very curious now, even more so because of my encounter with the primordial. This other Trent Grayson, he's not supposed to be here, or now. In every vision, he's killing us all. Should we talk to Father Time? I asked. Abel sighed. I don't know. This is beyond me. I rubbed my chin. I was about to open my mouth to speak when Owyn appeared. Hey guys, he greeted. Abel looked at him. Mr. Knight, when was the last time you spoke with your father? Abel asked. This morning? Why? You know where he is? Prison? Where he belongs? Why? What's going on? We both stared at him for a moment. I could see the moment it clicked. Oh fuck, he said. Can you contact him? I asked. I could see Owyn slightly jerk a bit. That won't be necessary, he said. Abel, Centurion, it seems you're looking for me. Lucifer's voice practically whispered in our ears. It was strange, being able to hear Owyn's psychic link with his father. Where are you? Who set you free? Asked Abel. You saw the security footage. You know the answer. What deal did you make? Asked Abel. A rather simple one. A life for a life. You're going to kill someone? He asked. It's complicated. The Ant has this whole plan. I just want cosmic brownies. And, well, my throne. Who does he want you to kill? Asked Abel. Lucifer didn't reply. Where are you, father? Asked Owyn. I'm in San Antonio. Where are you? Owyn's eyes grew large as he looked at us. Abel turned to me. Go, I'll mobilize the team. I nodded. I'm coming too, Owyn said. I snapped my fingers. I found myself standing at the hotel room door. There was a tap on the door handle that said, "Do not disturb." I scoffed softly and knocked. No answer came. I knocked again. Nothing. I was tempted to snap my fingers and teleport inside. I put my ear to the door and tried to listen. I could hear the TV, but not much else. I knocked again. Go check the lobby or the pool, I said as I glanced at Owyn. Owyn vanished, but the moment he did so, "What the fuck are you doing?" Trent's voice asked from behind me. I turned to see him standing there with his hands in his pockets, a sly smile across his face. There you are. There's been a situation. A situation? Groaned Trent. This better be good. Lucifer's escaped. He's coming here too. The hotel room door behind me opened. I turned to see none other than Lucifer standing at the door with a bathrobe on. You were right, and the wine here is marvelous. The whiskey, even more so. My eyes widened as I summoned my sword. I turned to the fake Trent. Who are you? He shrugged. I'm Trent Grayson, or Nemesis. No, you're not. Trent wouldn't free Lucifer. He's not that stupid. He shrugged again. Call it what you want, Marcus. Doesn't change who I am or what I need to do. And what's that? I don't give monologues, he said as his eyes turned an emerald green. I went to raise my sword, but I was suddenly hit with a wave of green energy. I found myself hurtling down the hotel hallway. I came to a stop. This definitely wasn't Trent. What was that emerald power? It felt familiar in a way. I'd seen it somewhere before. I snapped my fingers, summoning my armor. I'd readied my shield. Trent took a breath as he approached me. He flicked his wrist. Then, the power made sense. My eyes shot to the emerald green blade that rested in his hand. A sword I'd seen in action all those years ago at Lilith's tomb. The blade of Enoch. Don't do this, Marcus, he said calmly. I readied myself for a fight. He sighed, then eyed Lucifer. Is the warding complete? Yes. Then go get your son. Lucifer vanished. The Trent I was facing suddenly disappeared, then reappeared to my left. He brought his sword down hard. I barely had time to get my shield up. The blow was hard, way harder than I was expecting. It almost brought me to my knees. I took a step back to regroup myself. Then came Trent's follow-up strike. This one a quick thrust. I sidestepped and deflected the sword with my shield whilst thrusting my own blade at his neck, but the man simply caught the sword, his hand glowing green. I guess I had a look on my face because he only smirked. Keep in mind, this wasn't just any sword. This was a horseman blade, crafted from heavenly metals. I didn't thrust my sword softly either. I barely got another word out of my mouth before his boot came at me. I got my shield up. It didn't help much as I still went sailing, eventually landing on my back a little further down the hallway. He still didn't let up. He was suddenly standing over me. "What is it you want?" I asked. "Nothing from you," he said as he raised a hand. A green glowing energy emanated from it. I gritted my teeth. I thought he was about to blast me with some unseen force. But no, the ground around me liquefied. I found myself sinking. My eyes widened. I snapped my fingers, but nothing happened. I growled under my breath. It was some kind of warding. Trent was never skilled in magic. This didn't make sense. Then again, most of this story so far hasn't. I still had one trick up my sleeve though. The master key. I raised my hand up as I sank deeper into the liquid trap. I began channeling my energy. I felt when it appeared. There was a bright blue flash of light. The next thing I knew, I was standing a few yards up the hall. But Trent was gone. I got on the comlink. Owen, status report." There was no response. Then suddenly, there was an explosion outside. I teleported to the roof. We were in a hotel overlooking the Riverwalk in San Antonio. I could see the crowd dispersing on both sides of the water as guns began to fire. I could see the assailants were mercenaries. My eyes widened. They were GSF, Gideon security forces, in their black uniforms and wielding assault rifles. Why were they here? Had this fake Trent brought them? My eyes scanned to where they were shooting. I felt my heart jump into my throat. Trent. My Trent had taken cover behind a table. He was loading a pistol and yelling something at Ophelia, who was behind a nearby set of stairs. The mercenaries were trying to flank them from across the river. I didn't think twice. I snapped my fingers, finding myself appearing right in front of the mercenary performing the flanking maneuver. He didn't get a chance to speak as the point of my blade landed in his face with a squelch. I turned back to where Trent was firing his pistol at the approaching mercenaries. He gunned both down with 3 quick shots. He then turned to me, his eyes narrowed. "Where the fuck have you been? I hit the panic button 20 minutes ago." I opened my mouth to speak when another mercenary appeared on the balcony above him and Ophelia. I launched my sword, hitting the mercenary in the chest blade first. I snapped my fingers and resummoned my blade. "Where's Owen?" I demanded. "Do I look like I fucking know?" Trent asked. This one was 100% mine. There was a sudden explosion in the water. The 3 of us all looked at the source. The fake Trent stood on one of the arching bridges ahead of us. Body parts from another mercenary floated in the river below him. His eyes shot up to where we were standing. "Trent?" asked Ophelia. "Yes," Trent replied. "What is that?" Trent readied his weapon. "I have no fucking clue." "Don't engage. Get out of here," I barked. Trent turned to me. "What? Why not?" "Trust me," I growled as I teleported to the bridge. I know. I should have teleported Trent and Ophelia out of there. But this other thing had royally pissed me off. I should have been thinking straight. I appeared and thrust my sword. This new Trent sidestepped it and then vanished. This made me even angrier. How dare he ignore me? I raised my hand to snap my fingers, but nothing happened. Then I remembered what Trent had said. The fake Trent, I mean. Lucifer had warded the place, which explained why backup hadn't arrived yet. Luckily for me, I still had the master key. "Trent, where are you?" I asked into the comlink. "We're in the Alamo. There was gunfire out in the distance, rapid gunfire. "Oh boy," I grumbled as I summoned the master key and snapped my fingers. I arrived in the front. I could see the front of the white stone building. I could see the crowd scattering as gunfire erupted from the main building. I ran forward, flying through the open front door. Inside, I found my Trent pulling an assault rifle off of a dead mercenary. Ophelia was yanking one of the display bayonets from another mercenary's neck. "You want to teleport us out of here yet?" she asked. That was when the doorway behind us creaked open. I could hear footsteps approaching. I turned. The fake Trent stood there. His eyes glanced at me, then my Trent, then Ophelia. I could see a slight hesitation in his face when he saw her, but it was fleeting, like a hint of sadness that he squashed down. "Good lord, you're persistent," fake Trent said. Who the hell are you? My Trent asked. I'm you. Well, a version of you. That's not possible. I'm the only me in the multiverse. The fake Trent smacked his lips. It's a bit convoluted, he said as he flicked his wrist. The sword of Enoch appeared in his hand. He took a deep breath. Unfortunately, I don't have time to explain it. I stepped in front of my Trent. The fake Trent stopped and sighed. I don't want to hurt you, Marcus. You either, Agent Wild. You won't, I growled. Huh. He laughed solemnly. I have before. If you're really me, then why are you working with GSF? Asked my Trent. The fake Trent looked at the dead mercenaries on the ground. These weren't at my honeymoon. Then again, he said there would be some alterations to this timeline. I narrowed my eyes. What did you just say? I asked. His eyes snapped back to me. Then he took a step forward, raising his blade to strike me. That was when something exploded through the ceiling. It landed between myself and the fake Trent. He was thrown backward a few steps. Granted, he still landed on his feet. Owyn stood between us, two massive, black, feathery wings outstretched from his back, and two ivory horns protruded from his head. I was surprised. I could hear Ophelia gasp. I could also hear a giggle from the roof. My eyes shot up to the hole where Lucifer laughed from above us. The fake Trent looked up at him. His face was unsurprised. You weren't supposed to let him come back yet, he said emotionlessly. What can I say? I'm down for a little bit of anarchy. Plus, I like the other ant better. He's a lot less mopey. Trent rolled his eyes as Owyn leveled his twilight sword at him. It erupted in black flames. That was when another voice called out from my left. We all turned to see Abel standing there in full armor, his scythe in hand. Hello, Trent, he said. Then came the click of a revolver. We all looked to the other side of the room, where Ken stood with a pistol raised. You won't walk out of this, boy. Then David floated in through the hole in the ceiling, landing gently next to Owyn. The fake Trent sighed, almost like he was bored. I see they pulled you away from Earth 0067, he said. David didn't reply. He only powered up his optic beams. Drop your weapons, Abel commanded. The fake Trent looked at him, his face a mask of bored and annoyed. Abel, do you even know what you are? Abel tilted his head to one side. Primordial magic. Were you ever going to tell me? Do you even remember? Abel didn't reply. His grip only tightened on his scythe. Aberon told us. We just never realized it. There was a reason he couldn't find your soul after he absorbed you. He exhaled. Oh well, it doesn't matter now. He took a step forward. Ken fired. Trent vanished and reappeared behind him, clocking him with the pommel of his sword. Ken was out cold. David fired his optic beams while Owyn and I charged in. A green wave of energy suddenly sent us hurtling across the room. Trent was moving fast now. He bolted straight for his counterpart, but Abel appeared ahead of him, swinging his scythe at Trent's neck. Trent blocked it with his emerald sword, then summoned a second blade out from nowhere. This one didn't glow. It also slashed Abel's knee. Abel fell to his knees, grimacing in pain as he did so. He didn't have time to do much else, as Trent Spartan kicked him in the chest so hard he flew through the wall behind him. Trent turned his attention to his counterpart. He took a deep breath. My Trent raised his pistol and fired several shots. He didn't have his suit or weapons. Not that it would have helped. Each round was about as useful as an abstinence ring at a ditty party. I got to my feet. I was about to teleport in when a voice echoed out in my head. No! It said thunderously, but gently. Trent raised his swords to slash his counterpart down. His back was to me, but he hesitated. Move, Agent Wild. No. Trent raised his swords to strike. I don't want to kill you, but I will, Trent barked. No, you won't, she said. He raised his swords even harder, if that's even possible. Then he brought them down. My eyes widened as my heart jumped into my throat. But then he was just gone. Ophelia had her arms wrapped around Trent. Our Trent. She'd made a gamble, and it had worked. What the hell was that? Asked David. Abel used his scythe to stand up. He looked at me, then at Trent. Let's get to base, he said. We did just that. All of us realized the implications of what had just happened. This guy had fucking walked through us like we were paper mache. That wasn't all. Why were Gideon mercenaries there? They didn't seem like they were working with him. which was something that Ophelia would later confirm, as one had gotten the drop on her during the gunfight at the Riverwalk. This imposter Trent had ripped him in half, which was why she knew he wouldn't kill her to get to himself. But that raised another question. Who was this guy? He was obviously a version of Trent, or he thought he was. The first prospect Owyn came up with was that he had to have been from the future. But that was impossible. You can't travel backward in time, not on Earth Prime. You could in theory go from one Earth that is currently in the future to Earth Prime. But here's where that theory falls apart. The entire Grayson line only exists on Earth Prime. You have my own creamy ball sack to thank for that. Let me explain. When someone dies on Earth Prime, their counterparts across the multiverse die as well. It's fucking weird, and looks terrible in person. But I digress. I died shortly before I got the Omega Serum, my first night with the 9th Roman Legion, which meant my counterparts across the multiverse died as well, or they died at that moment in their timeline in various ways. I am the patron of the entire Grayson line. Therefore, the Grayson line simply never came to be in any other timeline. So, what I'm saying is, Nemesis can thank my creamy balls that he even exists, so he couldn't be a multiverse variant. Fuck you, Marvel. Anyway, we discussed this for a few hours while we try to figure out what to do next. We also put Lucifer in a holding cell on base. We argued and debated. Trent wanted to find him, but Abel wanted to exercise caution in that, as he'd cut through us without even really breaking a sweat. So, where could we start? Where could we really start? The answer to that question came from an alert that went off. An analyst stood up. "We're receiving a communication from the moon base," he announced. Abel looked at me and turned to the screen. "Let it through." We were suddenly staring into the face of General Argyle. He looked frantic.
"Abel?"
he all but whispered. "What?"
I just wanted to warn you. He's gone mad. He's given us orders."
"Orders?" asked Abel.
"Yes, orders. They're coming. Get to safety."
"Sir, we've got incoming on radar," another analyst announced. Abel limped to the main screen, which flipped to a channel showing the surface. A black pyramid hovered over the base, a single black pyramid. "What the hell?" Abel asked. That was when the alarms began to blare.
"Demonic presence detected,"
a robotic voice said on the intercom. Another camera feed switched to one of our beaches, where Adrian Stein stood with his hands in his pockets and a smile on his face. He was surrounded by guards with rifles raised, of course. Not like it would matter. I could see Trent perk up when he saw him. Trent had arrived on base and very quickly put on his Nemesis suit. He'd been keeping the spear tip of destiny close. I could see him gripping it tightly when he'd seen the man. I remembered Trent killing Dagon with it. I remembered what exactly had happened. Dagon's powers had been drained and given to someone else. We assumed Abaddon. Keep in mind, we didn't actually know that Adrian Stein was Abaddon at this point. We were about to find out. He stood there patiently on the beach, the pyramid hovering behind him.
"Mr. Grayson, I'm here,"
he called out. Trent started to stand up.
"Mr. Grayson,"
he called out in a sing-songy voice. "Don't go anywhere," Abel ordered as he vanished. He appeared on the camera feed. I looked at Trent. How did he get through the shield network? I asked, already having put together the pieces in my head. What the hell was going on at the Keeper base? Abel appeared in front of the man.
"You're not whom I requested,"
Stein said with a head tilt.
"What do you want?"
Abel demanded.
"Parley? We don't want to talk to you,"
Abel said as he turned to walk away.
"Did you not notice the massive pyramid above us? Would you like to know what's inside of it? Or do you remember? Or maybe I can absorb you again."
This made Abel come to a dead stop. His eyes were wide as he turned back to Adrian, who morphed into a more demonic appearance.
"What did you just say?"
he asked. "Shit," I heard Trent bark. I looked around the room. Everyone was silent. I looked at Ken and nodded. "Let's go," I growled. My eyes found Megan, then Trent, who was standing up. "Megan, make sure Trent doesn't go anywhere." The look of confusion on the man's face was palpable. I knew he just wanted to help, but I wasn't about to risk him being in the open on that beach. I put my finger to my ear. "I need all ISDD personnel on the beach." I could see Trent's eyes grow large at this. I didn't say anything else. I only vanished. I arrived on the beach with Ken, Owyn, David, and a whole host of others were on the way. Abel was staring up at Aberon. Aberon looked around at us. I see we've grown an audience. None of them are whom I wish to speak with though. Why him? Asked Abel. Aberon shrugged. Well, my man tried to kill him during his honeymoon. There are rumors that he's running around with the Sword of Enoch. I want to know if they're true. You know it's too early in the cycle for that, Abel replied. This is a different cycle. By then, I could hear the clunk of Miguel's Devastator armor. I could see Chad, Grace, Aisha, and Takeshi cresting a nearby sand dune, which all surrounded Aberon. Cycle? I asked myself. Aberon's eyes shot to me. He then grinned. I see you haven't informed your underlings about the changes. How do you know about the changes? Asked Abel. Aberon again shrugged. You did a good job warding this place. I can't hear your thoughts. He looked around at all of us. You can all calm down here. I'm not gonna kill you, so long as you give me Trent. No, Abel growled. Aberon got face to face with him. You would trade the entire multiverse for one man? I don't sacrifice my friends. Oh. I could hear a groaning noise, like massive gears shifting above us. My eyes drifted up toward the pyramid, where a circular hole was beginning to open up at the bottom. I could hear the buzzing. The hawk wasps were coming. Last chance. Last I turned this whole beach into a bloodbath looking for him. No, Abel said in a stern, stubborn voice. Wait, Trent's voice called out. Aberon turned to him. We all turned to him. He was sprinting towards us. I could hear Aberon laugh. Speak of the devil. Well, not my dad at least, Aberon said. But there was something more. Trent had blood on his armor. He ran straight up to us. What? Where's Megan? Asked Ken. He killed her, Nemesis said. What? Abel asked as he very quickly looked at Ken. We knew exactly what had happened. He'd shown up. Trent came to a screeching stop, his eyes locked on Aberon, who rapidly began to approach him. There you are, he growled as he stormed forward. Trent's eyes grew large. Oh shit, Trent barked as he raised his pistol. Abel teleported between them, his scythe raised. Aberon roared as he raised a hand. Black tendrils exploded from his palm as Abel began to slice and dice them. That was when bodies began to land on the beach, bodies that popped up growling and snarling. They were crawlers. Hundreds of them hit the beach hard as a swarm of mutated wasps came down on top of us. Form a perimeter, I commanded as my hand shot to my comlink. Maxus, I'm opening a portal. Be ready. I screamed as I summoned the master key. The blue orb gleamed brightly as an equally blue portal opened up on the beachhead. A massive battle was in the making. I could see Abel had cut through several of the tendrils while Owyn was unleashing a black fiery tornado in Aberon's direction. Aberon teleported out of the way. Trent was pulling a sword from the guts of a crawler. The Devastator was firing a cascade of lasers and rockets at the hordes of wasps coming our way. I looked into the portal. I could see Maxis barking orders at my men in the Keeper base hangar. They were in the middle of a gunfight with exterminators? What the hell? I asked. Then, a flash of green came from my right. I turned again, only to see Trent's evil twin had arrived and had our Trent up in the air by his neck. No! I shouted. Then came the voice, booming and ethereal. Enough! A bright light consumed the entire beachhead. This was followed by a loud bang that made all of our ears ring. When I got my vision back, when the ability to think returned to my brain, I found the beach covered in crawlers and wasps. Only, they weren't attacking. They were docile. Then, my eyes shot to where Trent had been holding up the other Trent by his throat, only to find the depressed copy on his back on one side of a figure, while our version was on the other side. I looked at the figure closely. He had a white glow to him. There was no mistaking who he was. His thick white beard and general aura gave him away. Yahweh had arrived. Enough, he repeated. He had everyone on the beach's attention. He didn't look like a wrathful god. He just looked tired. I gave you opportunity after opportunity, cycle after cycle. He took a deep breath. And we always get this battle, this fight. You kill each other over and over again. No matter how hard I try to rig the game, you just can't help yourselves. And now I've been betrayed by one of my own. You! The fake Trent bellowed as he shot up to his feet. Yahweh turned to him, a solemn look in his eyes. You could have stepped in at any time. I did step in. I bestowed you with power. Power that destroyed my timeline. No. Yahweh spoke clearly and concisely. Power to stop the cycle. Yahweh looked at the rest of us. The more this battle rages on, the more innocents will die. This multiverse will end. You will destroy yourselves. It's not entirely your fault. I gave you free will, and by all that is good, I would see you use it. His eyes went to Abaddon. Some of you can't change, so I come to you with a proposal. An end to the conflict. An opportunity for the multiverse to have a future where it is not consumed by the darkness. What kind of proposal? Asked Abaddon. A tournament. A female voice said from my right. I groaned under my breath when I realized who it was. Fucking Gaia, the host of the multiversal fighting tournament. The tournament where I received the master key after I defeated Amonu's harbinger. She was flanked on one side by a girl who looked eerily similar to her. One I would later learn was her twin sister, Rhea. A tournament? For what? Asked Abel. A favor. A favor from God. A wish, if you will. A wish? Laughed the fake Trent. You're fucking joking. Am I the joking type, Mr. Grayson? I could see Abaddon eye the evil Trent. I could see fear in those eyes. It was brief, but it was there. It gave me pause for thought. How will this tournament work? Asked Abel. Like any other, pick your fighters. Abaddon will pick his. We shall put them in a bracket. Whoever wins gets the favor, Gaia said. And what does one mean by a favor? What is that limited to? What do you want most? Asked Yahweh. Earth Prime, the wall between our realms gone, to conquer and serve my realm, Abaddon said. What a fucking psychopath, Chat's voice said. Then, another figure arrived. Father Time appeared next to the old Trent. The two looked at each other. Trent gave him a knowing nod. Father Time looked at Yahweh, his face full of what I can only describe as rage. You said we couldn't interfere directly. Does your arrogance know no bounds? I did. Why? He asked. Why did you pluck this one from the last cycle? Asked Yahweh. I could see Father Time's face contort in frustration. I did what I had to do to ensure the future of the multiverse. You're only trying to ensure your own survival. The multiverse can't survive without me. Now, who is being arrogant? I let you create the Keepers to try and preserve the multiverse for as long as possible, but even they are run by those of free will. Even they are free to choose. This one chose. He chose to come and end this game you've been playing with us, with all of our lives and souls, he bellowed. He then turned to us, then Gaia and Rhea. Did you know that we die at the end of each cycle? Has he told you? We die and he resurrects us at the beginning of each new one. We die and he erases our memories. He lets Amonu kill us every time. I could see Yahweh take a deep breath. Rhea and Gaia only stared at Father Time. It was like watching teenagers glaring at their conspiracy theory-loving uncle. They eyed each other. Father Time ignored them and continued. If you're so apt to grant wishes in this tournament, then I want in. I want that favor. And what favor does a primordial desire? What does any being want? I want to survive. Yahweh raised a brow. Fine, but as a primordial, you are exempt from competing, so you'd best pick some fighters. He looked over at Abel, then Abaddon. Pick your fighters. Gaia will leave a list of rules with you. I will send for you once preparations are made. Abaddon snapped his fingers and vanished, as did Father Time, as did the old Trent, leaving us on the beach with the horde of unimaginable horrors, which all promptly dropped dead the moment everyone left. We all stood on the beach in shock. I was just confused. We all looked to Abel. He'd been the de facto leader, He'd always been the de facto leader. I could see the look in his eyes. "What the fuck?" I heard Chad ask. Abel looked at him. Then he turned to Trent and sighed. That was when Ken appeared on the beach, his cheeks tear-stained. We all looked at him as he dropped to his knees. That was when I remembered. Megan. Trent had said she'd been killed. "Her body's gone," said Ken. "Where's her fucking body?" I could see Abel looking at the sand. He snapped his fingers. Megan suddenly appeared right next to him. She threw up thick, viscous red liquid. Ken stammered as he ran to her. "Shit," Abel grumbled. "How did you?" Trent started. "Because he's you. He knows my plans for if Megan were to perish." He took another deep breath. "I suppose it's time to make a confession," he said. All eyes were on him now. "I'm not just a horseman. I am also a vessel, similar to how Dagon was to Amonu, how Christ was to Yahweh. Only, I am." He was silent for a moment. It was as if the memory heard him. "I am death, the primordial death." The beach was dead silent. Abel sucked on his lips for a second. "Why didn't you tell anyone? Any of us?" I found myself asking. "Because I didn't know. Or maybe I wasn't sure," he said. "I started getting visions a few nights ago. Those visions were memories, like a flood of memories. They were fragmented at first, but as time went on and more happened, I began to piece the puzzle together. I can remember the Trent we're dealing with from the last timeline." He looked at our Trent. "I'm so sorry. He suffered so much. You all did. I tried to stop it. Maybe I could have, if I'd just let myself remember. I created the horsemen for the same reason Father Time created the keepers, to preserve life. But I took on a vessel, so I couldn't fight alongside them. A vessel that just happened to be the first human to ever die." He looked at his hands. "Can't fight in the tournament, but I do know which of you must." So yeah, there's that. Let me explain a little bit more about what we learned. There are 6 primordial beings, all of which control some aspect of the multiverse. Those are Yahweh, who is like the father of the rest of them. He, in a sense, created the energy that became everyone's souls, or their consciousness. Then there is Rhea and Gaia, Mother Nature and Mother Earth. Gaia is very law of the jungle, while Rhea is the hippie type. One handles evolution while the other guides the environment. Then there is Father Time. That one is self-explanatory. He controls the flow of time. He can slow it, but the flow can't be stopped or reversed. Then there is Amonu. He's the darkness that came before the light, the consequence, the unknown. And then there is Abel, the literal personification of death. They're what I call a dysfunctional family. Gaia would give us the rules of the tournament. They went as follows. Each faction has a limited number of participants they can select. For Gehenna, the number was 6. For us, the number was 5. Then Father Time got 1. Then there was gonna be a few rogue play-in fights. The number of fighters would total 24, which meant a lot of rogues. The fights were set up to be brackets of sorts. Round 1 was the fight-in battles. Then, once those concluded, the winners would be mixed into the bracket. Each faction would select their fighters, and they'd be paired with a fighter from another faction. The fights were either to the death or to submission, depending on who won, of course. I couldn't imagine anyone Abaddon defeated being granted mercy. Then there was Father Time. What was he up to? I could only imagine what kind of fighters he would select. I mean, he had the pick of the entirety of the keepers. But I had a feeling, one that Abel shared. We knew who he was sending, and that made him the favorite to win it all. Abel selected our fighters. There were me, Megan, Ken, Owyn, and Nemesis. Abel wanted David, but the rules prohibited Heaven from being involved, and his body was crafted in Heaven by Gabriel. But luckily for us, they would be on site if anyone tried anything. This was a question I posed to Abel. Why was Heaven prohibited? He only sighed and said, Yahweh doesn't want to seem like he has favorites in this. Yeah, that was a shit excuse. If Yahweh didn't want to have favorites, then why had he appeared to me? Why had he let Abel remember what he actually was? And here's another question. What happened to the last cycle? We waited for word from Yahweh about when and where the tournament would be. While we waited, a few things happened. I would watch along with Owyn's mother as Lucifer taught Owyn more and more about his powers. I guess the wings and the horns were the first upgrade. The next involved his arms and torso erupting in black flames. Owyn was powerful, exceedingly so. Abel and I had spoken about it before. He'd mentioned that Owyn's potential was virtually limitless, which was another reason Abel had selected him to compete. I understood that. My worry was letting Nemesis compete. We all possessed godlike power. Nemesis was a super soldier in a well-crafted suit of armor. He'd fought one being that clearly apexed his own power in Dagon and had nearly lost his life. I worried about my great-great-grandson. But I knew he was a survivor. If anything, he was a survivor. Lucifer was oddly good when it came to teaching his son, which was something I hadn't really expected. We interviewed him beforehand about why he had turned on the other Trent. He simply leaned back in his chair and smiled. It's like I said, I like your aunt better. Plus, I don't trust Father Time, he said. That much was clear. I don't think any of us did. That being said, I didn't exactly get a warm fuzzy feeling from Yahweh either. I had a whole host of questions for him. Why had he just let the last timeline end? Why not intervene? If he and the other primordials had suppressed Amonu the first time, why couldn't they do it again? Anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. What I'm trying to say is that the only primordial I trusted was Abel. He'd stood with us. He'd always stood with us. Why not? Abel had asked Lucifer. He's convinced this other horseman that the multiverse cannot function because of the actions of one man. I don't buy it. I know pride when I see it. I know arrogance. I also know madness. When the end took me to meet with the Father of Time, I sensed all three. He also drinks shit whiskey. Shit whiskey? Asked Abel. Oh yeah, it's that Tippis brand. Abel and I turned to look at Trent, who was standing in the back of the room with his arms crossed. Hey, I stopped after my dad died. Where does Father Time get Tippis whiskey from anyway? It's not like primordials have credit cards, asked Trent. We knew Trent was joking when he asked. Father Time had plenty of treasures from alternate Earths. Wealth was easily acquired. What do you think Father Time is going to wish for in this tournament? If Rogue Trent wins, of course, Lucifer asked. Abel and I looked at each other. Obviously, we hadn't expected Lucifer to know. Granted, we weren't surprised. I assumed in the moment Owyn had let it slip. He mentioned something about survival, said Abel. Lucifer shrugged. I know what I'm gonna ask for. I tilted my head. You're not competing? I half stated, half asked. Is that so? Lucifer asked as he snapped his fingers and produced a list with the rules. I've been personally invited by Yahweh himself. Abel took the paper and looked over it, then handed it to me. It seems he's telling the truth, he said. I looked over his rule list. They were verbatim the exact same as ours, only they were addressed to Lucifer, Samiel. That also meant one other thing. We had to release him, and he knew it. The room went silent. We all stared at him. He kept that smug grin across his face. Well? He asked. Well, what? I asked. You want to know what I'm gonna wish for once I win that thing? What? Asked Abel. I want a piano bar and to go on adventures with a cute detective where we solve crimes. I also want to be British. Trent narrowed his eyes. Are you trying to get a copyright infringement? He asked. Lucifer shrugged. It's a good show. We did end up letting him out. It was the next day when Michael and David showed up. We'd all been gathered at the airstrip. Owyn had been training with Aisha. Trent and Ophelia had been testing a new Nemesis suit that Abel had built. The suit had a few upgrades over the ones he'd used previously. Its armor was thicker, which made it slightly heavier. Abel had done this because his previous suit had gotten wrecked by Dagon. Dagon was immensely powerful, yes, these suits even more so. A typical Nemesis suit could withstand a direct nuclear strike. We know, we tested it. We also knew that a typical suit could withstand Owyn's black flame, which burned hotter than the sun. We knew that from the day Owyn's father possessed him and tried to off Trent. Good times. This new suit was supposed to be stronger. How much stronger? I wasn't sure. but hopefully it could take hits from this tournament's power punchers. Hopefully it would at least buy Trent time to use the spirit tip of destiny. At least that was the going theory. As for the rest of us, well, Ken was assisting Megan in finding her upper limits as a now-made horseman. Abel had offered her a ceremonial dagger that had belonged to his wife and former horseman, one that Amara had asked him to save for Megan should anything happen to her. Well, Amara had died hundreds of years ago. Megan had never actually been killed, so he couldn't just upgrade her with Omega and then give her the dagger. She was a formidable warrior before. Now, hell, I don't want to fight her. As for me, I was lost in thought. I'd had another vision or memory as I'd slept the previous night. In this one, I found myself standing on a concrete bunker that was situated on the side of a mountain. I was tired, extremely tired, and extremely run down. It was daytime, but there was a charcoal haze in the sky. It was cold, the air was frigid, and the ashy snow fell around me. I thought about everything that had led me to that moment, about escaping Gehenna during Amonu's rampage, getting to Derek and Anne and coming straight to one bunker system, then another. We'd been on the run constantly until we found this place. It was a black site bunker system, one built in the 50s. Almost everyone who knew about it had been dead before Amonu had come, which was probably how he hadn't found it yet. There was no one to absorb that knew about it. We tried to fight it, but it didn't last long. We lost Ken, Michael, all the Seraphim, and the 9th within the first day of Amonu being out. It wasn't even a fight. He just absorbed everything in his path. It looked painful. Then he came to Earth Prime. Humanity was already broken and battered from the day of the Lazarus. Its militaries didn't stand a chance. The world fell in days. So, as you can imagine, the nukes started flying relatively quickly after that. Amonu, the darkness himself. Imagine the thing from that John Carpenter movie, but entirely a hive mind. None of that each cell is a separate life form bullshit. I guess a better comparison would be the Flood from Halo, except it doesn't need to amass biomatter to become more intelligent in its early stages. Amonu just is. The moment a single cell gets into a universe, it's already strategizing, it's already conniving, it's already plotting your downfall. I used to travel with the Keepers, dealt with Amonu before on alternate worlds, but we'd always stamp out the outbreaks before they gained any traction, and if we didn't, we'd send that entire planet to the outside. But this was Earth Prime. The Keepers had all been wiped out during the war with Abaddon. I stood on the mountain, my eyes watching the ruined city in the valley below. I took a solemn breath. I was worried. I'd sent someone into the city for some supplies. I was eagerly awaiting his return. I worried every time I sent him out. Amonu had many hosts on the planet, many creatures in his collective, most of them covered in black tendrils, most of them formerly people who had been taken over on a cellular level. One scratch from them, one touch could infect you. It didn't matter how powerful you were. It didn't matter what kind of being you were, horseman, angel, human, or demon. If you were infected, you were going to turn. The man I'd sent out was the best we had at evading the infected, the best at avoiding the collective. I couldn't blame him though. He'd been doing it his whole life. He'd been born shortly after the beginning of the end. This life was all he really knew. I could hear movement from a snowdrift to my right. I turned and glanced over, my hand on my sword. "Whoa, Pops, don't poke me," he said as he put his hands up. I smirked. "You're late," I said. "Yeah, there's a swarm of those pinchers underneath the old City Hall building," he said as he pulled his father's helmet off. Derek Grayson was similar in size and stature to his father, but he had his mother's eyes and face. He smiled at me. "The cloaking device works again, by the way. You and I both know it's not 100% effective. What did you find?" I asked. "Nothing good. There's not any food left in the city," he said. We walked a short way before coming to the bunker door. I wiped the thin layer of ice off the handprint scanner before putting my hand on. There was a beep. A small steel door slid open in front of us. We walked in. The bunker was vast and currently home to maybe 15 people. 15 people. We were pretty sure we were all that was left of sentience in the multiverse. We'd been hiding, then on the run, then hiding again. The first bunkers lasted a few years, but Amonu found them. I could remember the day the presidential one fell. The infected forms of Megan and Aberon had blasted the bunker door apart before unleashing a horde of tendril-covered monstrosities inside. That was another thing. Megan had been infected early on in the war. She thought she could fight. She was wrong. She became a host, which was someone who'd been infected but kept their more human form, albeit super brainwashed and fiercely loyal as part of Amonu's collective. I'd fought people like this before in my time with the Keepers as well. Rasputin and his mutant penis and the Harbinger, to name a few. Past the wreck area, where a much older Owyn and Grace huddled around a small fire, we entered another room where a woman ran up to Derek and hugged him. She had dark hair and a white smile. Her name was Helena. She was the daughter of some Greek god, although I was never sure which one. We'd found her with a bunch of Atlantean refugees. She'd grown up with Derek, and eventually, things went as they naturally did. Derek talked to her for a moment. I continued into the next room, where I found Chad, Wukong, Thor, and Edwin Thorson all standing around a map. "How'd it go?" asked Thor. I shook my head. Thor grunted under his breath as he turned to Wukong and Chad. "Just as we expected." He said there were pinchers under the city hall. "Pinchers? This far inland?" asked Wukong. I nodded. "That's not good," said Chad. "Yeah, and based on the tracks all around the city, I'd say they're looking for something," said Derek. "Us, probably," said Thor. "How long do you think we have left before it actually finds us?" asked Owyn as he and Grace entered the room. Grace trailed closely behind him. "Depends how well I did with the warding. But it's coming. Be ready to move again," I said softly. Owyn sighed. We were all tired of moving and hiding, but it was the only real way to survive, although we all knew it would only last for so long. We were running out of places to hide. The only reason we'd found the current place was because of Father Time, who sat quietly in a chair in the corner of the room. His eyes were blank. We'd been taking cover in a keeper ship when he'd appeared in this place. The ship had picked up on his signature and alerted him. He'd appear and disappear, but always in that chair, and always with a blank expression. He'd sit there and never speak. He'd never help. It was almost like he was just waiting for the end. And maybe he was. That was just what we needed. A mad god. "I don't suppose you've got any idea for us?" I asked. He didn't react. He only stared. I exhaled and turned back to the group. I was about to speak when the entire bunker shook hard. "Shit!" Thor barked as he readied his hammer. Derek pulled the blade and ignited it a neon blue color. Owyn pulled his twilight blade. There was a loud banging sound. Once, twice, 3 times. I stepped out into the hallway facing the bunker door. "You sure you weren't followed?" I asked Derek. "Pretty sure." I exhaled, my mind racing. I could try and snap my fingers. I could try and summon the Philosopher's Stone and teleport us away. But where was there to go? I'd tried teleporting us to whole other Earths before, but Amonu was everywhere. We'd even tried going to Mars at one point. There was no escaping, not via teleporting. I guess teleportation spells gave off energy. Energy the Black God could track. I can't tell you how many we've lost because of this. The doors came down. The creature on the other side had a humanoid torso attached to a slick black crab-like body. Its torso was also attached to 2 crab-like pincers for arms. It had a mass of oily black tentacles coming from its back, while its head looked like an octopus with a circular mouth full of sharp teeth in the center. It was a pincher. Then another pincher came in behind it. Then another. Then another. "Well, this isn't good," I heard Wukong say. "Shit," Derek groaned. Helena aimed an Atlantean blaster and opened fire. The creatures charged. Owyn stepped forward with the twilight blade and unleashed a swath of black flame that consumed the hallway. It cleared the afflicted for a moment, turning their biomass to ash. But then she walked in. Megan stepped forth. She had small blotches of writhing tendrils on her face. Her eyes were black as she raised a hand toward us. I could feel an unseen force start to apply pressure on me. There were tendrils sneaking their way inside from the doorway behind her. Owyn again let loose a fire tornado at her, but the flames simply parted as she approached us. Several pinchers swarmed in behind her. Derek and Thor charged. Derek cut several creatures down. Thor smashed several more with an electrified hammer. I had my sword gripped tightly. The force was still on me. Megan sauntered on towards me. I tried to step forward. but I just couldn't move. I used my free hand to snap my fingers, but nothing happened. I went to summon the Philosopher's Stone, but a tendril snaked around my hand from the ceiling before I could snap. My eyes bulged as I slashed with my sword. The blade cut through the tendril, but it still snaked up my forearm. I looked over at Derek as I squirmed. He'd been pinned to a wall by 2 of the pinchers. My eyes fell on Edwin, who was halfway to being absorbed by several tendrils that had come down from the ceiling. I could feel my memories beginning to flash, from lying about my age to join the legions, to my assignment to the 9th, to the River Styx, to my kids, to Rain, to Trent, to everything that had ever happened to me. Fear overcame me as the tendril began to infect me with Amonu's primordial form. Megan walked right past me. I could suddenly see through her eyes as she looked down on Father Time, who was still in the chair. I struggled as more of the vines overtook me. I could see Trent's son as he struggled with the black vines as they enveloped him. I could hear Wukong screaming, "No, not me, no!" I wanted to cry, but there were more and more vines all across my body. Megan stopped ahead of Father Time. He looked up at her. "So, this is where it ends?" he asked. Black flame consumed the vines, holding Derek to the wall. Owyn slashed and cut down several more creatures. Derek, now free, began making his way toward me. He slashed the vines and tendrils that were around my ankles, then my wrists. "We're gonna get you out of here, Pops," he barked. He didn't realize I was infected. Or he did, I'm not sure. I already had no control of my own body. He wasn't ready for that. I shoved my sword into his throat. He gagged on it before he fell. My consciousness screamed in agony, but my body turned and began walking. I could see everything. The vines absorbing Helena, Wukong being dragged off by one of the larger tendrils. Thor was covered in a black goop. The only one still left alive was Owyn, who had mercy killed Grace and whose torso was burning with black flame as he fought his way toward me. I could see as a mass of tendrils had ripped their way out of Megan's stomach and snaked their way around Father Time's wrists and ankles. Father Time glared at her. "You won this cycle, brother. You won't win the next one," he bellowed right before the tendrils ripped him in half. "We'll see, brother," deep ethereal voice said through Megan's lips. Owyn was suddenly in front of me. I raised a hand. God, my hands. They were covered in black, writhing blotches. Bringing his sword down hard on my head, everything suddenly went black after that. I gritted my teeth. The end of everything. The end of the world. There was no stopping it. Not then. All of it because of Amonu. I thought back to the battle in Gehenna. Trent suddenly vanished when Amonu emerged. Did Father Time pluck him then, right when things went to total shit? And what was his goal? How had he come to the conclusion that the only way to win was to kill our Trent? "What vexes you?" Abel's voice asked from my left. "The same thing that vexes you. Lost memories." Abel's eyes widened. "How?" he asked. "Yahweh." Abel thought hard about this. He has to be up to something. But what? I asked. Abel exhaled. "I wish I knew." That was when Gabriel arrived. The airstrip went silent. All eyes were on him. "Hello everyone, I'm here to take you all to the venue," he said softly. "And what is the venue?" asked Abel. That was a good question. It hadn't been in the rule sheet. "The venue is going to be on a neutral site, Earth 0004. A coliseum has been erected." "Huh, erected," Chad said. Everyone on the airstrip turned and looked at him. Chad's eyes went large. "I didn't mean to say that out loud," he said. "Anyway, a coliseum has been built for these games. I'm here to take you. Is everyone ready?" he asked. "We are," said Abel. I wasn't, but I wasn't about to tell anyone that. The angel will teleport us to Earth 0004. We should arrive outside what I assumed was the new stadium. It was fantastical. The building was a solid gold cube that stretched up maybe 50 stories into the sky. The front entrance was a massive arch that led directly to a golden statue of a seraphim. We walked past it and to the left. I could see a series of doors that probably led out into the bleachers, but that wasn't where we were going. Gabriel led us to a winding stairwell. We followed him up without a word, eventually reaching the top floor, where he led us into a hallway. "These will be your quarters for the games," he said softly. "Each of you has an assigned room. There will be an opening ceremony shortly. Those of you who have done this before should be familiar," Gabriel said as he eyed me. I pressed my lips. "You know the rules. No violence outside of the games. Violence outside of the game by a player will result in disqualification. Violence by a spectator will result in incineration by the Grand Seraphim," he said with a smile. I could see Trent kind of scoff at that. "When you're called for the ceremony, go straight down that hallway. It will lead to an elevator that will take you up to the Colosseum dugout. Go ahead and head up to the floor." We all nodded. Gabriel had only teleported 5 of us. Myself, Trent, Ken, Owyn, and Megan. We all stood there for a moment after he left. There were 5 rooms in the hallway, each of which had our names on them. "Well, that was strange," said Trent. "Yeah, did he seem a little sadder than usual?" asked Owyn. I sighed. I'd picked up on it as well. "Heaven wants to help. I can imagine they don't like being tied down to Yahweh at the moment." "I know. I wish David could fight with us," said Trent. "As do we all," I replied. "Should we explore our rooms now?" asked Megan. Trent looked past her at the door with her name on it. "I'm surprised they don't have you guys sharing one," he said with a shit-eating grin. Ken and Megan looked at each other. Ken shrugged. "Won't stop us," he said nonchalantly. Megan laughed and slapped him on the shoulder. I couldn't help but chuckle too. I only turned and walked into the room with my name on it. I opened the door and just about came to a dead stop. My room was really nice. Nice and personalized. It was almost like a suite. There was a Roman-style bath in the front room, crafted from white marble. In the corner of said room was a banner for the 9th Roman Legion. It even had the bull, which for those of you who don't know, was the 9th Roman Legion's mascot, so to say. I don't think I've ever gotten the chance to write about it before now. Our sigil was a bull. It brought me back seeing it there, right back to sitting at camp with Maxis and Crixus. I could remember staring into the small campfire while Maxis took a massive swig of wine. We'd just fought a horde of massive spiders not 12 hours earlier, one of which had murdered our Primus Pilus, Luke. "You're being promoted, Marcus. You should celebrate," Crixus had said before taking another swig. "All it cost us was our Primus Pilus," I'd said in a bitter voice. I'd been promoted very shortly after the battle had ended by Quintus and Maxis themselves. Maxis had been promoted to Primus Pilus. I would take Maxis's old century as a centurion. I was flattered, yes, but I wasn't sure why. I hadn't been there nearly as long as the other legionnaires. I didn't have the experience they did. I guessed that I'd gotten lucky. I'd guessed that Maxis just really liked me. Or maybe I'd made a good impression on Quintus himself. But in that moment, I was still mourning our dead. I'd not been a stranger to losing men at that point. I didn't like losing good men. None of us did. I didn't like being rewarded for it. But then again, that was how things worked in the 9th. "At least we won," Maxis said. "We always do." "For now," said Maxis. He was right, of course. There was one battle we'd lost. One in particular. My sleeping chambers were similar to that of my old keeper quarters. I enjoyed those beds more than I'd like to admit, especially since I'd slept mostly on rocks in my time with the 9th. Shit hurt. I stood there wondering if everyone's rooms were customized to their liking. I wondered if Aberon's would have a torture box inside of it. I wondered what Trent would have in his. Or better yet, what would the other Trent have in his? I switched from my horseman suit and tie and into my armor. It didn't take long. It was really just a snap of my finger. Before I knew it, it was time for the ceremony. I met the rest of our contestants in the hallway. Everyone was fully armed and armored, even though this was just a ceremony. That was just how things went with this sort of thing. Not a word was said between the 5 of us as Ken hit the button to the elevator. It dinged, and we all stepped inside. The ride down was silent as we passed each floor. The elevator stopped. It dinged again, then opened. We stepped into the dugout, which was similar to that of a baseball dugout, only everything inside was a tan color. I could see out into the stadium. It was just like your typical gladiatorial pit. A big sandy flat surface surrounded on all sides by bigger golden colored walls. The stands were full of people who were filing in, and they stretched on high into cube-shaped building. The pit was fairly large and circular. It was probably around 100 yards across, lots of space to move around. That was good for our faster fighters. I approached the window from the dugout to see more of the pit. I scanned the area. To my right, I could see a suite that seemed to overlook the pit. I imagined that was where Yahweh would sit. I looked up where a massive screen sat overhead, one that I'd imagined would give fans a closer view of the bloodshed coming their way. "Quite the stadium," David's voice said softly as he stepped into the dugout. I hadn't really examined the people standing in the pit yet. Other contestants mingled with the angels. "It's better than the last one we fought at," I said. David laughed. "Don't let Gaia hear you say that." "What's she going to do? Disqualify me?" I asked. David shrugged. "She might set you up on a date with her competitor," David said. I eyed him, then followed his gaze to a woman that was standing in the pit, talking with Gabriel. I recognized her. I hadn't officially met the woman, but I'd watched her be taken by Gaia at the last tournament. I'd watched Abaddon offer her up after he'd tried to place a hit on her head. She was gladly accepted, never to be seen again, I thought. Yet, here she stood, Azazel. She wasn't in the same body she had been in though. This one she was in now looked upgraded. She still had her silver hair, but her skin was closer in complexion to an actual human's now. She was also humanoid. The only real thing that I could see that wasn't human on her was the pointed ears. "What are we looking at with her?" I asked. "You ever seen Lord of the Rings?" "A couple different versions across the multiverse," I answered. "She's essentially an elf, but powerful enough to kill full Balrogs at once." "There were no elves that powerful," I said. "Yeah, well, she's the first of a new species." "Of course she is." I started to look around at the other contestants. I could see a few familiar faces. Abaddon, Lucifer, Deimos from the Keepers. I could see the other Trent standing at the very edge of the pit. He was keeping his distance from the crowd, standing there with his arms crossed. I could see both Ares and Thor having a conversation with Agent Loxley and Crowley. None of these entries surprised me. I would have examined them further, but a trumpet sounded off. The crowd gathered in the stands began to cheer. I turned to my 4 comrades and motioned for them to come with me. All 24 of the competitors stood in line. Each of the Earth Prime and Gehennian factions stood together, while the rogues stood at the end of the line. We all looked up at the suite, where Yahweh stood. He was flanked by Father Time on one side, then Abel, Gaia and Rhea on the other side. I could see a suite to my left that was a little higher up. In it, I could see most of the ISDD. Then I could see another suite with an assortment of demons. Then another with the Atlantean Royal Council. Then another with Keeper High Command. All these suites were set up in a pillbox-like setting, almost like you'd see at an NFL stadium. To be fair though, this place put Jerry World to shame. Yahweh stood in his suite. He took a deep breath. "Welcome, contestants." His thunderous voice boomed around the stadium. The crowd boomed as they cheered. It was so loud, but Yahweh silenced everyone with a wave of his hands. "For the next few days, you will compete in a contest, a tournament. The winner of said tournament will receive their heart's desire, a wish granted by myself. What the wish will be, I don't know. What the wish will be used for, there is no telling. It depends on whom wins. That I leave to you. Nothing less than fate of the multiverse is at stake. Will it fall to darkness, or will light prevail?" The crowd stayed silent. "For this tournament, allow me to turn things over to our host," he said as he took a step backward. Gaia stepped forward. "Are you ready for spectacle?" Her voice boomed. The crowd roared. Drums beat slowly. "Are you ready for bloodshed?" The crowd roared even harder. The drums picked up the pace. "Are you ready to find out who is the strongest?" She bellowed. Crowd went ballistic. The drums reached a crescendo. "Let us begin by introducing the contestants, shall we?" The crowd roared again. "For our first contestant, allow me to introduce a former prodigy with a blade, a former student of death himself, a killer in every sense of the word, the fallen Omega soldier himself, representing Gehenna in the rogue round, George Stapleton." I turned my head as Stapleton stepped out of the line. He wore his armor with the rat-glowing eyes. He held his sword and scythe up and banged them together. He got a mixture of cheers and boos. The cheers came from the Gehennan crowd. He stepped back in line. For our next contestant, also representing Gehenna, this is a being who is regarded as the most dangerous rogue god on all of Earth Prime. A master of sorcery and dark magic, Baron Sami. I'd heard about Sami before. I remembered him vaguely from the previous timeline. I know he wiped out the Grand Lightbender Temple. He stepped out with his top hat and skull-painted face and took a deep bow. Sami took a step back. She introduced several contestants next. There was Crowley, representing himself, Loxley, representing himself as well. Then Artemis, repping Gehenna. Then another Gehennan rep, one who made my blood boil at the mere sight of. Lilith blew the crowd a kiss as they booed her. She wasn't in her original body. Not since we'd killed it. This one was from the flesh pits. It was 8 feet tall and red-skinned. It was also loaded with surprise, I was sure. After her, there was another surprise contender, Moria Tippis, donning some armor that reeked of an enchantment of some kind. Then there was Ares, who was representing Atlantis, followed by the Keeper's first representation, an exterminator known as Deimos. He was a combat instructor at the Keeper School. He had mechanical and biological enhancements. He also had a 9 to 10 foot mechanical armored suit on. Think Space Marine meets Spartan from Halo. He was very dangerous. After Deimos came another of Gehenna's champions. The Gehennan champion, if you could call him that. Thus far, all of my interactions with him had been disappointing. Nergal roared as he waved his obsidian axe. Then another surprise. Representing himself, there was a mercenary who worked for a group that Jericho called the Banshees. His name was Edwin Thorson. He was the son of Thor, a bastard son of Thor. He was in, and so was his father. Then she introduced Megan. Then Lucifer, who flipped off the crowd before waving at Owyn. Then she introduced Narrows from Earth 4999, who was a sentient nanotech amalgamation. I'd remember that he'd fought David at the previous tournament. The machine was dangerous. Then came the next surprise. For the next contestant, representing the dark god Amonu himself, the Herald of Darkness, I give you the Harbinger. I arched my head to see him. He wasn't the same man who I'd taken out to gain control of the Master Key, but the idea that Amonu had done it to another person, that there were more where that came from, made me uneasy. I remember being absorbed in the last timeline. I shuddered. This Harbinger looked like a skinny Arabic man. He had a thick beard and black eyes. He whistled calmly as the entire crowd booed him. Following him was the introduction of Azazel, then Victor, the former angel-turned demonic general for Abaddon, then Ken, then Owyn, then myself, then Abaddon, then our Trent who was introduced as Nemesis, then to round out the fighters. For the final contestant, plucked straight from the previous timeline, representing the Keepers, I give you a man whose whole universe died, a man who's been through more trials than you could possibly imagine, the Keeper of the Sword of Enoch. I give you Trent Grayson. The crowd neither booed nor cheered for him. He stepped forward and then stepped straight back. Our Trent did the same. Our first round will consist of those of you from our rogue group and some others in a series of fight-in battles. At dawn, we will start with Artemis versus Loxley. Following that, Stapleton will face Moria Tippis. Then Crowley will face off with the Harbinger. Following this, Lucifer will face off with Ares. I took a deep breath. My heart rate increased a tiny bit. I wasn't sure if I would be selected for round 1 or not. Stapleton and Artemis already had, and they were repping Gehenna. I wondered if any of us would fight in round 1. After that battle, Thor will face Edwin Thorson, Nergal will face Deimos, Azazel will face Baron Sami, and then, to end round 1, Trent Grayson from the previous timeline, not Nemesis, will face Narrows. The winners will be shuffled into the next round. There, we will reshuffle and announce the next batch of battles. Good luck. And remember, only the strongest. The crowd roared. Even as we all started back for the dugout, I did my best to avoid everyone as we made our way to the dugout. I was admittedly relieved none of us had to fight in round 1. That made whomever we would face in round 2 more dangerous. I'm sure Gaia had plans for each and every one of us though. She was petty as shit. She was also dangerous. It was as I walked toward the dugout when I heard that voice. Fucking Abaddon, doing Abaddon things. "Hello, baby brother," his slimy voice said as he approached Owyn from behind. Owyn turned to him. Abaddon had a mischievous smile across his face. I instinctively found myself moving in their direction. "What do you want?" Owyn asked abruptly. Abaddon tilted his head to one side. "I wanted to say hi." "Well, you've said it," Owyn said as he turned to walk away. Owyn made it 3 steps. "Reggie says hi as well." Owyn came to a dead stop. I scarcely remembered the name. As it turns out, it had been one of Owyn's friends who had been killed by Lilith personally during the Battle of Crawford. Owyn turned back to Abaddon. He opened his mouth to speak, but suddenly Trent was in between them. Not our Trent, the other Trent. I really gotta come up with names for these two. Here, from now on, I'll refer to our Trent as Nemesis and the past Trent as Grayson, just to avoid any more confusion. Grayson had stepped in between the two and was looking up at Abaddon. Abaddon glanced down at him with large eyes. "Abaddon, Abaddon, Abaddon, you know bullying siblings isn't very nice." I wasn't bullying the runt. I was merely passing along a message. "Ah," Grayson said as he turned and looked at Owyn. His eyes went back to Abaddon. I couldn't tell if these two were about to have a no-holds fistfight right then and there. I could feel the animosity. Then again, this was Abaddon. The only being more hated than him was Lilith. "Well, you've passed your message. Now run along," Grayson said. Abaddon sneered. He lowered his head closer to Grayson's face. "You're not the only one with memories of a lost timeline. Tell me, Trent, what's it like seeing her again? The regret must be agonizing." Grayson scoffed. "The only regret I feel is that I haven't gotten to kill you twice yet. But rest assured, Abaddon, I will." I could see Abaddon's face twitch a bit. Then came the singing from our left. "He was in a bind 'cause he was way behind, and he was looking for a soul to steal." Lucifer stopped singing and looked at all of us. He put his hand on his hip. "Well, if it isn't my favorite son, and my other son. Look at you all getting along so well. The primordials watching from the booth adore you." I could see Abaddon's face contort in frustration as he turned and walked off. My eyes went straight to the suite, where all the primordials were indeed watching us. Lucifer winked at us and then continued on his merry way, singing that same song. Did he just help us? Grayson watched him leave. Then he turned and looked at Owyn, then Nemesis, then me. He had a neutral glare. I wanted to open my mouth to say something. I wanted to ask why he'd gotten in between that, but he simply vanished, then reappeared next to the dugout and headed towards the elevator. We couldn't teleport around the building, but we could teleport inside the pit. It was one of the stipulations of the tournament. My eyes fell on Owyn. He had his fists clenched. Nemesis placed a hand on his shoulder. "It's gonna be okay, man. After this is all over, we will make it right." Owyn steadied his breathing. "Let's get back to our rooms," Owyn said. And we did. Only when we reached our floor, we were greeted by our comrades. I guess family and friends were allowed to visit after all. Nemesis, Ophelia, and Derek were in his room. Owyn spent time with his sister and mother, while Ken and Megan drank wine in Megan's room. I found myself sitting at a small table with Wukong and David Stone. "It's a shame that the rest of the Hellhunters can't join us," David said as he leaned back in his chair. "Why can't they?" asked Wukong. "Direct orders from Keeper Command. They've got ISDD listed as enemy number 1, on Father Time's orders," said David. "How do you know all this?" I asked. "I work for Heaven, my friend. Only reason Wukong here didn't get the memo is because he was traveling with you when shit went down." Traveling is a strong word, David. After the Grayson wedding, I found myself getting inexplicably interested in an anime that Chat was watching with Owyn. "Which one?" David asked. I don't recall the title, but it was the most fucked up thing I've ever seen. I arched a brow at Wukong. I'd never heard the anthropomorphic monkey man use the word fuck before. "Berserk?" asked David. "Possibly. Big guy with a big sword. His femboy friend sacrifices he and his friends to a bunch of demons?" David asked. "Yes." "Yeah, that's Berserk. Good lord, you sat through that? Wukong shrugged. David chuckled as he looked over to me. I didn't watch anime all that much. Don't get me wrong, being alive and traveling to alternate universes on a regular basis gave me plenty of time to watch whatever I wanted. Anime was never my thing. I enjoyed live-action movies, mainly dumb monster movies. I sighed. The rest of the evening went by in a blur. It wasn't long before I was suddenly being awoken by horns blaring. I got up, got ready, then walked out into the hallway. I was the first out. As expected, the next was Nemesis. He nodded at me as he entered. "Sleep alright?" he asked. I hadn't. Every time I slept, I just relived more and more memories. "Yeah," I lied. "You're an awful liar, you know that?" he said. I laughed softly. Owyn was next. I could see movement from inside his room as he exited. I exhaled as I eyed Trent, both of us knowing that if David found out, Owyn may not make it to his fight in round 2. I guess things moved a little faster in this timeline. Maybe it was the tournament ending in a possible world-ending decision. Who knows? Then came Megan and Ken. We exchanged greetings and pleasantries before we walked toward the elevator. We knew that people were going to die as we rode the elevator down. We knew we were going to see some things that would make any normal person sick. We knew that the crowd would cheer for these things. The elevator door opened with a ding, and we stepped out and into the ISDD suite. We didn't have to be in the dugout yet, since none of us were fighting this round. I could see Artemis and Loxley standing at the base of the small steps that led into the pit. They were in the hole, just waiting to be called upon by Gaia. I took a seat behind Chad and Wukong. Nemesis sat next to Ophelia. I was actually on the other side of him. Ken and Megan sat together, while Owyn sat with Grace and David. Chad turned to us. "You think Loxley can take her?" he asked. I shrugged. Artemis was a rogue goddess. Loxley had a bone to pick with her. They'd fought several times throughout the years, neither seemingly able to best the other. I could see Gaia stepping forward from the primordial suite. A horn bellowed. The 2 contestants stepped out onto the arena floor. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Multiversal Fighting Tournament. For our first fight, we have a battle of the immortal archers. Representing himself, he's the distant grandson of Merlin. He's the world's greatest thief. He is Robin Loxley." The crowd cheered loudly. Loxley held his bow up for all to see. It was a modern sleek-looking bow. One could even call it tactical. I took a deep breath as his one remaining eye scanned the crowd. "As for the other contestant, she's lean, she's mean, she's the goddess of the hunt, betrayed by her own people, representing Gehenna, Artemis of Olympus." The drums beat loudly. The crowd cheered. "Are you ready for spectacle?" Gaia's voice called out. The drums beat faster. The crowd roared louder. "Are you ready for bloodshed?" Even faster now. "Are you ready to find out who is the strongest?" The crowd roared. A trumpet called out. "Begin." All eyes were on Artemis and Loxley now. They stared each other down for a moment. Loxley's hand had already grabbed the back of an arrow in his quiver. Artemis had done the same. The 2 were silent. Loxley smirked while Artemis scowled. "What's wrong, love? Something bothering you?" Loxley asked. Artemis didn't answer. She very quickly knocked an arrow before letting it loose. Loxley did the exact same thing. The arrows flew at each other at an ungodly speed. Artemis's arrow moved faster. They collided closer to Loxley. Then they both hit the ground. Artemis and Loxley still eyed each other for a moment. "This is cliché. Make the archers fight each other," Chad groaned. "Your aim's still a little off," Loxley called out. Artemis scowled even harder as she drew another arrow and fired it. Loxley ducked under it before loading his bow and firing an arrow of his own. This one flew straight at Artemis's face, only she caught the arrow with her free hand, then smirked at Loxley. Loxley's arrow suddenly exploded. A black cloud of smoke consumed the rogue goddess. She stepped out from it, her face blackened with soot and an annoyed expression in her eyes. Loxley didn't let up. He fired another arrow, then another, then another. Artemis ducked and dodged as she knocked and loosed an arrow. This one, Locksley batted down into the dirt with his bow before spinning and firing 2 arrows at once at her. She jumped backward. The arrows landed in the dirt, one releasing a green noxious gas, which she quickly avoided. The other arrow lit a spark. The gas suddenly exploded in an orange fireball. Artemis flew backward, but was somehow still not hurt by this. She got to her feet, gritting her teeth as she raised her bow for another shot. She was tired of the games now. Locksley did the same. Only this arrow didn't look like the typical magic trick arrows he'd used before. This one had a golden tip. This one was made from heavenly steel. I wondered if Artemis knew that. I watched as they fired their arrows at the same time. This time, Locksley's arrow whisked through the air in a blur. Before we could react, Artemis's arrow had been cut down the middle. Her eyes were wide as Locksley's arrow nailed her right between the eyes, the tip exploding out the back of her head and showering brains and gore onto the sand. The crowd roared. Locksley didn't say a word. He only looked around. "That was quite the spectacle," Gaia announced. "Our first victory. One could say it was stolen by the thief," Gaia announced. The crowd went silent again. My eyes drifted down to where Artemis's body lay. It suddenly just vanished from the pit. I pressed my lips together. I wondered where it went. Locksley left the dugout, passing the next 2 contestants, Stapleton and Moria Tippis. "For our next battle," she began, "we have the Queen of the Vampires, the daughter of Dracula himself, Moria Tippis." Moria stared at Stapleton, her hand gripping the Hellfire sword at her waist tightly. Her armor was black. It had reeked of blood magic when I'd seen it the previous evening. I wondered what tricks she had up her sleeve. "And for our next contestant, the original prodigy of death, the betrayer, the Black Knight himself, George Stapleton." Stapleton had what looked like to me a dollar store nemesis suit. It was bulky, robotic, had red glowing eyes. It looked like Gehinnon work. He had his hand on his own sword. His eyes of his suit glared at Moria. "Stapleton and Moria. That's an interesting matchup," Trent said softly. "I hope she rips his throat out," Chad said. I did as well. We all hated Stapleton for one reason or another. For me, it was because he'd killed Amara. He and Abel and Amara's son. For Chad, well, maybe Chad can tell that story sometime in the future. I could hear the drums start to sound off again as Gaia made her proclamation. I tuned this one out because I was busy remembering seeing Amara's body on that table. I remembered how much it had hurt Abel. All of it because his own son had convinced Stapleton to join Lilith. It brought me back to the first woman I'd ever loved, Rain, Victor's daughter. She'd ended up dead because of the cult we'd fought during that time as well. "Begin." Gaia's voice brought me back to reality. Moria pulled her sword and it ignited in flames. Stapleton pulled his own blade, and it ignited with a purple glow. Corrupted Omega Soldier to the core. "I see you've got some custom armor built. What kind of warding did you have Crowley place on that?" Stapleton asked, his voice modulated by his mask. I was actually wondering the same thing. Moria didn't reply. She stepped forward and thrust her sword at Stapleton. The Vampire Queen's strike was precise. Stapleton parried to one side and returned the favor, but Moria was fast. She ducked under the blow. It missed her face by mere inches. It actually reminded me of the footage I'd seen of Trent, Nemesis's fight with Moria's father. Stapleton wasn't as fast as Moria, but he had better armor and weapons. At least, I thought. The two circled each other as they prepared their next move. I could see Stapleton reach for the pistol on his belt. He pulled it and fired several shots. Moria moved in a blur, dodging each of the rounds before blitzing toward him. She was suddenly in front of him, swiping her sword at his neck. He took a step back as he threw his armored pistol arm up to block the blow. The armor held. The Hellfire sword glanced off. Moria brought up a follow-up swing. It slashed across Stapleton's chest. Again, the armor held. Stapleton stumbled backward a few steps as he raised his pistol and fired again. She dodged each bullet as she moved in on him. She found herself behind him, swiping his feet out from under him with her sword. He landed on his back, hard. "Oh, darling, I thought you were tougher." She beamed as she raised her free hand. Runes appeared across her armor, runes that were glowing red. The flames from her sword suddenly leapt from the sword and into her hand before coming out at Stapleton like a flamethrower. Stapleton barrel-rolled out of the way, but the flames followed him, as did Moria. "This is for my coven. This is for my brother," Moria bellowed as she pressed her attack. Stapleton managed to get to his feet just as the inferno stopped. Moria had a wicked smile on her face. He very calmly threw his pistol to the ground and pulled a scythe from his back. It wasn't a long scythe like you'd imagine with the Grim Reaper. It was more akin to one of the smaller single-handed ones. He was dual-wielding it with his sword, its blade glowing purple as well. Moria again charged in. Stapleton slashed with his scythe. She ducked, came back up, and slammed her sword into his head. He took another step back, his armor still holding somehow. The blow didn't really faze him. She raised her sword up for another strike, but before she could, he'd flicked his scythe at her. The blade shot out to an unexpected speed. It was attached to the handle via a glowing purple chain. I don't think she was expecting this. She ducked down and dodged it, but she made one mistake. She didn't keep her eyes on it. The blade landed in the sand behind her. She raised her sword again to strike, but Stapleton zipped his hand back. The blade zipped back with it. There was a loud slicing sound that reverberated throughout the stadium. Moria's hand shot to her side. She was bleeding. Her armor had been cut like paper. Her eyes shot back to Stapleton. I could hear Grace gasp. "I am tougher. Tougher than anything you have to offer, lady." Moria roared as she stepped forward. Her blade raised, the red runes on her armor glowing even brighter as she unleashed another torrent of flames. Stapleton didn't even try to dodge it this time. The flames consumed him. No one could see him inside of those flames. Then came the scythe blade again, flying out from the fire and knocking the Hellfire sword from Moria's hand. The flames dissipated, leaving Stapleton standing there on red-hot sandy glass. I could see her eyes widen as he suddenly blitzed toward her. She zipped toward her sword, but Stapleton had already flung the blade of his scythe again. It had caught her in the legs and caused her to fall flat on her face. She rolled over, Stapleton approaching her with his sword glowing. The chain had wrapped around her ankles. She wasn't going anywhere anytime soon. I could also see the fear in her eyes. She knew she was about to die. Owyn hugged Grace tightly. Moria reached for her sword, but it was too far away. Stapleton pulled his pistol and fired several shots into Moria's back, each gunshot ringing out amongst the deafening silence across the stadium. Moria screamed in agony. She rolled over. Stapleton straddled her. "Well?" she asked as she coughed up blood. "What are you waiting for?" Stapleton raised his sword and plunged it straight into Moria's heart. She gave one last gasp and then perished. The crowd cheered at the bloodshed. Grace and David got up and left. Owyn stayed behind. I assumed it was to tell Anna what just happened. "Well, well, well. The Black Knight has claimed the victory. Congratulations, Stapleton. Welcome to round 2. Stapleton walked back toward the dugout as the next 2 contestants walked in. They were the Harbinger, walking calmly and whistling to himself, and Crowley. I eyed Kane, who was leaning forward in his seat in a suite across from us. For our next bout, we have the son of the first murderer, the connoisseur of rare artifacts. I give you Jonathan Crowley. The crowd cheered. Gaia let them settle down before continuing. As per his opponent, he's the paragon of the darkness. He's the bringer of the black god. He's the Harbinger. My eyes landed on this new Harbinger. I wished Royce was nearby so I could get information about him, or at least his multiversal counterparts. This one looked a lot more menacing than the last had. He also looked a lot older. The drums beat. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for spectacle? The crowd roared again. Are you ready for bloodshed? The drums beat faster. Are you ready to find out who is the strongest? The drums beat hard. A trumpet blared. Begin! The Harbinger and Crowley faced each other. The Harbinger had his hands in the pockets of his black overcoat. Crowley did as well. He was wearing a hoodie and jeans. Crowley seemed remarkably calm. I've heard of you, Harbinger. Amonu's wrath. You met my father once, before Lucifer and Lilith banished you across the multiverse. That gave me a pause. How old was this Harbinger? Why had Amonu not sent him to the last tournament? Tell me, who pulled the strings? Who allowed you to leave your dead world and come here? The Harbinger's eyes went to Gaia, then to Yahweh. I could see Yahweh arch an eyebrow. The Harbinger then looked down at Crowley. He started to speak. His voice was distorted and echoey. It hurt my head to listen to.
I am the first Harbinger of Amonu. I bring with me not darkness, but unity. Unity is the ultimate peace. You will all join the collective. You will all know peace.
The crowd replied with a series of boos. Even the Gehennians booed this thing. At least it isn't Rasputin's penis, Nemesis said as he nudged me. I regretted telling him that story. Unity, huh? Crowley said as he snapped his fingers. A rune skull appeared above his hand. Allow me to introduce you to my friend Sterling. We're pretty unified. The rune skull's eyes began to glow a bright orange before unleashing 2 burning hot beams of energy at the Harbinger. The beams met an invisible force field and deflected off and into the crowd. Luckily for the crowd, they were protected by some kind of shielding spell barrier. Crowley stopped his attack. Well, that didn't work, Chad said. It wasn't supposed to, said Wukong. Harbinger raised a hand and closed his fist. The rune skull was suddenly smashed into a fine powder. He then raised his other hand, tendrils exploding from his forearm as an unseen force flung Crowley toward him. Crowley flew straight into the tendrils. Only the tendrils went straight through the chest of a mirage. Crowley reappeared to the Harbinger's left. He snapped his fingers and several figures appeared in front of him. I'd seen these things before. They were humanoid in shape. They were also strong as hell compared to a normal man. I didn't know about a Harbinger though. They were also made of some type of magic clay. We had fought some crazy wizards in the 9th, and several had used these things. We called them golems. Crowley had summoned around 20, all of which came down on the Harbinger hard and fast. Can he do that? Asked Chat. Yeah, golems technically aren't living. They're weapons. The Harbinger grabbed the first one to approach him with his tendrils and shattered it. Then he raised his other hand and lifted the next 2 or 3 off the ground before vaporizing them. Then one grabbed him from behind. A tendril ripped its head off. Then another grabbed him. Then another. Then another. They all held him in place for a moment. These golems were faceless, expressionless automatons. They looked like clay mannequins that all started glowing with red runes. Harbinger let out a beastly screech. Then all the mannequins all melted. Harbinger flailed and danced as the acid melted his clothes away. You like that? I cooked it up just for you. I could see some of Harbinger's flesh melting away. He writhed and wriggled while screeching more. Then he fell to the ground, rolling in the sand. Crowley wasn't done yet. He snapped his fingers again. This time he summoned an old-looking vase. He very quickly held it up and said some kind of incantation. Runes on the case began to glow a bright blue as he placed the vase on the sand. Suddenly, the Harbinger was sucked toward it by an unseen force. It didn't have the time to call out or react as it was still writhing from the acid bath. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't impressed. The Harbinger was sucked into the vase through the tiny 1-inch wide hole at the top. What is that? Asked Trent. Prison of some sorts. Truthfully, I'd only heard about these things during the 9th trip to Egypt to fight the Sons of Sobek. I know they sent whatever they captured to some kind of pocket dimension, but that didn't matter. The Harbinger had gotten sucked up. Crowley stood there staring at the vase for a moment. He had 3 to 4 golems standing with him. Had he not won? What was Guy waiting for? Hold! I heard Crowley growl. Come on, he bellowed. The vase suddenly shattered as a mass of oily black tendrils snaked their way around the necks of the remaining golems and shattered them. Fucking hell, Crowley barked as the Harbinger got to his feet. The upper half of his body was bare, other than the black tendrils on his back that were flailing around everywhere. Harbinger's eyes were also as black as night. His face was calm and expressionless. He raised a hand. Crowley snapped his fingers. A head appeared in his hand. A head with red and white snakes for hair. A fucking Gorgon head. He raised it up. The overhead screen showed the eyes of the Harbinger as they suddenly began turning to a grayish stone. It spread quickly throughout the rest of his body, but before it could finish, he took a step backward, and it was like a wet and weird mitosis. He pulled another version of himself out from the original. Except this one had no eyes. The Gorgon head vanished. Crowley watched the Harbinger anxiously as it stepped next to the statue of itself that had formed. its face now blank where its eyes should be. Damn, he's got all the tricks, but can't put the thing down, said Chad. I eyed Kane again. Kane's eyes were watery. I looked back down at the Harbinger, whose tendrils then separated from his back. I remember instinctively gripping my hair as the image of one of Megan's tendrils, as it had infected me, flew through my mind. The tendrils writhed and wriggled in a ball on the ground. Harbinger stood up straight. The tendrils then suddenly snaked off in different directions. Some burrowed into the sand, while others grew legs like they were millipedes or something. It was horrific. Crowley took a step back in fear. I wasn't sure what he could possibly summon next. I guess it's time for the big one, he said. Then he snapped his fingers. I nearly non-metaphorically shit my pants when he did so. He'd summoned a fucking nuclear bomb into the pit. A Russian one based on the writing on it. Where the fuck did this guy keep a nuclear warhead? I looked toward Abel and Yahweh nervously in their suite. They weren't worried in the slightest. In fact, a warning appeared across the screen for everyone to shield their eyes from the flash. Harbinger's tendril creatures attacked Crowley right as the nuke went off. There was a flash. The barrier darkened to keep the spectators from going blind. I shielded my eyes a bit. Dust and debris consumed the pit. We all waited anxiously for it to clear. The sand had all been turned into glass, but it hadn't shattered. Crowley stood there with his hands up, like he was holding up an invisible shield. He smiled when he saw the pit was empty aside from him. I could see Kane rubbing his temples. We all watched the pit with trepidation as we waited for Gaia to make an announcement. She didn't. Why hadn't she? The question was answered when a centipede-like creature burst from the glass and attached itself to Crowley's back. Crowley roared in pain as its pincers dug into his neck. Crowley struggled with it, reaching behind himself to try and pry it off. But another one came out ahead of him, landing on his shoulder. Several more burst from the ground as they started to mash together to form a shape. That shape. The Harbinger. The creatures on Crowley had literally gotten under his skin. He struggled and fought. Harbinger, now naked, walked over to him, whistling a tune. I could see tendrils bursting from Crowley's chest and neck. Those tendrils reached out for their master and merged with the tendrils that were coming from his stomach. Crowley couldn't struggle as his body had been marred with catastrophic damage. He was wrapped up. We then watched in horror as Crowley, the son of Cain and locator of ancient artifacts, was absorbed into Amonu's collective. Cain cried. The crowd sat there in silence. I looked over at Gaia. She didn't seem too happy, but what could she do? This thing tanked a nuke. It overpowered a device that sucks you into a miniature black hole. This was not the Harbinger I beat in the last tournament. Amonu was not playing around this time. The Harbinger advances to round 2, Gaia said slowly. Harbinger walked his naked self over to the dugout, whistling as he did so. It seems the pit is in need of some repair. Fighters, I'm gonna ask you to wait about 10 seconds before stepping on so we can clean this glass up. She hadn't lied. It took around 10 seconds. I'm not sure what happened. All I know is that the glass was gone and sand had taken its place. Fucking primordials. For our next matchup, Gaia began. We have the former king of Gehenna, the fallen one, the morning star, the devil himself, Lucifer. Lucifer walked calmly onto the sandy pit. He was wearing jeans and a t-shirt. His arm was still missing, so there was that. He hadn't worn his rotten replacement. And his opponent, the champion of Atlantis, the god of war himself, Ares. Ares and Lucifer stood at the center of the pit. Lucifer eyed the Greek god of war. Ares wore bronze-colored armor. He looked Spartan-esque. You fought Ares, right? I asked as I looked at Nemesis. Yeah. What do you think? You think he can win? Who, Ares or Lucifer? Lucifer. I mean, he's down his wings and an arm, I said. Nemesis looked at me. He's still an archangel. That was true. He was an archangel. He was extremely dangerous. Ares was Ares, the god of war. The drums beat. A trumpet bellowed. Gaia's voice called out. Begin. Ares wasted no time, throwing a spear at Lucifer. Lucifer sidestepped it. The spear hit the ground behind him. Trying to pull a fast one on me? I'm impressed. Ares flew in with his sword, slashing and slicing the air as Lucifer effortlessly dodged each of his strikes. Are you trying to hit me? asked Lucifer. Ares sliced. Lucifer took a step back and then retaliated, decking Ares' heart in the side of his helmet. Ares hit the sand hard. Lucifer laughed. They called you the god of war? How embarrassing. Ares pulled his now dented helmet off, revealing the blonde-haired, blue-eyed man beneath. Lucifer tilted his head. Ares spat blood. Do you ever shut up? Ares growled. Lucifer giggled. No. Ares sprang forward, slashing his blade again and again. Lucifer sidestepped the first strike, then caught the sword with his one hand. Ares slammed the side of his shield into Lucifer's head hard, but it didn't do anything. Lucifer smiled before yanking the sword from Ares and drop-kicking the pagan god in the chest. I thought you pagans were more powerful. Lucifer giggled as he raised Ares' own blade at him. Ares pulled his second spear from his back and launched it. Lucifer batted it into the sand, then looked at Ares with a raised brow. Seriously? I've gotten happy endings more intense than this. Fuck you. Ares bellowed as the spear at Lucifer's feet suddenly exploded. This did absolutely nothing. Lucifer simply stepped through the explosion. Ares stood there with his shield ready. Lucifer sighed. Okay, I'm bored, he said as he suddenly launched Ares' own sword at him. The blade planted itself in Ares' breastplate. Ares' eyes grew large as Lucifer suddenly appeared in front of him, his single hand grabbing Ares by his throat and snapping his neck. Lucifer looked down at the dead god. Why are all the gods such bitches? Ares' body fell to the sand and the crowd went ballistic. Gaia stood there with a smirk. He made that look easy, Nemesis said. Too easy, Wukong replied. The Atlanteans won't be happy about that, Ophelia said. They knew the game, Nemesis replied. Ophelia sighed. We all sat there for a moment, watching as Lucifer grabbed the arm of Ares' corpse by the wrist and put his foot on the god's shoulder. Oh, come on, Owyn said. Lucifer then ripped the arm off and used it to wave at Gaia. Gaia rolled her eyes. And the winner of the fourth fight of round 1, I give you Lucifer, she announced. The crowd cheered. The next 2 fighters lined up at the dugout steps, Thor and his son Owyn. Thor's eyes shot daggers into Lucifer as he passed. Lucifer put Ares' hand up for a high five. Thor didn't give him one. And for our next bout, father versus son, I give you the Asgardian god of thunder, Thor Odinson. Thor calmly stepped onto the sand. Owyn followed closely behind. Both had hammers. Owyn's was slightly larger. His armor was rugged. They both wore your typical Atlantean armor, but Owyn's had come from Earth 0069. Nice. He had stolen it during his time with the Banshees. He glared at his father. And his opponent, the mercenary, the Bane of Earth 5555, Owyn Thorson, Gaia announced. Drums thundered. A trumpet bellowed. Gaia made her usual preamble, and then, begin. Owyn and Thor stared each other down for a moment. Owyn's hammer crackled with electricity. Owyn, son, I know it doesn't matter now, but I am sorry. Thor started. Shut up. Owyn bellowed as he flew forward with his hammer ready. A streak of bright blue lightning followed him as he charged. He brought the hammer down hard on Thor. Thor sidestepped it and drop-kicked Owyn in the chest. Owyn flew across the sand, bouncing and rolling a few times before coming to a stop. Owyn got to his feet, roaring in rage as he did so. Owyn, I loved her. You know I loved her. You left her to die. Owyn boomed as he summoned a lightning bolt that came down hard onto Thor. Thor simply raised his hammer and deflected it. There was a story there, one I'd only heard recently from David. Owyn was a bastard son of Thor. We knew that already though. The problem was that Thor had conceived Owyn during a mission in the United States. Owyn's mother was a soldier, an army intelligence officer whom Thor had seduced, slept with, and then left. Thor didn't learn about Owyn's existence until after Owyn's mother had been killed. Her killer? Army intelligence. Thor had seduced her to gain access to some classified paperwork. Basically, he was trying to find any intel he could about whether or not the US was aware of the existence of Atlantis. There was none. He'd done his searching via an implanted virus in her computer, a virus that US Army intel traced back to her. Then, Uncle Sam, being what he was, opted to eliminate her rather than arrest her. I guess the files he did find weren't that bad, which made sense as I know what they were now. Files on the SNOD unit. Owyn grew up in orphanages until one day when he found out he had electrokinesis. He burned the orphanage he'd been staying at down. He was eventually found by Atlantis, of course. By then, he'd grown to be quite a troublemaker. Thor tried to take him in, but there was also some animosity there. Things were calm for a time, until Owyn finally grew up. He had anger problems, but he worked his way up in the Atlantean intelligence service nonetheless, at least until he was banished from Atlantis for executing prisoners before trial, brutally at that. He wound up on the Banshee's radar sometime after that. Since then, he'd never looked back. He'd always blamed Thor for what happened to his mother, rightfully so. Owyn attacked again, wildly swinging his hammer. Thor blocked some blows and deflected others. It was painfully obvious that Owyn was outmatched by his father. Everyone knew it. I knew it. The crowd knew it. Thor kicked Owyn's feet out from under him. Owyn fell on his face. "I don't want to kill you, boy," Thor growled. Owyn shot to his feet, swinging his hammer upward as he did so. The hammer actually made contact with Thor's chin, sending the Thunder God flying backward. Thor hit the ground hard, Owyn going skyward with his hammer raised before bringing it down on top of him. Thor rolled to one side. Owyn howled in frustration. "That's a shame, because I've been dying to kill you," Owyn roared as he produced a wave of lightning that slammed into Thor. Thor was the god of thunder though. This didn't faze him at all. He stepped through the electric wave and launched his own hammer. It hit Owyn square in the chest. Owyn fell backward. He landed on his back and coughed up blood. Thor grabbed his hammer as he stood over his son. "Yield!" Thor commanded. Owyn clenched his fists. I could see his eyes charge up with blue lightning. Thor sighed as he put his foot on his son's chest. He raised his hammer and then brought it down. It hit Owyn in the side of the head with a thunk. Thor hit him hard, but not hard enough to kill him. Owyn was out cold though. Thor stood over him for a moment. "Fucking kids," he said as he looked up at Gaia. "I will not murder my own blood. This fight is over." Gaia simply nodded. "Very well, God of Thunder. You have advanced to the next round." Thor shouldered his hammer and turned to walk off. Two medics came out and put Owyn on a stretcher, carrying him past the next two contestants, Nergal and Deimos. I watched Deimos. He'd been a friend once, back when I spent multiple lifetimes working for the Keepers. He stood in his bulky armor. He really did look like a space marine. He had a massive knife and a plasma pistol on his hip. An oversized cannon was mounted on his shoulder. It was an energy weapon. He didn't have a helmet on, so I could see his scarred facial features. The man was adept at killing demons. That was all Nergal was to him. Another demon. I remembered several of my interactions with Deimos and his exterminators. They had fought alongside the new 9th Legion so many times. Then, the last time I saw them, they were trying to kill my men. I'd spoken to Maxis a few times about this. I guess Deimos led the attack under orders from Keeper Command. The exterminators still failed to kill anyone during the short firefight. The 9th killed 26 of them. The 9th was in attendance. I could see all their faces in the stands directly across from me. They'd all been so different after their stay in hell. All weary, all anxious. They rarely spoke to anyone who wasn't a member of the 9th. They were still the best soldiers I'd ever fought with. I missed Gaia's preamble for Deimos and Nergal. I'd zoned out. What pulled me out of my daze was the red energy cannon blasting in Nergal's direction. Nergal went skyward with a flap from his massive red wings, zipping to his left as he dodged the continuous laser that was coming his way. He roared as he made his way around the pit and toward Deimos. Nergal was at least 12 feet tall, only 2 to 3 feet taller than Deimos. He had a crude black armor and 2 massive battle axes made from an obsidian stone. He brought them down hard onto Deimos, roaring as he did so. Deimos barely had time to sidestep, pulling his knife and pistol. He fired several shots, but they didn't really do much to Nergal's armor. Nergal swung his axes wildly. Deimos struggled to dodge. Finally, he used rocket boosters in his boots to put some separation in between them as his shoulder cannon went off again. This time, it hit Nergal dead center of the chest. Nergal was sent sailing back through the sand, leaving a literal trench as he did so. The crowd went wild. Deimos stopped firing his shoulder cannon. Nergal was hard to see in the trench. I wasn't sure he'd survived. Not until the red hand emerged. Nergal came out of the trench and growled. His armor had been partially melted. His body was singed. but it was still intact. Deimos took a step back. "How? I've killed millions of you," Deimos said.
"I'm Hell's champion. There's only one of me."
Nergal sneered as he sprang forward. Deimos roared in retaliation as his rocket boots activated. The two met in the middle and began trading blows. Nergal had only one axe left. He lopped Deimos' shoulder cannon off. Deimos tried to stab an open spot of Nergal's armor, but Nergal cut the thrust with his free hand before burying the blade of his axe in Deimos' forehead. Deimos' body went limp. The only thing holding him up was the axe in his forehead. Nergal yanked it out with a squelch. Deimos fell. I wish I could say I felt bad for him, but I didn't. Not after he tried to have my men killed, orders or not. The crowd cheered until they were silenced by Kaya's voice. And the winner of the 6th battle of the first round, Hell's champion, Nergal. The Gehennin crowd went ballistic. And for our next battle, representing yours truly, the first of a new breed of warrior, a dominant predator, I give you the one, the only, Azazel. Azazel stood, holding a glaive up to the crowd. She wore a green metallic armor that fit her perfectly. She twirled her weapon around. It was then that I realized she was ungodly fast. I think faster than anything I'd ever encountered. And her opponent, some consider him to be the most dangerous rogue god since Loki. He's a master of black magic. He's a master of blood magic. He is Baron Sami. Sami bowed to the crowd, pulling his top hat off as he did so. I remembered him from the last cycle, seeing footage of what he'd done to the Lightbenders. The rogue was brutal. He was also powerful. He'd been the one to cause Owyn to become angry enough to activate his higher forms in the previous cycle. He'd done that by killing Ayesha and turning her into a rune skull. I wondered how these two would match up together. Azazel, the former archdemon turned elven warrior, or the most dangerous voodoo practitioner in the multiverse. It was time to find out. Azazel faced Sami down. The rogue deity smirked, and he snapped his fingers. Rune skulls appeared over both hands, their eyes glowing a bright purple. "These look familiar?" Sami asked. He didn't wait for her reply. "This one is from Samyaza," he said as he held one up. He then smiled widely as he held the other. "And this one is from your own angelic body," he sneered. If that bothered Azazel, she didn't show it. She got into a battle stance and readied herself. Sami's rune skulls fired their energy beams at her. The energy beams deflected off of an invisible barrier before they could reach her. I could see Sami tilt his head. It wasn't surprise on his face, it was intrigue. The rune skulls vanished from above his hands. Azazel made her move, zipping forward at a torrid pace. Sami didn't have time to dodge. The glaive slashed through him, but it was just a mirage. Sami appeared a good distance behind her, laughing as he did so. "You're a fast one," he said as his eyes started to glow white. Sami reached into his coat and pulled out a vial of glowing liquid, one that he popped open and poured down his throat. Azazel watched him closely. He smiled at her as he raised an outstretched hand. A bright white ball of energy appeared. Azazel charged again. Sami tossed the orb and it exploded in a blinding flash. Azazel was knocked off balance by the blast, stumbling 2 steps to the side before regaining her composure. She glared at Sami. Sami, whose eyes were still glowing, took in a deep breath, and then suddenly breathed fire at her like a dragon. She zipped to the side. The fire didn't come close to touching her. Before Sami was done breathing it, she was already next to him, whacking him in the side of the head with the back handle of her glaive. He flew face first into the sand before teleporting back to his feet. He laughed again. "You are impressive. This is going to be fun," he gleefully said with a hand clap. She was upon him again in an instant, stabbing into his chest. Again, mirage. Azazel growled under her breath. Sami reappeared. Azazel spun and threw her glaive at him. His eyes went large as he vanished again. He reappeared to her left. But she'd anticipated this, zipping over to where he would be just before he appeared and catching him by his throat and lifting him off of the ground. "Any last words, wizard?" she asked. He smiled again. "Cha, choo-choo," he said. A portal suddenly opened up to her left, and I kid you not, a whole-ass freight train came flying through it. The locomotive slammed into Azazel and kept coming until it slammed into the wall. The pit was now a mess. At guessed Azazel was in between the wall and the flattened front of the train, although I couldn't see her. Dust and debris had gone up everywhere, as had the train wreckage. First we summoned nukes, now we're throwing trains at each other? I'm starting to feel at a bit of a disadvantage here. Nemesis sat from next to me. Samedi faced the train wreckage. Heat teleported out from her grasp. Then, the smashed train shifted. There was a crunch, then another. Then Azazel punched her way out from the top of the wreckage. She looked down on Samedi. "Did you just hit me with a fucking locomotive?" Samedi snapped his fingers. Another portal opened up to her left. This train, however, came to a screeching halt, not even 2 feet from the portal. She'd had her hand raised, some kind of telekinesis powers holding the second train back. She didn't even look like she was struggling either. She raised her other hand. Her glaive suddenly zipped through the air and landed in her palm. She then jumped down from the top of the wreckage, the second train coming through while blaring its horn and making an even bigger mess behind her. It had collided with the shield wall, and the wall had guided it around the arena. It practically encircled the combatants now, making their arena a lot smaller. Samedi sighed, then snapped his fingers. A satchel appeared in his hands. I say satchel, it was more of a small black bag, purse almost. He opened it and reached inside. Azazel watched him patiently. "Attack him, what the fuck are you doing?" Chat asked. "She considers herself to be honorable," said Wukong. "She didn't when she was trying to fuck me in hell," said David from his chair. I swear, Azazel looked over at us with her eyes when he said that. I may be imagining it, but whatever. Samedi pulled an oversized club from the satchel. "No, not this," he said as he tossed it over his shoulder. "This," he said as he pulled an obsidian dagger from it. I recognized what it was. They had been designed in Atlantis. They were also heavily illegal. They were loaded with some kind of magic absorption spell. You could use one to steal the powers of a god. Many gods, in fact. Azazel sighed as she suddenly raised a hand. "Whose powers have you stolen with that?" she asked. "Oh, this? I used it to wipe out Atlantis on Earth 1364. I was saving it for someone else. But seeing as how you've taken 2 trains to the face, I figure, what the hell?" He raised a hand and charged it with lightning, blasting several blue bolts in her direction. Azazel dodged every single one as she made her way toward him, until finally she was upon him. Only, her feet sunk into the sand as it suddenly sucked her in. Samedi laughed as she was momentarily waist-deep in mud. He fired more lightning. This time, it hit her in the chest and head, and only pissed her off. I stole a glance at Gaia, who smirked from her perch. Azazel used her glaive to push herself out from the mud before zipping toward Samedi. Samedi teleported away, finding himself on top of one of the wrecked train cars. Azazel turned to him. I could see her grip tighten on her weapon. Samedi held the dagger up. The air temperature started shifting. I could suddenly see my own exhales. A thin layer of ice started to form across every surface of the arena. "Let's see you run so fast now," Samedi said with a laugh. Azazel eyed Gaia. Gaia nodded. Finally," Azazel said as she turned to Samedi with her hand raised. "This has all been real fun. The violins, the trains. But you see, I was only supposed to put on a show with you. Make the crowd give us some oohs and ahs. But now, well, party's over," Azazel said as she raised her hand even higher. Samedi was suddenly brought up into the air by Azazel's telekinesis. His eyes went wide as he snapped his finger several times, trying to escape. This didn't work. "You know, Mr. Samedi, I used to preside over games such as these during my time as a princess of hell," she said as she drew him closer and closer. He was now in her face. "Do you know what makes the crowd really say ooh and ah?" She raised the point of her glaive up. He was slowly pulled toward it. It entered his chest slowly. Blood trickled out onto the sand. "A bloody finish," she said as she ripped the glaive in an upward motion, slicing Samedi from his chest through his brain. Samedi's body crumpled onto the sand. Crowd went wild. Then I realized she was gonna be a nightmare to beat. She actually had to wait for the field to clear before heading to the dugout. Something about 2 wrecked trains on a circular arena with a radius of maybe 100 yards was a bit of a clusterfuck. But for the primordials, it was easy. One moment, the field was a wreck. The next, the trash had been sent somewhere else. Azazel went to the dugout. Grayson and Narrows took to the pit. Narrows was a lot bigger now. I guess he figured he didn't bring enough of himself last time. He towered over Grayson. The humanoid android had to have been at least 15 feet tall. It had 2 oversized plasma cannons on its shoulders and an extra one on its forearm. Each step it took made a thud like soft thunder. "That's a big-ass Decepticon," Chat said. Chat wasn't wrong. This thing looked like a transformer. "That's Narrows. It's why the Keepers outlawed weaponized AI in the multiverse," I said. I'd done some research on Narrows after our last tournament. Even though I hadn't had to face him, I'd come across a file of him in our archives. Narrows was an artificial intelligence that controlled a swarm of nanomachines. These nanomachines were originally designed for the medical field to help with surgeries and whatnot. These things could make constructs on a micro level. They could build complex, albeit artificial organs. But some dumb fuck decided to give command of these things to an AI whose original purpose was to fight drones in combat. It went about as well as you'd expect. A world ended. Then the AI figured how to travel the multiverse thanks to a chance encounter with a keeper logging the events. And well, I wondered what Narrows would wish for if he won. Extra batteries maybe? Then I realized I didn't really care as Gaia was already shouting, "Begin!" Grayson stood there staring at Narrows. He hadn't pulled out any weapons. He only stood still and glared at his opponent, his face full of more annoyance than anything. Narrows took 2 lumbering steps forward. All 3 of its cannons fired. Only, they hit dirt as Grayson was suddenly gone. Grayson reappeared on Narrows' back, one hand holding on for dear life, while the other was glowing a burning emerald green. He raised up and then drove the glowing hand into Narrows' head. There was a sudden blast of green energy, blinding green energy. When it cleared, Grayson was standing in the center of a crater. Narrows was gone. The crowd was dead silent, until they started to cheer loudly. Grayson straightened himself up, then walked back to the dugout. "What a fast battle," Gaia called out. "But what else can we expect from the Keeper of Enoch's sword?" "Sword from the last cycle," I said under my breath. "Well, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the fight-in portion of the tournament. Round 2 will commence at dawn tomorrow. After the reseeding, your matchups for tomorrow in the following order are..." I could feel my heart start to pound. This was it. Nemesis versus Stapleton, Nergal versus Thor, Megan versus Victor, Loxley versus Azazel, Owen Knight versus Lucifer, Marcus Octavius versus Lilith, Grayson, previous cycle, versus Ken Sullivan. And the final battle will be Abaddon versus Harbinger. Lilith. I had fucking Lilith. I honestly wasn't sure whether I should be worried or excited. Then my eyes caught Owen. He was going to have to face his father. I was about to say something to him when Yahweh's voice spoke up. "There will be a banquet this evening for the remaining contestants." Banquet. 7 of the 8 eliminated contestants had been killed, and we were having a fucking banquet. I mean, I was hungry, but still, banquet. "I wish I could help," David said. "I feel like a rent-a-cop just standing around, doing nothing." I turned and looked at him. Nemesis was speaking with Ophelia behind me. Owen had walked off with Grace. "I wish you could fight too. We need all the help we can get," I said as I started to walk past them to go and check on Owen. I saw Nemesis leave before me. "Marcus," David said as his hand landed on my shoulder. I looked at him. "You should know, their matchup was no accident. Lucifer requested Owen to be taken out of the tournament." My eyes widened with surprise. And Yahweh's response was to put them against each other? "If you want him out, you get him out." His words. I was very surprised at hearing this. Part of me, the father part, wondered if Lucifer was being genuine. Another part of me wondered if he was just trying to advance by any means necessary. It was just so hard to trust or predict someone who, well, was the devil. Is that racist? No? Okay. "Yeah, don't say a word of this to Owen," David said sternly. I hadn't planned on it. The kid was already gonna be conflicted enough. We all went back to our floors and rooms to await being called for the banquet. I found myself in my bath alone and thinking. I thought about how powerful some of our potential opponents were. I thought about how Quintus and I planned for each round of the last tournament. Now, because Father Time had fallen off the deep end, I didn't have access to the Keeper archives to study. Not that I needed to for Lilith. I remembered the day she'd taken my son Maxis and daughter Janus from me. The memories still hurt my soul. It made me want to put my head underneath the steamy waters and never come up. You'd think I'd get to visit them as a horseman, that I could go up to heaven and see them. It's not that I hadn't tried. It's just, I couldn't. Not yet. "Enjoying yourself?" Abel's voice asked from above me. I craned my neck to look at him. "Where have you been?" I asked. Abel sat down in a nearby chair and loosened his tie. "The Primordial Suite is a busy place. Everyone is scheming. They almost forgot about the games." "Scheming, you say?" I asked. Abel nodded. "So, what brings you to my bath?" I asked. "The next round mostly. The matchups are, explosive. Particularly the Ken and Grayson one." "You think Ken can win?" I asked. "I don't know. Maybe. We'd all seen Grayson knocked Ken out earlier. I knew Ken was itching for a round 2. If anything, the fight should be entertaining. I can only hope that this other Grayson isn't far too gone." "You think he'd kill Ken? Or any of us?" I asked. Abel shrugged. "I guess we can find out at this evening's banquet," Abel said. I nodded. "What about Owyn and Lucifer?" I asked. "What about them?" asked Abel. "Did Lucifer request for Owyn to be taken out?" Abel chuckled softly. "He did. It seems he actually does care for something other than himself." "Is that why they were matched up together?" I asked. "If you want him out, do it yourself. I know. David told me." I interrupted. "Can we trust Yahweh though? I mean, he could end this whole conflict himself with the snap of his fingers. Why hasn't he?" "Because humanity didn't choose that." "They didn't? You know how many people pray every night for peace? For a happy ending? To survive? Humanity chooses constantly to ask for help. Yet he sits in silence, playing his games and hoping the good guys win." Abel laughed softly. "Free will has consequences, but life without it would be meaningless. Life with help would be helpful. He does try to help, tries to guide, but in the end, people have to choose for themselves. They can try to prosper, or they can bring doom upon themselves. They can choose wrath or peace. They can be heroes and fight for what's right, or they can further their own selfish need. Free will." He took a deep breath. "Free will is the key to everything." Grayson fought for what was right. It ended the multiverse. The decisions made leading up to that moment are what ended the multiverse. "What decisions?" Abel exhaled again. "All of them, just as they do in every cycle, except this one." "And how do you know this one will be different? How do you know Amonu won't just end us all again?" "We don't, but this is the first time we've done this before. Things are already changing. Yahweh wants it to be better this time." "And what about Father Time?" I asked. "Why does he feel such disdain toward Yahweh?" "You saw. You already know the answer to that question," he said. The flash of Father Time being ripped apart by tendrils coming from Megan's stomach flew through my mind. A few hours later, I was standing in the hallway waiting for Nemesis and Ophelia to exit their room. Everyone else was already waiting for them. We were running behind for the banquet. I knocked on the door. Nemesis opened. He was wearing a black suit. He sighed. "We're coming. It's just..." I could hear Ophelia retch from somewhere in the back of Nemesis's room. I raised a brow. "What's going on?" "Ophelia's pregnant. Again." That hadn't happened in the last cycle. "Good Lord, Trent, you couldn't pull out of a driveway." Chad sat next to me. I wasn't entirely sure how he'd gotten there. I think he'd been hanging out with Nemesis and Ophelia as they'd gotten ready. Whatever, it didn't matter now. Eventually, Ophelia came to the doorway. She'd cleaned up nicely. Everyone had. We got into the elevator and rode it down to the lower floor. It opened and led us into a banquet hall. It was set up like a cafeteria. Tables were scattered about with velvet linens on them. The entire room had an 1800s rich aristocrat feel to it. I could see the primordial family sitting at a long table at the head of the room. They were all facing us. Yahweh sat in the middle with Gaia to his right and Abel to his left. Father Time sat to Abel's left, while Rhea sat next to Gaia. Our whole party sat at the same 3 tables. My eyes caught Grayson sitting alone at one table. He glared at us, more at Nemesis than anything. Nemesis noticed this and then leaned over to say something to Ophelia, who looked over at Grayson. The three of us sat at a table with Chat, Wukong, Ken, and Megan. To our left sat David, Owen, Grace, Angelica, Owen's mother, and then Anna. The remaining Gehenna contestants all sat at one table. Aberon had taken his human form, Stein. He sat next to Lilith. Nergal wasn't present. I imagined he had other things to do. Stapleton sat silently. I took a deep breath as we waited. Then, Lucifer sat his happy ass down at the same table as Owen. All eyes were on him. "Hey buddy," Lucifer said as he sat down. "Father?" Lucifer turned to Owen's mother. "Angela, my darling, you look ravishing." He smiled. Everyone still stared at him. He reached into the center of the table with his good arm and pulled a roll from the basket on the table. "What? We don't have to fight until tomorrow? Tonight's a feast." Owen narrowed his eyes. Lucifer smiled as he chewed. My eyes stole a glance at Yahweh, who laughed softly as he leaned over to Abel and said something. Abel laughed along. My eyes went then to Michael and Gabriel, who were at a table consorting with Metatron and Uriel. That made me think a bit. I wondered about the Blade of Enoch, if they could bestow it upon Nemesis and give him a greater chance at surviving, like they had with... My eyes went back to Grayson, who was no longer alone at the table. Azazel sat with him, neither of them really speaking to one another. Loxley sat at a table with Cain. Cain seemed sad. I felt for him. I knew what it was like to lose a son. I turned to Nemesis. He just looked like Max's hat, scar and all. You'd think I'd be used to it by now, but it throws me for a loop almost every time I look at him. Nemesis was watching his counterpart. I knew I was supposed to talk with the counterpart, but I didn't even know where to start. Nemesis leaned in and whispered something else to Ophelia before standing up and walking straight over to the table Grayson was sitting at. He pulled a chair and sat down. "Shit," I said as I got up and followed. I caught Aberon's glance at me and laughed. Grayson and Nemesis sat there quietly looking at each other when I got there. Grayson looked slightly confused. "This is weird," Nemesis thought it. Grayson sighed. Azazel only slightly smirked. "Not the word I'd use, but you're not exactly wrong. It's like looking into a mirror, except you look a bit more rugged. Is that the right word?" Grayson smirked for a split second. "Still a smartass, I see." I sat down with them. Then Ken pulled a chair out and sat down next to me. "Oh my god," Grayson mumbled. "Yes?" Yahweh's voice asked. "Not you," Grayson replied. "Oh. What do you guys want?" asked Grayson. "I just wanted to say hi before I kick your ass tomorrow." Ken smiled. Grayson actually did laugh. "You're exactly the same in every cycle, aren't you, cowboy?" Ken shrugged. "Why do you want to kill me?" asked Trent. Nemesis. Grayson took a deep breath. "It's not personal. I don't want to. But if it's what saves the timeline." "How does it save the timeline?" asked Nemesis. "Did you even ask?" Grayson stared at the bread basket for a moment. "You haven't seen it yet. You haven't seen her die. You haven't felt the rage. I should have known it wouldn't work. I should have known that killing Aberon would. Aberon would have killed everyone." I interrupted. He glanced at me, his eyes confused. "They told you about the last cycle?" "No, I just remember it. Just like I remember you abandoning us when Amonu came through." Grayson looked a little surprised by this. "That's not." We were interrupted by Yahweh's voice. "Now that everyone is here, I wanted to thank you all for attending. I know that the first bouts were, brutal." I turned my head. Thor and Edwin had just walked into the room. "I just wanted to bid everyone good fortune in tomorrow's bouts," he added on as he raised his glass and sat down. "Let us feast." Angels suddenly appeared with plates full of food. They began passing them out. I turned back to Grayson. He stared at the table. He was still thinking about what I'd said. I was about to ask another question. Then came another interruption. "So, here's an interesting question. If you two were to sleep together, would that be gay or masturbation?" Chad asked as he approached the table. Grayson arched an eyebrow. "He hasn't changed at all either," he said. "Well, in this case, it would be gay, because we have two different souls, because we're from two different cycles. If we were from two different multiversal timelines, it might be masturbation because we would technically be two pieces of a fragmented soul. And holy shit, I just seriously answered that. He followed up. Then his eyes landed on me. Which is why I'm curious as to how you remember the previous cycle. Were you plucked? I shook my head. No. He narrowed his eyes as he glanced at Father Time, who was giving us all a death glare from his spot on the table. Grayson took a deep breath. He stood up. Please excuse me, he said as he turned and walked out. I turned back to Father Time, who had a death glare aimed straight at Nemesis. My eyes then hit Abel, who'd caught this as well. We'd communicated without really communicating. Something was off here. We needed to talk. I stood up next. Nemesis stood back up alongside me, as did Ken. We turned to head back to our table. Chat slid into Nemesis' seat and looked straight at Azazel. I've never been with an elf before, he said. I will rip your guts out and feed them to you. Ooh, kinky. Nemesis grabbed Chat by his collar and pulled him up. Let's go, buddy, he said. The rest of the banquet went without much incident. No prodding from Abaddon. He actually seemed distant, almost like he was nervous about fighting the Harbinger. That surprised me more than anything. We went back to our floor. The elevator dinged, and the doors slid open. Abel stood there waiting for us, his arms crossed. Marcus, he greeted. Everyone started to file into their rooms, everyone aside from myself and Nemesis. Did you catch what he said about the souls? I did. Then why do I remember the previous timeline? What isn't making sense here? Abel took a breath. I think our friend has been lied to. Souls don't break down between cycles. The only thing that is stripped is their memories. Then they transfer over to the next cycle. What about that of Nemesis, the second kid? A soul that never existed in the new timeline? I asked. Abel's eyes widened. Ophelia's pregnant? He asked. Nemesis nodded. I don't know. This has never happened before. We're getting off topic, said Nemesis. I nodded. Our Trent was right. We were. Why did Father Time give us all a death stare when we spoke to Grayson? Abel sighed. He looked us all up and down. Trent, go be with your wife. Marcus, come with me. Nemesis nodded. Abel snapped his fingers. We were suddenly on another floor, ahead of a door labeled Trent Grayson. We heard the screaming immediately. I told you not to congregate with them. Father Time was in there. He was pissed. What aren't you telling me? Grayson demanded calmly. No, you don't get to ask me questions, World Ender. You obey, like a good little lapdog. Abel groaned as he pushed the door open. Father Time and Grayson both turned to us. Father Time's face was bright pink. Grayson sat in a chair, calm as he could be. Father Time's face contorted in rage when he saw us. What do you want? He demanded. Answers. Leave, Father Time ordered. Trent, Abel started as he looked at Grayson. You don't have to listen to whatever he's trying to tell you. If you need help, I'm here. Grayson stood up and calmly walked to the door to his room. It was then I noticed how barren the room was. It looked like a cheap motel room. He smiled softly at us. I'll be fine. Tell Ken I'll see him in the morning, he said before slowly shutting the door. Abel and I looked at each other. Then he snapped his fingers. We didn't talk much when we got back to my room. Abel said he needed to go and speak with Yahweh. He left. I sat in my room. I took a deep shaky breath. I was gonna have to fight Lilith in the morning. This was gonna be interesting. The night felt like it went by fast. Maybe it did. Everything was kind of a blur when we found ourselves sitting in the dugout. Nemesis stood across from Stapleton at the base of the stairs. I'd hoped I'd get to face you, Stapleton said. Nemesis eyed him. It's only right that I kill Abel's new toy in front of him. He'll only replace you once he's through. Stapleton sneered. Once you're dead and your kid is all alone. He continued. You talk a lot of shit, don't you? Nemesis asked. Stapleton smirked. I merely speak the truth. Nemesis shrugged. Do you have any kind of prophetic powers I don't know about? Are you related to Father Time? No. Then it isn't the truth, Nemesis said as he stepped out onto the sand. Drums bellowed. The crowd roared. For our first battle of round 2, here stand 2 men, both students of the Horsemen. One a betrayer and the other a soldier. One killed a king, and the other killed. Well, it's a long list. For our first battle of the second round, behold, Nemesis versus Stapleton. The crowd boomed. A horn bellowed again. Drums beat hard and fast. Are you ready for spectacle? Nemesis and Stapleton put their helmets on. Are you ready for bloodshed? Nemesis drew his sword. Stapleton pulled both his sword and his scythe. Are you ready to find out who is the strongest? Drums beat hard. A horn bellowed again. The crowd roared. Gaia proclaimed, "Begin!" Nemesis wasted no time. He sprang forward and swiped his sword. Stapleton deflected the attack with his own purple glowing blade and retaliated with his short scythe. Nemesis ducked under the blow and swiped Stapleton's legs out from under him. Stapleton hit the ground hard. Nemesis didn't let up, stabbing at him several times but finding nothing but sand. Stapleton rolled away from the blows before getting to his knee, whilst simultaneously swiping his scythe. Nemesis backed off a step to dodge, but that gave Stapleton time to go on the attack. He started slashing wildly at Nemesis with both his weapons. Nemesis dodged some blows while blocking others before returning fire. He deflected a sword blow aimed for his neck with an upward swing, then brought the sword back down hard on the top of Stapleton's head. It was a quick strike. The man stumbled back a few steps, a massive gash in his helmet. We'd all known Gideon's Omega Soldier's armor wasn't really up to par with our own. Don't get me wrong, it protected his head, but the helmet couldn't take another strike like that. Stapleton knew this, stripping the helmet off and tossing it to the sand. Trent put his sword back onto his back. The move was subtle. "I'm gonna cut you to pieces," Stapleton growled as he flicked the blade of his scythe at Trent. Trent raised his forearm up and a circular shield materialized. The blade glanced off of it. Trent retaliated, and when I say he retaliated, I mean he returned fire. Literally, he'd used his free hand to pull the 1911 from his hip, aim it and fire. Stapleton wasn't expecting this. The round whisked through his forehead. He crumpled to the ground. Grayson laughed from the other side of the dugout. The crowd went silent. Nemesis walked up to Stapleton's body and aimed his pistol again. He fired another round into Stapleton's head, holstered his pistol, and then walked back to the dugout. "And Nemesis is going to the quarterfinals," Gaia bellowed. Nemesis walked past Thor and Nergal, who stood at the base of the stairway. Thor nodded at Nemesis. Nemesis walked into the dugout. I could see Abaddon rubbing his chin as he sat next to his mother. "Well, he lasted longer than I expected," Abaddon said. I couldn't help but groan. Way to have faith in your own people. For our next battle, we have two champions. The champion of Gehenna's arenas versus the former champion of Atlantis, the Sumerian war god versus the Asgardian god of thunder. I give you Thor versus Nergal. Thor and Nergal took to the sands. Nemesis walked over to where I was standing, and I looked out into the sands. Gaia gave her preamble in the background. "Is that Ophelia's shield gauntlet?" I asked. "Yep," Nemesis said. "Huh, I thought he'd put up more of a fight, honestly." Nemesis turned to Abaddon and Lilith and sighed. "Gehenna's got 4 fighters left," he said. I nodded. Gehenna isn't the only threat. "Yeah, well, let's hope Harbinger and Abaddon kill each other," he said. "Begin," Gaia called out. Nergal roared loudly as he raised his axes. Thor's eyes flashed with lightning as he prepared himself. He gripped his hammer's now extended handle with both hands. Nergal charged forward, howling like a savage. A blue streak of lightning came down and popped Nergal on top of the head. Nergal was suddenly on his back, inside of a crater. Thor went skyward, with his hammer raised, a blue streak of lightning trailing his hammer. He brought it down hard. There was a loud, smacking sound. Thunder cracked. He raised his hammer and brought it down again, then again, then again, then again, each hammer sending a shockwave out of the crater. Thor hadn't held back. Then, with one last roar of rage, the god of thunder brought the business end of the hammer down hard onto Nergal's head. His helmet caved in. Bloody bits of brain and skull showered the sand. The burly red-headed god raised his hammer and roared a war cry. He was really holding back against his son, said Ken to my right. "What a display of raw strength," Gaia announced. "Those fights went faster than they should have," said Megan. "Those weren't fights, those were slaughters," I said softly. Megan took a deep breath. I guess it's my turn, she said before kissing Ken and heading over toward the steps. Victor stood there waiting for her. The former angelic general turned demon had a sword at his waist, his blood-red wings now draped around him. He looked down on her. You know, your daughter was a close friend of mine. Is this what Rain would want? Asked Megan. Victor only sneered. I felt some way about that. Rain was the first woman I'd ever actually loved. Flashes of her flew through my mind. Flashes of that first night in my cabin. I was grieving, and she'd come for me. She'd been my rock. Then she'd been beheaded. Victor didn't take it well. The whole thing changed his outlook on humanity as a whole. I wondered why he was still siding with Aberon though. Megan was right. Rain wouldn't approve of what he was doing in her name. I wondered if Victor knew that. I wondered if he just didn't care. For our third battle of round 3, it's the Witch Horseman versus the Fallen General. A battle of powerhouses. I present to you Megan versus the being whose real name is too long to say in any known language, Victor. Victor and Megan stood and faced each other in the arena. Victor pulled his sword and got into a battle stance, his wings stretched out behind him. Megan seemed calm. She only slightly smiled. Gaia's voice seemed to fade into the background. You don't dare bring my daughter up. Where were you when she was beheaded? Victor growled. You work for the people that had her killed. Humans had her killed. No, she died because of those who worshipped Lilith's bloodlust, Megan argued. I could see Victor's face twitch with fury. Then came the drums. Then the horn. Begin, Gaia boomed. Victor went skyward with a flap of his massive wings, his obsidian sword erupting in black flame. Megan stayed calm as she watched him. He did the same to her, both sizing each other up to see who would make the next move. Victor made the first move, extending his blade forward. A pillar of black flames flooded toward Megan. She raised a hand. The pillar split in 2 different directions on either side of her. Megan then raised both of her hands. The sands all around her suddenly rose up in a swirling whirlwind. I lost sight of both her and Victor. The swirling sandstorm consumed the fighting pit. Plumes of black flame flashed around the whirlwind. Then red flames. Then orange flames. I could hear Victor roar with frustration. Enough! He bellowed as an invisible force suddenly forced all the sand back down to the floor. Victor stood there with several cuts on his arms and legs across from Megan, who held Amara's dagger in one hand. She stood there with a smirk as she twirled the blade. Victor readied his sword and stormed forward. Megan raised a hand. Victor came to a complete stop as he struggled to try and surge forward. The sand beneath his feet suddenly liquefied. Victor started to sink, but flapped his wings. He got a little bit of air, but the telekinetic force that Megan was using to pin him there pushed him back. He sailed through the air until he was suddenly pinned to the shield wall. I could see the energy burning his back and wings. He screeched in pain as Megan exerted more force onto him. Megan kept her hand up as she approached him. The crowd behind him roared delightfully. I get it, Victor. I do. I know what it means to be consumed by rage, by hatred. I remember losing Merlin, the man who raised me, the man who'd been my father after my own father had sold me off. I know what it's like to lose. She exerted more force on him. He roared with rage. You fell. You disgraced yourself. You decided that a few bad humans made the whole of humanity not worth fighting for. And what did that get you? A sword in your neck? You looked down on us lowly humans. You looked down your nose at us all. And why? Because we're savages? Tell me, Victor, how many did you kill in her name? How many? Victor struggled as he managed to separate an arm from the energy shield. Megan only pushed down harder, rendering his whole body pinned again. Megan turned and eyed me. Then she turned back to Victor. Rain was good. Rain was pure. Rain loved and was loved in return. She got to live. What happened to her was tragic. It was terrible. Megan took a deep breath. She wouldn't want this. Not from you. You dare, Victor grumbled. Oh yes, I dare. The force pulled Victor from the shield and then slammed him down on it again. He growled and then snapped his fingers. Megan spun quickly and raised her hand again. He appeared right in her crosshairs and was sent into the shield on the other side of the arena. He roared in frustration. It was hard to teleport when trying to keep your body from being crumpled like an empty soda can. Rain wouldn't want me to kill you though, but I leave that choice up to you. Yield. Yield and surrender yourself to heaven's mercy. Maybe you'll get to see her in heaven, her and your granddaughter. This made my heart shudder a bit. I'd never thought to go see her in heaven, or even my other kids. Or I had, but I guess I was busy, trying to protect the world and all. I actually had never been to heaven. Abel had been often. I'd never met my daughter with Rain as she'd never been born. Rain had been killed by that cult with the child in her belly. I didn't even know her name. But then again, knowledge like that wasn't for the living. I was still living technically. I had responsibilities too. All you have to do is yield, Victor, Megan commanded. Victor growled. Megan twirled her knife. Come on, Victor. You know what you did was wrong. You know you went mad with rage and grief. Did your mind not clear when Keith killed you? Yield, Megan commanded. Victor roared as he used all his strength to get his hand in front of him. He snapped again and vanished. Megan closed her eyes and knelt. He reappeared above her, his sword in his hand and a black whirlwind of flame coming down on her. Megan raised a hand. The flames spread out around an invisible ball-shaped shield. When this attack didn't work, he raised his sword and brought it down hard. However, there was a loud crack and a flash. The shield had exploded with a bright white energy. Victor was sent hurtling across the sandy pit. Megan was suddenly floating. Her eyes were both glowing white. Her blade was glowing white as well. Victor got to a knee. Yield, she commanded. Never, Victor bellowed back as he sprang forward with his wings spread out wide. He moved in a blur. Megan flicked her wrist. Her dagger moved even faster than Victor had. It zipped through his chest like a bullet. Victor's eyes went wide. He looked down at the 4 to 5 inch hole in his sternum, then looked up at Megan. Megan had an outstretched hand open toward him. Victor raised his sword again as he took 2 steps forward. That was when Megan's knife came flashing back through the air, whisking through the back of Victor's skull and out his face. The former angelic general fell to the ground. The crowd went nuts. Damn, Nemesis said. Megan looked down at his body before turning to me and nodding. I nodded back. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner. The witch goes to round 3. The next 2 fighters stood at the base of the steps, Azazel and the hopelessly outmatched Loxley. I can remember looking at the man as he stepped out onto the sand. He took a deep breath. What's the over-under on him making it longer than 2 seconds? Asked Nemesis. Not great, I replied. There was no shame in yielding. Azazel had ragdolled Baron Sami. Before that, she toyed with him. For our next battle, it's the elf versus the archer, the princess versus the thief, Azazel versus Robin Hood. I watched Loxley closely as he drew an arrow and knocked it. I guess he was gonna see this thing through to the end. Azazel eyed him as she planted her glaive in the sand. You know you can't win this, archer. There's no shame in yielding. Then you should surrender, he said with a raised eyebrow. Azazel scoffed as she got into a battle stance. I shall make your death quick then. The one-eyed archer smiled. The drums beat. Trumpet sounded off. Gaia announced. Begin. Loxley wasted 0 time, pulling and firing his first arrow. Azazel batted it down with her glaive before zipping over to Loxley and thrusting the blade at his chest. Loxley sidestepped just in time to avoid it, but she spun and batted the handle into his ribs. Loxley wheezed as he bounced across the sand. He didn't let it stop him though, getting to his feet and firing another arrow, this one aimed at the ground near Azazel's feet. It hit right as Azazel took off. The arrow produced a patch of ice across the sand. Azazel slipped and fell flat on her ass. Loxley pulled an arrow from his quiver and fired at the downed Azazel, but she caught it. Loxley laughed at this. Why do people keep doing that? He asked. The arrow suddenly exploded in her face. Azazel came out of the cloud of smoke in the same way Artemis had, more pissed off than anything, but she didn't get the chance to react as 2 arrows hit the ground near her feet. They exploded with a gooey, putty-like substance. Azazel barely avoided it. It was a neon green and hissed on the sand like acid. Loxley fired another arrow. Azazel raised a hand. The arrow stopped a few inches from her hand. It exploded, sending black ink across the invisible barrier that Azazel had raised. Locksley took his chance, sprinting forward and sliding to Azazel's left. He took aim and fired. This arrow was a silver color. It was also warded to hell. It whistled through the air and hit Azazel in the shoulder. Azazel winced in pain. She reached up to grab it out, but a red electric energy suddenly shocked her hand. She screamed as she glared at Locksley. The one-eyed archer smirked. She lunged forward, but she was noticeably slower. She wasn't capable of moving at super speed anymore. Locksley had sort of leveled the playing field with that arrow. He wasn't done. He had another arrow aimed at her. He knocked and loosed it. Azazel slapped it with her glaive as she approached it. It exploded behind her. He fired another arrow at her feet. The corrosive green acid putty came forth. She raised her hand, and the chunk of ground that the arrows had hit flew back at Locksley. His eyes grew large as he fired another arrow. It cut the chunk in half. The two half chunks missed. Locksley pulled another arrow, but Azazel was suddenly in his face, her hand clasping around his neck. He pulled the arrow and drove the point into her throat, but the point didn't even penetrate. "No more tricks, Archer," she growled. Locksley grunted, then stabbed again and again. "That's not enough to kill me. Not just you." The arrow exploded. Dust went up everywhere. My eyes grew large. The crowd was dead silent, and then the dust settled. Azazel stood there, her glaive stabbed into the ground. She looked more annoyed than anything. Locksley was on the ground under her. His right arm and half of his upper torso was just gone. Locksley had killed himself trying to take her out. Didn't even scratch her, although she was in pain from the arrow in her shoulder. Gaia looked a bit annoyed by this. She growled under her breath, then put on a fake smile. "A surprisingly good bout, but in the end, the strongest wins, as nature tends to go. You're winner of this battle, moving on to the quarterfinals. I give you Azazel." The crowd's applause was deafening. I could hear Owyn sigh behind me as he stood up. I turned to him. He had a solemn look in his eyes. It was his turn. His turn to fight his father, which meant I would fight Lilith next. I put my hand on Owyn's shoulder as he started walking to the dugout stairway. "It's going to be okay," I reassured. Owyn turned to me and smiled. "I know, I'm about to fuck up my old man." I laughed softly, then eyed Nemesis. He was also smirking. "Good luck, kid," he said. Owyn nodded as he stopped at the stairway. Lucifer stood there waiting for him. "Hey, buddy," Lucifer said. "Hey, Dad," Owyn replied. "I promise, I'm gonna go easy on you," Lucifer said. Owyn shrugged. I could see him grip the handle of the Twilight Blade. "I'll do the same," he replied as his horns and wings suddenly exploded from his back and forehead. Lucifer laughed. "You're a terrible liar." Nemesis and I looked at each other. Then Nemesis turned to Ken. Ken was staring across the dugout at Grayson. "You keep looking at him like that, and he may think you're hitting on him," Nemesis said. Ken smiled. "I'm gonna hit on him later, with my guns." "Ken, that didn't sound nearly as badass as you think it did," Megan said as she sat down next to him. Owyn and Lucifer walked out of the center of the arena. "So, tell me, Owyn, if you won this whole thing, what would you wish for? To not be an only child?" asked Lucifer. "I have a sister by my mother, you dunce," Owyn replied. Lucifer shrugged. "My point still stands. Don't get me wrong, I really wish I had a better pull-out game, but that would be a waste of a wish." "It isn't a wish, it's a favor. There are some things you couldn't ask for. Did you not read the rules?" Owyn asked. Lucifer shrugged. "I'm not much of a terms and conditions kind of guy." Owyn rolled his eyes as he got into a battle stance. Gaia finished her announcements. A trumpet blared. Drums beat fast. "Begin," Gaia called out. "Are you ready, father?" Owyn asked. Lucifer stood there. He'd taken Ares' arm and used it to replace the one he'd lost. He now wore a white tuxedo. His black eyes looked Owyn up and down. "You sure are an uppity little shit," he said. Owyn didn't reply. He stepped forward and raised the blade. A black tornado of flame came forth and roasted Lucifer. I could hear him laughing as he stepped out from the flames. His suit had been completely burnt off. Lucifer was now naked. "Come on now, Owyn. That didn't work on Lilith. What makes you think it would work on me? Owyn grunted as he charged forward. He swiped his twilight blade at Lucifer's throat. Lucifer took a step back in surprise. You little shit. He laughed. Owyn brought the sword back around for another strike. Lucifer caught the black burning blade in his hand and ripped it from Owyn's grasp. Owyn's face grew an oh shit expression. Lucifer then drop-kicked Owyn in the chest, sending him tumbling through the sand. Lucifer tossed the sword to the dirt. You can't kill me with my own blade. Wait, were you actually trying to kill me? Lucifer asked. Owyn roared as his upper torso erupted in flames. He charged forward. Lucifer laughed with glee as he dodged Owyn's first punch. He then kicked Owyn's feet out from under him. Owyn fell to the sand again. Lucifer looked down upon his own son. Well, I gotta give it to you. You're 100% my kid. Owyn sprang to his feet. Lucifer stepped backward. Owyn swung again. Lucifer sidestepped the punch, then snapped his fingers. He was suddenly behind Owyn. Owyn turned, throwing a punch as he did so. Lucifer vanished again. But, he said as he reappeared next to Owyn. Owyn turned quickly, but not before Lucifer tapped on his forehead. Owyn's eyes rolled to the back of his head. His knees buckled and he fell to the sand. Owyn was unconscious. I'm still Daddy, and Daddy learns from his mistakes. Lucifer turned and looked up at Gaia. I guess I'll spare the boy. You know, because children are our future and all. What can I say? I'm an altruist. Gaia only rolled her eyes. Yahweh smirked. Abel looked unsurprised. Father Time was indifferent. We'd all known he was gonna do it. I'd expected Owyn to at least get a few hits in on him. We would find out later that Lucifer had put certain spells in place that prevented Owyn from actually being able to deal him any real damage. He'd done this when Owyn was born. He'd also put an instant knockout spell in him. I guess after his other son had cut his wings off, Daddy had learned from his mistakes. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the winner of this bout of round 2, the Morning Star, Lucifer. I made my way towards the steps. My eyes were on Lilith the whole way there. She was whispering something to Aberon before she got up. I stood at the base of the steps. There were only 3 to 4 of them. Lucifer was at the top step. I could hear Lilith exhale when she stopped next to me. I turned and looked at her. I could smell the sulfur. She was in one of her Gehennian-grown bodies. The body had to be 7, maybe 8 feet tall. I looked up at her. She smiled sadistically as she looked down at me. Centurion, she hissed. I ignored her. Ignored the woman who'd killed 2 of my kids. Ignored the woman who'd started the coup in Gehenna that had gotten my brothers wiped out. My hand rested on the handle of my sword. I'd already summoned my armor. I was all decked out like a centurion, only my armor was black. I looked up at Lucifer, whose black eyes were resting on Lilith. She noticed him standing there. If only they had paired us up together. Lucifer sneered. Lilith grimaced. Maybe they will, she replied. Lucifer looked at her, then at me. Right, he said as he walked past us. I could feel Lilith's seething hate for her former husband. For our next matchup, this time it's personal. The Queen of Gehenna, the Mother of Monsters. I give you Lilith. Gaia bellowed as we walked out onto the sand. The Gehennian section roared. I looked into the dugout, where all eyes were on us. Grayson had gotten up from his bench and was watching closely. And for her opponent, we have the survivor of the River Styx, the last of the 9th. I give you Marcus Octavius.
For the 9th.
The 9th Roman Legion called out from their section. It gave me a sense of pride hearing that. I'd remembered what we had done just to bring all those men back. What David had gone through. What my men had faced in hell. The torture. The carnage. For over 1,000 years. My glance went over to Gaia. She smiled as she looked down on us. I turned back to Lilith. The 4 inky black tendrils on her back were already writhing. Writhing like they were ready to aim and fire. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for spectacle? Gaia bellowed. The crowd roared. My heart rate sped up with the beat of the drums. Are you ready for bloodshed? I could feel the beat of the drums, hear the chant of the Legion. For the 9th, for the 9th, for the 9th. Are you ready to find out who is the strongest? The trumpet blared. The drums reached a crescendo. I pulled my sword and readied my shield. Begin, Gaia called out. Are you ready to die, Centurion? She asked. I glared at her. I knew exactly what I was gonna do here. I'd played this scenario out a million times in my head. Lilith's inky black tendrils fired their red beams. I vanished and reappeared next to her, slashing my gladius at her throat. Blood spewed out everywhere, painting the sand in crimson. Lilith's face was one of surprise. I didn't say a word, not even as her head hit the sand. Her body fell to the ground with an audible thud. I looked down at it for a moment. I figured she'd give me some kind of fight, some kind of battle. I figured she'd known that I wasn't the same man she'd dealt with before, that I'd changed. I thought she'd grown, that she had learned. But sometimes, bitches just don't learn. I looked up at Gaia, who seemed annoyed that the battle ended so quickly. Abel smirked, and Yahweh tried to hide his amusement. I turned back to the dugout. Nemesis was smiling and nodding his head, and so was Grayson. Seeing two versions of the same guy doing the exact same thing threw me for a loop. Grayson stood next to Ken at the base of the stairway. Well, well, well. The former champion of the multiversal fighting tournament wins again. Who would have seen that coming? She said sarcastically. Congratulations, Mr. Octavius. Welcome to the quarterfinals. I nodded politely before walking back towards the dugout. I passed Ken and Grayson. Ken winked at me. I exhaled. For our next battle, the penultimate clash of round 2. It's the last man alive from the previous cycle. I give you Trent fucking Grayson. She didn't Trent fucking Grayson me, Nemesis said. I walked down the stairwell, making sure to note the death glare I was receiving from Abaddon. I approached Megan and Nemesis and sighed. I honestly missed Gaia introduce Ken. I turned back to the pit to find Ken and Grayson staring each other down. Drums were pounding and a trumpet was bellowing. Begin, she'd said. Ken and Grayson stared at each other for a moment. You killed the woman I love, Ken said as he placed a hand on his revolver. She looks pretty alive to me, Grayson replied. Ken nodded as he looked over at us, then back at Grayson. He exhaled. It's the principle, he said before suddenly yanking his revolver and firing. The shot rang out loud. Grayson caught the bullet between his thumb and index finger. He'd caught the bullet mere inches from his face. Ken instinctively took a step back in surprise. Keep in mind, he had used this weapon to kill Lilith's original body in Crawford. This was also a horseman weapon, meaning it could kill almost anything in that stadium short of a primordial or Abaddon infused with Dagon's powers. Or so I thought. Ken let out a soft laugh. Well, I was not expecting that, said Ken. Grayson shrugged. Ken aimed and fired again. Grayson simply stepped out of the way. Ken grunted under his breath. This shit ain't gonna work, is it? He asked. Grayson shook his head. Okay, Ken said as he put his revolver in its holster. You know, Ken, I always found it funny how we had this group of people, all of which have different powers and abilities, come from different backgrounds. Then your power is just gun. Ken laughed at this, then reached into his jacket pocket and pulled 2 sets of gold-colored knuckle dusters out. I'll show you, gun, he said. Grayson tilted his head to the side. Are those brass knuckles? He asked. Abel gave them to me, said they were heavenly metals. So no, not brass. Grayson nodded. So, what now? Put 'em up, big boy, Ken growled. Grayson actually genuinely smiled at this. Oh, for fuck's sake, he muttered as he approached Ken, both his fists glowing with green energy. What followed was a straight-up boxing match. Ken fired first with a right cross that Grayson dodged with a quick step backward. Grayson replied with a jab to Ken's chin. Ken was knocked back a step, but he replied with another cross, followed by an uppercut. They both connected, but Grayson's chin was like iron, barely phased him. He retaliated with a quick shot to Ken's side and followed it with a blow to the cheek with the same hand. These shots knocked Ken off balance enough to cause him to spin around. I could see bruises already forming on his cheek. He straightened himself up and glared at Grayson. I thought you were just a horseman. Grayson's eyes flashed green. He was no ordinary horseman. He was a horseman that had gotten his powers from a primordial masquerading as one. To top that off, he had the sword of Enoch. I'm just a man trying to fix his mistakes, Grayson said as he stepped forward. Ken grunted as he threw a cross at Grayson. Grayson caught it and then delivered a kick to Ken's leg that brought him to his knees. Ken tried to pull his pistol, but Grayson caught him by the wrist and redirected the shot. The round hit the shield wall in front of the dugout. Grayson yanked the gun from Ken's hand before kicking him to the sand. Grayson aimed the weapon at Ken's head. Ken put his hands up. "We done here?" Grayson asked. Ken turned and looked at us. I could hear Megan's heart racing in her chest. Ken scoffed. "Yeah, I guess we are." Grayson turned to Gaia. "Fight's over," he said as he turned and walked towards the dugout. Ken lay there for a second, rubbing the bruise on his chin. I could see the irritation plastered across Gaia's face. "Wait," Gaia said. Grayson stopped and then turned and looked at her. "What?" "Congratulations on advancing to the quarterfinals," Gaia said with venom. Grayson gave a mock bow and then proceeded to walk off. He walked into the dugout and sat down in his little corner. Next up was the Harbinger versus Aberon, a real slobber knocker. Aberon stood at the base of the stairway alongside the Harbinger. Aberon didn't say anything to him. Maybe it was because Aberon was the last of the Gehennian forces left in the tournament, which meant we were kicking their ass. Or that's what it would have meant, if not for all the other insanely powerful contenders. For our next battle, a true heavyweight matchup, it's the Harbinger of Amonu, Herald of the Black God, versus the King of the Gehennian Empire, the Usurper, Aberon. The two walked out onto the sand and turned to face each other. The Gehennian crowd went ballistic. Everyone else sat there in intense trepidation, all waiting for whatever came next. Gaia looked down on the two for a moment. She had a smirk on her face. "Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for spectacle in its truest form?" The drums beat slowly. "Are you ready for bloodshed?" she asked. The drums beat faster. The Gehennian crowd roared, but no one else did. "Are you ready to find out who is the strongest?" The trumpet blared. The horns sped up greatly. Gaia announced, "Begin." Aberon looked down at the Harbinger. The Middle Eastern man had a wide grin on his face. Aberon looked almost disturbed by this.
You are the vessel,"
Harbinger said in almost adoration. Aberon tilted his head to the side. "No, I do what I want."
"What you want? What is it that you want? My God can bless you with many things."
I hear his voice. I know what promises he offers. It isn't for me. Sorry. Harbinger nodded thoughtfully.
"You say that now, but when Grayson kills you, who do you think will take over that shell of a body?"
I grow bored of these conversations. Aberon boomed as he put his helmet on. Harbinger straightened himself up.
"If you won't give the vessel up, then I'll take it from you,"
Harbinger said as he raised a hand at Aberon. Aberon was sent careening onto his back by an unseen force. He hit the sand hard. His metal armor made a thunk. Harbinger raised his hands again, and Aberon was sent flying up and into the screen. Harbinger then just let him fall. Dirt and dust went everywhere. It took a moment to settle. When it did, Aberon was getting to his feet. Harbinger went to raise his hands again, but Aberon vanished. Harbinger turned with a hand raised. I think he thought Aberon was going to appear there, but Aberon didn't. He instead appeared in the air above his double-bladed sword, glowing red and black flames appearing above one hand. Harbinger whirled around an item. He unleashed a whirlwind of black flames onto the Harbinger, but it only seemed to collide with an invisible barrier. I could see tendrils beginning to snake their way out from Harbinger's back. He returned fire with several red beams of energy. Aberon laughed as he blocked them with his sword. Harbinger growled as the intensity of the beams increased, but Aberon's sword seemed to absorb the energy. It was like the beams were attracted to it. Harbinger stopped his attack. Aberon's swords were glowing brightly. He raised it up and launched it like a spear. It moved through the air with a sonic boom. It hit hard. Sand and dust went everywhere again. When it settled, we all found ourselves looking into a deep crater. Harbinger was impaled at the bottom. Aberon was still hovering above. Harbinger looked at the sword. Then his eyes moved up to Aberon. He grabbed the sword by its handle and started to try and pull himself up, the tendrils on his back pushing him up the blade. You know, planning for you was difficult. I had to find a way to destroy every single cell. Gehennian flame would work well, but I also had to keep my distance. I wouldn't want you to infect me and make me Amonu's little toy. Aberon growled. Harbinger's eyes grew large as Aberon's sword began to crackle as it charged up some more. Tell Amonu that my mind is my own. My body is my own. Harbinger laughed loudly.
My God will have you, whether you like it or not.
Abaddon scoffed. They really thought this would be a fair fight. Abaddon snapped his fingers. The sword erupted in a black, flaming fireball. A harbinger screeched loudly as he burned to ash. The creature that had survived a Tsar bomb to the face had just been wiped out by a fire hotter than the sun. Abaddon lowered himself down into the crater. His furious glare rested on the primordial suite. You think you can rig these games? You think I don't see what you're doing? Go ahead, give me anyone. I will get that favor. I will have the multiverse. I don't care who you put in my way. Was this son of a bitch really whining about a rigged game? After everything he did in the previous cycle? Especially to Grayson. This shit's better than wrestling, Nemesis said. I turned and looked at him, then back to Abaddon, who stood in the center of the pit. Abaddon, you have made it to the quarterfinals. Congratulations. And that is the end of round 2. Gaia was addressing the crowd now. For the quarterfinals, starting at dawn tomorrow, we shall begin with Nemesis versus Thor, Abaddon versus Lucifer, Megan versus Azazel. Then, we shall finish with Marcus Octavius versus Trent Grayson. Rest tonight. Feast. Be ready on the morrow, she said as she narrowed her eyes at Abaddon. I could feel my breath shudder. I had the title fight, against Grayson, no less. I turned and eyed him from across the dugout. He nodded respectfully at me. This was gonna be a tall order, but I'd fought more powerful opponents before and won. Whether or not I could win this one was I wasn't sure. We went back to our rooms. I arrived in my hallway to find that Grace and Angelica were walking out of Owyn's room. He'd been brought up after his fight with Lucifer. He was still out cold. He was fine. We would just need Megan to clear out the spell. I walked toward my room. Marcus, Nemesis said from behind me. I turned and looked at him. I assume you want to brief me on what you think your counterpart might do tomorrow? I asked. Nah, he's probably anticipating that already. I was gonna ask if you wanted to come by. Let Derek see his super great grandpa. I nodded. The day had worn heavy on all of us, so I thought a break would be beneficial. That night, there was no banquet, but there was an open cafeteria where we could get food. Nemesis, Wukong and I would head down there to pick some stuff up. Once there, we found the place mostly empty aside from Lucifer, who sat by himself at a table. He looked down at his meal, which looked like a sandwich and a cosmic brownie. He hadn't touched it. I walked up behind him. The spell should wear off at about noon tomorrow. Tell the witch not to bother trying to break it, he said. You just beat one son. Now you face the other, I said. I can't help but wonder, was it intentional? I knew damn well it was. I knew damn well it was Gaia's doing as well. I knew what had happened to Lucifer in the last cycle, how he'd been absorbed by Abaddon. He took a deep breath. He turned to me and smiled. You were there the last time we fought, all those years ago. Do you think I'm suddenly powerful enough to kill him now, without my wings? After all, it's not my destiny, is it, Ant? He said as he eyed Nemesis. I suppose it is better for me to fight him than it is for Owyn. He took a deep breath. Who's to stop Amonu from taking over if I do kill him? I don't know, I answered. I don't know the answers to any of that. I wish I did. He laughed softly as he pulled the shot glass from the table and took a swig. He put the glass down. Do me a favor, if this battle doesn't go my way tomorrow, tell Owyn that everything's gonna be fine. He smiled at us. His black eyes seemed to glimmer in the overhead light. I nodded and started to walk off. He seemed very unsure about his chances here. I didn't blame him though. Abaddon had to be the most powerful player left in the tournament. Grayson and Azazel would easily be in second and third. However, I wasn't sure who would win between the two of them. Then there was the rest of us. 2 horsemen, an archangel, a god, and an omega soldier. I didn't like our chances. We got ourselves some grub and started making our way back to our rooms. We got into the elevator, the 3 of us waiting for it to take us to our floor. So, you're gonna be a dad again? I asked Nemesis. He laughed. If I live through this, yeah. The more I thought about it, the more I considered that Nemesis may not actually live through this. The number of opponents he faced that would spare him was dwindling. His next fight was going to be with Thor, and that ogre of a god made him a bit worried. I trusted Nemesis though. He was put in this tournament for a reason, and he had the spear tip of destiny. The door to the elevator opened. We found ourselves in a hallway. But not our hallway. I glanced at Nemesis and then Wukong. Wukong tried to hit the elevator button again, but it didn't work. We then nervously stepped out into the hallway. This hallway was narrow. It reminded me of one you'd see in an old hotel. That was when I heard the voices. "What do you mean kill him? He's a friend," Thor's voice asked. "I've shown you what he does. What becomes of Ophelia? Is she not one of your own?" asked another voice. This one was Father Time. "That is from an old timeline that's already been changed. Yet, destiny remains unbalanced. You can save the multiverse, Thor. You just have to kill Trent Grayson. If you want Trent Grayson dead so bad, then why did you bring a second one?" Thor asked. "He's a useful piece on a board, nothing more." "And what makes you think I can win tomorrow?" asked Thor. "He did defeat Ares in Atlantis." "As did you. Trust me, Thor. You'll be doing the multiverse a favor. If Nemesis dies, the chances of Amonu getting through decrease by about 90%. Your whole race lives. The multiverse lives. What do you think?" "I'm not buying it." "What is it with you gods and your suspicious bravado? Help me give the multiverse a future. Save your family." The voices were coming from a room to our left. I walked up and pressed my ear against the door. The elevator had led us down here for a reason. The primordials were playing their games, using us as chess pieces on a board. Someone wanted us to hear Father Time scheming. I looked at Nemesis, who raised a surprised brow at me. That was when Abel arrived. "You guys are on the wrong floor," he whispered. "Yeah, fix the elevator," Nemesis griped. Abel turned and looked behind Thor's door. I thought the other Trent was staying on the rogue floor. Abel looked at me, and it was as if he read my mind. "This is the primordial floor. Why are you here?" "I wanted to speak with them," a voice said from behind us. We all turned to see Yahweh standing there. He nodded at us respectfully, then snapped his fingers. Our whole group was suddenly standing on a balcony. The moon was out and shining over a massive ocean. Waves rocked gently beneath us. Yahweh was sitting in a rocking chair facing it. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Yahweh asked. I admit, it was peaceful. I looked at the group around me, then at the old god. "What did you want to speak with us about?" "Well, I wanted to congratulate this one on his second child. Being a father of one is no easy task. Being a father of two is, well, more difficult," he said with a smile. "Thank you?" Nemesis half asked. Yahweh laughed softly. Then his eyes landed on me. "Do you remember what we talked about on the beach?" he asked. "You said someone was coming for my descendant, that I had to stop them. You'll get your chance tomorrow. I wanted to see if you were ready." I stammered a bit. "I'm not sure I have the power to beat him," I said. Yahweh nodded thoughtfully. "You'll do what is required of you. I know it. Don't quit. Don't give in. I have faith in you, Marcus." Was he asking me to kill Grayson? I was about to open my mouth to speak again when Nemesis interrupted me. "What about Father Time? He's in there as we speak, trying to convince Thor to end my life." Yahweh tilted his head to one side. "That is, unfortunately, Thor's decision to make. Father Time cannot face a penalty unless he directly interferes himself." "Is that not what he's doing?" I asked. Yahweh laughed. "Nay, he is only influencing. We do it all the time, trying to steer things in the direction we want. Although I fear that Father Time doesn't have pure intentions." Nemesis nodded. Yahweh smiled. "But, like I said, I have faith in you to do what is required," he said. He then eyed Nemesis. "Faith, Mr. Grayson. Faith and strength." I was about to ask what he meant by that, but Yahweh waved his hand. We were all suddenly standing in our own floor. Abel stood waiting for us with his arms crossed. "Nemesis, come with me," he said. Abel would walk into Trent's room. I stole a glance inside. Ophelia was holding baby Derek. I was supposed to be joining them for dinner, but I decided to wait until Trent and Abel were done. Wukong and I went into my room, where we would chat about stupid, pointless things. It was more making conversation than anything. That is, until Wukong asked, "If you win, what would you wish for?" I turned and looked at him. Honestly, I hadn't thought about it. "I'm not sure," I said. There were stipulations on the wish. The first was that the past was unchangeable. Time always moves forward, and there is no turning it back. The second was that you couldn't wish someone not to exist. So that ruled out wiping Aberon from existence. The third was that you couldn't wipe out entire realms, which ruled out wiping Gehenna off of the face of the multiverse. I thought for a minute. "I don't know," I said. I really didn't. I was there to keep Aberon or anyone evil from getting it. To be honest, I wondered what Grayson would wish for should he win. Then I squashed the thought as another flashed through my brain. He wouldn't beat me. I couldn't let him. "You entered a tournament for a wish, and you don't know what you'd wish for?" asked Wukong with a smirk. I shrugged. "What would you ask for?" I asked. "Easy. Bananas." "Shut the fuck up," I laughed. "No, a planet for my people," he said softly. "Don't get me wrong, I appreciate what you and the Keepers did for us, but I want something that is ours, you know." I could respect that. I put my hand on his shoulder. "That is why you're a good king," I said. Wukong smiled. We would eat with the Graysons after that. The night ended up being fairly peaceful. I was still nervous about the coming conflict, but I kept it inside. The next morning we found ourselves in the dugout. The crowd thundered with excitement. I could feel the electricity in the air. This was the quarterfinals, baby. One step closer to the end. Nemesis stood at the center of the pit with Thor, Gaia presiding over them. I could see our suite. Ophelia leaned forward. She was related to Thor in some way. I wasn't exactly sure how though. I knew that she was Freya's daughter, but I don't exactly know who her father was. I also know Freya isn't actually related to Thor, not in this universe at least. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the quarterfinals," Gaia announced. The crowd bellowed with excitement. "For our first matchup, we have the Prodigy of Death, the Slayer of Dagon, versus the God of Thunder, the former champion of Atlantis. It is Nemesis versus Thor." She gave her preamble. The drums thundered. Crowd bellowed. A trumpet blared. Gaia commanded, "Begin." Nemesis stared at Thor for a moment. Thor held his hammer tightly. "So, have you made a decision yet?" asked Trent. "A decision?" Thor asked. "Father Time wanted me dead. He asked you to help." Thor took a deep breath. His eyes went up to the primordial suite, then back to Nemesis. "He says the world ends. Says you are responsible." "What do you think?" asked Nemesis. Thor thought for a moment. I could see the grip on his hammer tightening. "I think that it isn't your fault. But..." Thor paused. Nemesis had already pulled his sword. It was glowing blue. "But?" he asked. Thor exhaled. "If you really are the one who ends the world, then you must be stopped." Thor raised his hammer. A bolt of lightning came streaking down on top of Nemesis. He brought his forearm up and deployed the shield. The lightning hit hard, but the shield held. Nemesis stayed on his feet. Thor used this as his opportunity, leaping skyward and bringing his hammer down hard with both hands. Nemesis sidestepped at the last second, spinning and slashing with the blade. It sliced through the shoulder piece of Thor's armor, but it didn't slow the angry ginger down as he brought up a follow-up swing. Trent got his shield up just in time. The brute force of the hammer sent him careening across the sand before coming to a shaky stop. Thor was already skyward again, bringing his hammer down hard. Nemesis rolled at the last second. The hammer blow sent sand and dust up everywhere. I could hear Thor grunt in frustration. Storm clouds suddenly appeared overhead inside of the pit. The wind kicked the sand out of the way. Lightning crackled in the dark gray storm clouds. Only, Nemesis wasn't there anymore. Thor looked around. "Uncloak yourself. Face me like a man." Something hit Thor hard in the back of his leg. He fell to a knee, then turned and brought his hammer around. I guess it didn't make contact because something then clocked him in the face. Thor swung his hammer wildly again, but something slashed his other shoulder. He roared in rage as a blue bolt of lightning came down on top of him. I could see Nemesis' suit's cloaking mechanism short out as he flew back across the sand. Thor got to his feet, readying his hammer. Only, he had 2 bad shoulders now. He could barely keep it at chest level. Nemesis got to his feet. He put his shield and sword away as Thor approached him. Thor made a wild, wide swing. Trent rolled under it, leaving a warded flashbang on the ground right in front of Thor. It went off in a blinding white light. Thor howled in frustration as he spun again. He was blinded and wildly swinging his hammer. Bolts of lightning were hitting the ground all around Nemesis. It was quite the spectacle. Nemesis then pulled and unfolded a plasma rifle from his back. I hadn't realized he had gotten a hold of one of those. Then I realized that was my plasma rifle back from when I was an Omega soldier. That little shit had raided my stash. Nice. He fired several blue balls of energy. One hit Thor's hammer hand. Thor dropped his weapon and lost a few fingers. The next 2 hit Thor in the shins. They were grazing rounds, but they were enough to knock Thor off his feet. He went face first into the dirt. When he rolled back over, Nemesis had the plasma rifle aimed at his face. His vision must have cleared because Thor raised both hands. "Seems you have me at a disadvantage," Thor said. "It seems so. You want to yield? I'd hate for you to miss the birth of our next child," Nemesis asked. Thor tilted his head. "Do I have a choice?" "Not really." "Fair enough. Well fought, Grayson." I couldn't help but look up at Gaia. She rolled her eyes, probably disappointed about the outcome. "Another spared life. I think I'm gonna be sick," she said to Abel. "You pin friends against each other. Are you surprised?" said Abel. Gaia rolled her eyes again and stood. Well, the underdog steals another battle. Congratulations, Nemesis. You've made it to the semifinals." Nemesis pulled Thor to his feet. The medics helped him limp off. "We need to discuss what Father Time has told you," he said softly. Thor nodded. Next up was Aberon and Lucifer. They stood at the base of the stairs. Lucifer faced his son with a smirk. Aberon was at eye level with his father. He had his helmet on and his sword gripped tightly. "I heard you absorbed me in the last cycle," Lucifer asked. "I did. You were trying to protect that runt of yours, which seems to be what you're doing now." Lucifer laughed. "No, I came for you, Aberon, to rip that cold black heart from your chest." "You call my heart black? But I learned it from you," Aberon growled. "The fuck you did." Aberon's face snarled under his mask. "Tell me, what did you feel when you and Lilith put that first soul in the torture boxes? How did you come to discover that torturing souls would feed the seal?" "She says that was the night I was conceived." "Hold up, she came unto me," Lucifer replied. "For our next battle, we have another father versus son matchup. A former king versus his usurper. We have Aberon versus Lucifer." Gaia gave her normal preamble. The crowd cheered. Drums beat. Trumpets blared. "Begin." Aberon stood there and looked his father up and down. "You should have at least donned your armor. Die with honor," Aberon said. Lucifer looked his tux up and down. "Do you know how much this thing costs?" Aberon readied his blade. Lucifer smiled. Aberon charged, slashing and stabbing with his blade. Lucifer dodged the blows before teleporting back a few paces. Aberon growled as he marched forward toward him. Lucifer snapped his fingers. Owyn's twilight blade appeared in his hands. Aberon stopped. "Oh, father, that won't help you," Lucifer laughed. Aberon charged again. Lucifer blocked the first few blows with his blade. He did so gracefully. I had flashes of their fight in Lucifer's throne room. Flashes of Lucifer's initial tenacity giving way to Aberon's strategic planning. It seemed now that the tables were turned. Lucifer was sticking to a strong defense. Aberon was on the attack. Lucifer teleported away from the strikes, reappeared and gave Aberon some of his own. The problem was that they couldn't seem to land any hits on each other. Eventually, they locked blades. They were face to face now. "You used to be a better swordsman," Lucifer said with a smile. Aberon howled in rage as he broke their stalemate. He raised a hand and a plume of black flames was hurled at Lucifer, which Lucifer promptly absorbed with the twilight blade. Aberon laughed softly. "Okay, father, let's do it this way then," Aberon said as he raised a hand. A mass of inky black tendrils erupted toward Lucifer. Lucifer wielded the twilight blade to incinerate them to ash. "You did your homework," Aberon growled. "I did your mom too. You wanna know what she does with those back tendrils? Wait, you already know. Ew, I heard Nemesis say from next to me. Abaddon roared with rage as he raised a hand. Lucifer was lifted off the ground by an unseen force. Lucifer simply vanished and reappeared behind Abaddon, slashing the twilight blade across Abaddon's back. Abaddon howled in pain as he turned around, swinging his own sword as he did so. Lucifer blocked it with the twilight blade. They locked swords again. Tendrils suddenly came sprawling forth from Abaddon's forearms and snaked their way around Lucifer's wrists. The sounds of bones breaking rang out. Abaddon smiled evilly. Lucifer dropped the blade. Lucifer's forearms lit up with black flame. The smell of burning meat infected the air, but the tendrils hadn't let up. Lucifer struggled as another snaked its way around his neck. I'd seen this before. One of the tendrils even ripped Ares' arm from Lucifer's stump. Lucifer gritted his teeth. It seems some things are just destined to happen, Father, Abaddon said as even more tendrils began to envelop Lucifer. Lucifer's eyes went to us in the dugout. Then he did the damnedest thing. He smiled. His body suddenly went limp, almost like it gave up. I could see Lucifer's eyes before he was completely wrapped up. They looked vacant. Lucifer was absorbed without another word. The crowd was silent aside from the Gehenna section. Congratulations, Abaddon. Your patricide has earned you a spot in the semifinals. Abaddon walked off the pit, looking at both Megan and Azazel as they stood at the edge of the pit. Nemesis and I watched her. Ken was in the suite. We all knew this fight wouldn't be easy. Gaia introduced them as they came out. The crowd roared. Azazel and Megan didn't say a word as they faced each other. Megan had her dagger gripped tightly. Azazel was in a battle stance. Begin, Gaia commanded. Azazel moved swiftly, flying forward and slashing her blade at Megan's chest. Megan took a step backward and unleashed hell on Azazel's face, a torrent of black flame that put Azazel on her back. Azazel sprang to her feet. Megan raised a hand in an attempt at a telekinetic attack, but Azazel didn't budge. She took a step forward as Megan exerted even more energy. Azazel took a step back. Then she regained herself. Megan flicked a wrist and formed a rope made out of black flame. Azazel instantly charged, but Megan lassoed her with the fire. Azazel grimaced in pain, but it looked like it wasn't doing much damage. She spun quickly, which yanked Megan forward and off her feet. Megan teleported back a few feet rather than face-planted. Azazel readied her glaive. Megan readied her dagger. Azazel charged in hard and fast, swiping and stabbing. Megan dodged several blows before sending several torrents of flame into Azazel. Azazel took them and kept attacking. Megan was starting to get frustrated, unleashing a volley of fire and telekinetic attacks. She knew none of these would work. She needed to get in close to use that dagger. Azazel slashed across her chest, but Megan had turned into a mirage, reappearing next to Azazel and stabbing at her with the dagger. Azazel caught Megan's wrist and thrust the blade of the glaive deep into Megan's stomach. Megan exhaled as the breath was driven from her lungs. "No!" I heard Ken bellow from the suite. My heart dropped into my throat. Megan dropped to her knees, then fell to the sand. "You fought well," Azazel said before she turned and walked off. Megan was left on her back. Her eyes stared up at the ceiling. I wanted to run out into the pit, but it was against the rules. Her body did what they all did. It simply vanished. I closed my eyes. I could hear Ken screaming from the suite. Nemesis and I looked at each other again. Then I looked over at Abaddon. "That was cold, even for me," he laughed. I walked over to my spot. I was to be the last matchup of this round. Myself versus Grayson. I didn't have time to let Megan's death affect me. I was in a kind of daze here. I didn't hear Gaia announce us, but I did. I went through the motions, finding myself looking into our suite. Ophelia was trying to console Ken. I could hear Nemesis speak to Azazel as she entered the dugout. "You didn't have to kill her," he said. "It's a blood sport, honey. Death is part of the process," she said coldly as she went and sat down. I turned back to my opponent, to Grayson. He stared at me silently. He looked unfeeling, unflinching, but he almost looked empty, like the loss was just meaningless now. That made me angry. I glared at him, pulling my sword and summoning my shield. "I know you've suffered," I said to him. I know you think you've got this stupid redemption thing that you have to achieve, but the story ends here for you." Grayson didn't say another word. He only sighed, then summoned 2 swords, 1 silver and 1 glowing emerald. "I don't want to hurt you, Marcus," he said. Maybe it was the grief in me. Maybe I was tired of losing people. I gritted my teeth and readied myself. "I wouldn't have to worry about that," I snarled. Grayson vanished and reappeared to my left, bringing his swords in a downward motion. I deflected them with my shield before thrusting at him with my gladius. He sidestepped and deflected the blow with his silver blade before spinning and bringing the green blade around. I caught my shield up, but the blade lopped the top half of it off. I gritted my teeth as I tossed the rest of my shield to the ground. I took a few steps backward. He had to reach and power advantage with the Sword of Enoch. I needed to find a way to disable it, and quick. I vanished and reappeared behind him. He vanished before my thrust could land, reappearing to my left whilst already slashing his swords at me from 2 different directions. I parried by taking a step back. I then took a step forward, bringing my gladius down at his head. He caught the blade by making an X with his swords. I gritted my teeth. He was so much stronger than I thought. The boot slammed into my chest. I was sent sailing into one of the shield walls before hitting the ground hard. I got to my feet in a hurry, but he was already on me. I brought my weapon up to block. It did, but he sent another kick to my chest. I went back into the wall. I fell to the ground. My whole body hurt. I dropped my blade. I gritted my teeth. "Give up, Marcus. I don't want to hurt you." Yahweh said I could do what was required, but I couldn't win this fight. That didn't mean I was going to give up though. I shot to my feet, trying to deck Grayson in the face. The punch landed, breaking the sound barrier. He was sent sailing across all 100 yards of the gladiatorial pit before colliding with the wall. I teleported over to him, having resummoned my sword. I raised it, but a wave of green energy hit me square in the chest. It hurt like nothing I'd ever experienced. I didn't just fly into the shield wall. I flew into the shield wall that was protecting one of the suites, the Gehennian suite to be exact. My bones hurt, my sides hurt, everything fucking hurt. I found myself on my back, Grayson standing over me with that sword. "Marcus, stay down," he ordered. "No," I growled as I got to my feet, my body screaming. He exhaled. "I won't let you kill him," I said as I thrust my blade at Trent's throat. He casually caught the blade itself. His hand shot out and grabbed my throat. "Don't kill yourself here, Marcus. Ophelia's going to need you. Derek's going to need you when he's gone." "No," I growled. Grayson sighed sadly. "I'm sorry. I can't let it happen again. Now yield," he said as the blade of Enoch was suddenly sizzling at my throat. I strained against his grip. There was nothing I could do to win this. All I really could do now was die tired. But what use was I dead? I put my hands up. "I yield," I said bitterly. Grayson lowered his sword. It vanished. He rubbed his cheek where I'd punched it. There was a bruise forming. "That was a good shot, old man," he said before turning and walking off. "Congratulations to our victors," Gaia announced. "Now, for tomorrow's semi-final bouts, we start out at dawn. Our first matchup will be Abaddon versus Azazel. Following this matchup will be Grayson versus Grayson." I turned and looked at Nemesis, whose face was white. I don't think he'd expected to get this far. Now, he was about to have to face himself. A very scary, a very dangerous version of himself. We were fucked, weren't we? Things were tense as we all retreated to our holes. Owyn had awoken as we got back. He could sense it in the air. The tension. "What happened?" he asked. I can remember eyeing his mother. I'd been in his room when it had happened. His mother sat him down. "Owyn, honey? Your father, he didn't make it," she said softly. "He just beat me. You're telling me he's already gone? What the hell happened?" he asked. "He put a spell on you, made you sleep through his fight with your brother. He didn't want you to see." Owyn scoffed. I honestly couldn't tell what he was feeling. He had tried to kill Lucifer himself. Or had he? But he had tears in his eyes. After all, Lucifer had taken his time to teach Owyn about his powers. Then I remembered what Lucifer had said. He wanted us to tell you something though. Everything's going to be alright, I said. Owyn narrowed his eyes. I don't see why, he asked with a half laugh, half sniffle. I shrugged. Nemesis leaned on the doorframe behind me. I turned and looked at him. How's Ken doing? I asked. He won't let anyone in his room. I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I hope Abaddon kills the shit out of Azazel. Speak for yourself, Owyn said. Abaddon will get his, Owyn. I promise you that. Owyn nodded thoughtfully. Megan's gone too? He asked. I nodded solemnly. What a shit thing to wake up to, David said as he passed Nemesis to enter the room. Grace and Angelica trailed closely behind. They were followed by Michael. Michael looked at me. Abel wishes to see you, he said. I nodded and turned and walked out of the room. It seemed everyone was grieving. I didn't blame them. I walked to the elevator and got on. It took me to the banquet hall, where I found Grayson sitting with Abel. He had a half-empty bottle of Fat Man whiskey sitting between them. I approached. You sent for me? I asked. Abel looked at me and nodded. Take a seat. I sat next to Abel, my eyes on Grayson. We were just recounting old memories. Oh, I said. Abel took a deep breath. There was an elephant in the room, and it was massive. I guess it's time to ask, Abel said. Grayson took a deep breath. I can't afford to spare him, he said. Abel scoffed. That wasn't what I wanted to ask, Abel said. Grayson raised a brow. You told Chad and Marcus over here that you and your counterpart don't share the same soul. Why? Abel asked. We're from different cycles. Souls are ripped apart and rebuilt between cycles. No, that's not exactly true. The only thing that are stripped from a soul between cycles are memories. So no, you guys would have what we call a fragmented soul, but it's the same one. How? Look at the multiverse, my friend. A piece of your consciousness broke off once he was born. You were slumbering, so you never noticed. But they're both from Earth Prime? I said. Abel shrugged. That's the part I'm curious about. That and, why did Father Time lie to you? Trent sighed as he poured himself another drink. I don't know, maybe you're lying to me now. Why would I? So I'll spare Trent. Good God, that felt weird to say. And what happens to you if he dies? I don't know. Hopefully, I'll cease to exist. Finally get some peace. And then what? Leave the rest of us to deal with Abaddon? Trent thought about this for a moment. Father Time says. He started. What did Father Time tell you about the cycles? That Amonu comes and ends the world? He says that there's a war. Ken and Marcus would lead humanity until 2072. Then they would perish. That's not right. Ken died almost immediately. Two lies, said Abel. I could see Grayson's face twitch. I think you know you can't trust him already. And I should trust you? Look, you believed Father Time because you wanted to. I get it. Guilt fucking sucks. I wish things were easier. Trent laughed. We don't pray for easier lives. Trent started. We pray to be stronger men. Abel finished. I'm strong. I became stronger after Ophelia died. I fought. I lost. He swallowed. I killed that son of a bitch, but that led to something worse, didn't it? I don't want to kill Trent, but if Father Time is right, it's the only way to ensure that the multiverse has a future. And what about Abaddon? Are you just going to let him win the tournament? I can handle Abaddon, he said. There was a strange confidence in that statement, but Abel looked at me with an arched eyebrow. Another question. How did Father Time receive his memories from the previous cycle? Those typically get stripped away as well, since he typically dies during the war. Grayson produced a small yellow pebble and placed it on the table. It's a memory stone. He downloaded all his memories and passed them to the next cycle. All it requires is a touch. It's clever. Abel exhaled. The table went silent. There's nothing I can do to convince you to spare him tomorrow? Asked Abel. Trent sighed. It's what needs to be done. Oh, come on. I found myself barking. You walk around here like you're some kind of monster. Yeah, you made a mistake. You didn't end the multiverse. Amonu did. I gave Abaddon Dagon's powers. Yeah, you didn't do that because you wanted to. You're not a bad person, Trent. I pleaded as I put my hand on his shoulder. You just made a mistake. Stop letting it consume you. For Derek's sake. For the sake of your unborn child. Grayson looked at the floor as he thought for a moment. His eyes widened. I'm going to my room. I'll see you guys tomorrow, he said softly, before walking off. We didn't speak again until he was gone. He has to realize his argument doesn't make any sense, right? I asked. I think he does. He never got the chance to properly grieve his Ophelia's death. He was just thrown right back into the mix. The man is running on guilt and self-hatred. It can be blinding. I took a deep breath. I'm going to go prep Nemesis for tomorrow. He has the spirit tip of destiny, so he has a chance, albeit not a good one. I wish we could use the Sword of Enoch. If only we could, I asked Yahweh. Unfortunately, the one Grayson wields is the only one. I guess its energy was transferred to Enoch when Grayson was under a mountain for an eternity. Then, when Enoch died, it went back to Grayson. Same with the sword Arthur used. Once returned to Uriel and Metatron, the energy went right back to Grayson. Horrible plot convenience right there, I said. Abel nodded at me. Then he vanished. When I found Nemesis upstairs, he'd already passed out with Derek in his arms on their room's couch. Ophelia sat on their recliner with a book in her hands. Ophelia smiled at me when I walked in. I take it your talk with Old Man Grayson didn't go so well? Old Man Grayson? I asked. She smirked. That's what Trent's been calling him. I scoffed. That somehow doesn't surprise me, I said. She shrugged and sighed. Do you think he can win tomorrow? She asked. I think he has a chance. He's got the spear tip. It worked on Dagon. She nodded. The other one is powerful, isn't he? You saw. He took me down, I replied. And he won't spare him? I don't know. The other Trent is he's been through hell. I mean, I get it. I've lost people I love, but I've never been forced to kill someone I love. That had to leave a mental scar that couldn't heal. She nodded again, then narrowed her eyes at me. He killed me in the last cycle. You'd think knowing that would scare me a bit, but... She sighed as she looked at our Trent. It wasn't his fault. All we can do now is learn from our mistakes. I think Old Man Grayson can do that. And why is that? Because he spared you and Ken. I nodded, then tapped Nemesis on his knee. Get your ass up, kid. We got work to do. I'm sure you're wondering why Nemesis couldn't just forfeit. Well, he could, but if he did, Grayson would still have the right to kill him by tournament rules. We planned out his battle tactics for a few hours before we eventually went to sleep, knowing that there was a good chance that by this time the next day, a Grayson would be dead. There was an electric feeling in the suite that morning. I could see Nemesis sitting in the dugout. I looked down at the first two contestants of the semi-final battle, Abaddon and Azazel. I looked across the arena at the primordial suite. I sat with Ophelia. Wukong sat behind me with Chad and David. Owyn sat to our right with Grace. There was an empty chair next to him, where Ken would have sat if he'd actually come. I didn't blame him for not showing though. That was when a strange stench infiltrated the air. It was like decomposition and death. I heard footsteps enter the suite. I turned my head to look. Ares' one-armed corpse shambled in and then sat down right next to Owyn. Our whole suite went dead silent. All eyes were on the corpse. Owyn had been saying something to Grace. Grace tapped on him and pointed. He turned and looked at the dead god. What the fuck? He barked. Hey buddy, the corpse said in a familiar voice. Can I help you? Asked Owyn. What, do you not recognize me? He asked as he brushed Ares' bloody matted hair back. Owyn opened his mouth to speak. Just as every cop is a criminal, and all the sinners saints. As hits his tails, just call me Lucifer, 'cause I'm in need of some restraint. Lucifer? Owyn asked. Ding ding ding. I told you everything would be alright. Why are you a corpse? Why are you in Ares' body? 'Cause Abaddon hentai ate my body. Had to bail on that thing fast. Hey look, he's fighting Azazel. You guys should have seen her old angelic body. I wish I'd tapped that. Owyn looked past Lucifer at me, as if he was pleading for help. I shrugged. Begin, Gaia boomed. Our attention was pulled straight to the brewing conflict in the sandy pit. Azazel leveled her glaive with Abaddon. Azazel, 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 I thought Gaia killed you. Gaia saw straight through your lies. Did she now? Is that why she made you her pet? Was it pity? Azazel narrowed her eyes. Did you tell her about all the suffering you did for your part in the rebellion? Did she cry with you? Azazel roared as she zipped forward, bringing her glaive down hard into Abaddon. Abaddon blocked the blade with the middle of his staff sword. He struggled against her might for a moment, before twisting his own blade around. He spun and slashed at her. She took a blurry step back and retaliated with a slash of her own. He blocked it and then sent a flurry of black flames in her direction. They consumed her wholly, but she flew out like an angry bat out of hell, slashing and prodding. Abaddon blocked several blows before stabbing at her midsection. She roared as she sidestepped it, raising a free hand and trying to push him backward. Abaddon did indeed slide backward a few steps, but it simply wasn't enough to knock him over. She raised her blade and thrust it again. Abaddon swatted it to the side before reaching toward her. The slimy black tendrils exploded out of his palm and attacked Azazel. She was fast though, dodging the flood. The tendrils hit the sand and began to morph and transform. I remembered this. We were now staring at two Abaddons in the arena. Azazel readied her weapon. She took a step back in a more defensive posture. The real Abaddon launched his sword at her. She swatted it to the dirt right as the faux Abaddon tackled her. She hit the ground hard. They struggled for a moment, but that was when I noticed the faux Abaddon was morphing back into the tendrils. They were wrapping her up quickly. No, no, no! She bellowed frantically. But it was too late. Abaddon had already reconnected with the tendrils. She was wrapped up, her screams morphing into twisted, muffled gurgles. He absorbed her, moaning with delight as he did so. Abaddon turned to the primordial suite. I hope you're prepared to grant me my heart's desire, Yahweh. I could hear Lucifer giggle. What a tool, Chat said. Generic bad guy is generic, said Wukong. I rubbed the sides of my head. Gaia grimaced as she stood. Well, 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 the king makes it to the final round, said Gaia. Abaddon did a mock bow as he turned to the dugout and smiled. He walked off. Things grew quiet as Gaia stood in rage. She had lost her gamble. It showed on her face. For our next battle, announced Yahweh as he stepped past her. They say one's greatest enemy is thyself. Let's see if that rings true. I give you Grayson versus Grayson. Drums swelled. A trumpet bellowed. Nemesis and Grayson faced each other. Nemesis didn't have his sword or even his plasma rifle out. Instead, he held a 12-gauge double barrel. Grayson's eyes were glowing green already. Begin! Yahweh boomed. Nemesis pulled off his helmet and tossed it into the sand next to him. Grayson arched a brow. I figure it won't help me, he said. Things itchy anyway. Grayson eyes Nemesis's shotgun. God-killer slugs won't help you either, he said. Nemesis laughed. These aren't God-killer slugs, he said as he raised the double barrel and fired, filling the air with buckshot. A green wave of energy came forth from Grayson. It vaporized the buckshot on contact. Grayson sniffed the air. Heavenly metals. Clever. Grayson vanished. The moment he did, so did Nemesis. Grayson reappeared right where Nemesis had been standing. Nemesis was gone. Grayson smirked as he looked down at Nemesis's helmet, which was at his feet. It suddenly exploded. And when I say it exploded, I mean it exploded. It was a little surprise Nemesis and I had come up with the night before. The spell would have been easier with Megan. It was a shrinking spell. We'd shrunk down 10 to 15 thermite grenades, warded thermite grenades. The white-hot flames leapt all over Grayson. He stood there for a second or two. The flames didn't even scratch him. They merely turned green and dissipated. He grunted as he looked around. His eyes locked onto something. Then he raised a hand and blasted another wave of green energy. Something invisible bounced across the sand. Nemesis uncloaked as he got to his feet. Grayson vanished and reappeared in front of him. Nemesis pulled the sword and brought it down hard in one motion. Grayson caught him by the wrist. Then there was a squelch. Grayson grimaced in pain as he looked down to see the spear tip of destiny sticking out of his side. He looked back up at Nemesis His face contorted in rage as Grayson suddenly backhanded the man. Nemesis tumbled across the sand. Grayson looked down at the spear tip of destiny, yanked it out, and tossed it into the sand. Nemesis stumbled to his feet. He dropped his sword. Grayson teleported to him and grabbed him. I could hear Ophelia audibly gasp. Grayson pulled up his blade at Nemesis's throat. Nemesis looked at him. Grayson looked at his doppelganger in the eyes. "Do it," Nemesis hissed. "Just be sure not to look away while you take Derek's father away from him." All eyes were on Grayson as his face contorted with a spectrum of emotions. Rage, pain, sorrow, all were there. He raised his glowing emerald blade, then started to bring it down, but he hesitated. Then he tried again. "No!" Ophelia called out. Grayson looked up at her. I could see the tears in his eyes. That was when Father Time appeared next to him. He had the spear tip of destiny in one hand. "What the fuck are you doing?" "Oh boy," Lucifer said. "What are you doing?" asked Yahweh as he appeared. "I can't," Grayson said. "I'm sorry. I can't." "Do you realize what you're doing? You're dooming this multiverse. Everyone will die." "No," Grayson said as he looked at Father Time. Father Time was in his face now. "You fucking coward. This is why your universe died. Because you don't have the balls to do what is necessary." This seemed to light a fire in Grayson's eyes. "I killed my fucking wife to protect the world." "And how did that work out?" Rage flashed in Grayson's eyes as he hit Father Time with a surprise right cross. Father Time didn't flinch. He rammed the spear tip of destiny into Grayson's chest. His eyes grew large as he stumbled a step or two backward. "You people don't seem to understand. The only way for the multiverse to survive is for me to survive. And to do that, Aberon must win." Father Time roared. Everyone in our suite was on their feet. Abel was in the pit now. He'd pulled Nemesis to his feet. That was when I realized Aberon had known about the other cycles. Father Time had played the game the whole time. "This multiverse can't survive without me. This is the end of all things." "You stupid fool," Abel growled toward Father Time as he knelt next to Grayson. Father Time glared at Abel. "What have you done?" Yahweh asked softly. Father Time turned toward Yahweh. "Don't you dare lecture me, Yahweh. I will not be." A scythe blade suddenly erupted from Father Time's chest. "Time isn't the end of all things," Abel hissed in Father Time's ear. There was a look of seldom surprise in Father Time's face. Blood poured out onto the sandy floor. "Death is." Abel ripped the scythe out of Father Time's back. Father Time crumpled down to the ground. Yahweh exhaled sadly as his body hit the floor. Abel went back to Grayson. He looked at us and snapped his fingers. Ophelia and I were suddenly standing there. Nemesis was kneeling over Grayson as well. My eyes met Abel's. He shook his head. "I guess the fight technically ain't over," Grayson said weakly. "I don't think you're in any condition to fight," I replied. I yield then. "Nemesis, Trent, give me your hand," he said softly. Nemesis took Trent's hand. There was a sudden emerald flash. I watched in awe as energy was suddenly flowing from the old Trent and into the new one. Suddenly, it cut out. Grayson fell back. His eyes stared at the ceiling. Grayson leaned his head back onto the sand. "Can I see him?" he asked, looking at Nemesis. It took us a second to figure out what he was talking about. Nemesis nodded. Abel snapped his fingers. Derek appeared in Ophelia's hands. That must have made the babysitter crap themselves. She knelt down while Nemesis picked Grayson up into a sitting position. She held Derek up to him. He smiled softly as he looked at the little baby boy. "Look at those eyes," he said, just before the light faded from his own. Then, just like that, Trent Grayson, Nemesis, the man who killed Aberon in the previous cycle, the sole survivor of a universe burned to cinder, was dead. His body vanished. "Get back to your suite," Yahweh said as he looked at us. He snapped his fingers. We were suddenly back in our suite. He turned to Abel. "You two," he said softly before turning to the crowd. Abel vanished. "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the inconvenience. it seems we have the contestants ready for the final round. He thought for a moment. What do you guys say? We finally finished this. The crowd roared. Yahweh exhaled as he turned to Nemesis and nodded. Nemesis was looking down at the green energy that was illuminating one of his hands. He looked down the silver sword in the other. Aberon took to the pit, his blades gripped tightly in his hand. Gaia, take it away, Yahweh said. Aberon stood across from Nemesis at the center of the pit. Well, well, well. Destiny arrives, Aberon sneered. Nemesis flicked his wrist. The sword of Enoch appeared in his hand. He looked up at Aberon. I must admit, I was a little worried about facing the other Grayson. But you, one who hasn't mastered his powers yet, what have I to fear? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final round. Are you ready for spectacle? The crowd bellowed. A slow drum started to beat. Are you ready for bloodshed? The drums beat faster. The crowd grew louder. Are you ready to find out who is the strongest? Her voice thundered. The drums beat hard and loud. A trumpet blared. Gaia announced. Begin. Aberon and Nemesis faced each other down. So what's your plan here exactly? Aberon asked. Kill me and let Amonu attack all these good people here? Or would you spare me? Let me go back to hell and scheme. My plan? Buddy, I'm about to fuck you up. Nemesis readied his swords as he got into a battle stance. Aberon cackled as he raised a hand. Nemesis was suddenly yanked off the ground and toward the waiting Demon King's outstretched sword. Nemesis zipped through the air, straight at Aberon's blade. There was a bright green flash when he reached the Demon King. Aberon was thrown back across the sand. He got up quickly, Nemesis standing before him, his eyes glowing green along with one of his swords. Aberon chuckled as several black writhing tendrils suddenly erupted from his back and forearms. The blob of tendrils exited from the palm of his hand and plopped down onto the sand with a wet thunk. Aberon wasn't holding anything back this time. Every single one of his tendrils fired red beams in Trent's direction. Trent raised his swords. The beams connected. It was like getting zapped by 1,000 lasers at once. Trent went flying across the pit, colliding with the wall hard. Aberon zipping forward behind the point of his sword. Trent ducked out of the way just in time before Aberon's sword slashed against the wall. Trent swiped his emerald blade up. Aberon barely dodged it. Trent was on the attack now, slashing and gashing with his swords. Aberon deflected each blow with his burning red blades. Aberon returned fire, using a telekinetic attack to force Nemesis back a few steps, before raising his weapon up high and bringing it down hard. Nemesis took a step backward. The blow cut through the sand. Nemesis sent another wave of green energy at him. Aberon was thrown into the wall. Nemesis's hand put the horseman's sword onto his back and was now raising the sword of Enoch. He buried the point in the sand. This opened up a crevice underneath the King of Hell. Aberon almost fell in, but caught himself with a flap of his wings. He blitzed toward Trent again. Come on! Trent bellowed as he charged back. Trent roared as he leapt into the air. He and Aberon collided and tumbled to the sand. They began to struggle. I could hear Ophelia gasp audibly again as the man she loved was doing his damnedest to fight off the tendrils, trying to envelop him. Aberon laughed as they fought. It was hard to tell what was going on as it was so chaotic. Trent was being more and more overwhelmed as the tendrils ensnared him. His legs, his sword hand, his arms. It wasn't long before he was wrapped up like a mummy. Oh no, I whispered. Not this, Psycho. Not this, Aberon, he growled. The Gehenna crowd went wild. I could see Ophelia grip Derek tightly. Chad stood up behind me. Come on, Trent, he growled. That was when I noticed it. The green glow coming from the wrapped up Grayson. The green glow that was growing in intensity. My eyes widened right as the mass of tendrils exploded with an emerald fireball. Aberon hissed in pain as he stumbled backward. That hiss turned into an angry roar as he turned around. Trent stood there, both his eyes glowing emerald green. The sword of Enoch was blazing in his hand. He'd pulled the other sword from his back as well. Aberon snarled as he charged. He unleashed hell on Trent. Slashes followed by black fire attacks. Trent dodged each blow.
Die! Die! Why won't you die?
Aberon roared as he brought the top half of his sword down on Trent. Nemesis moved in a perpetual blur, stepping forward and slashing the green blade across Aberon's chest. Aberon's eyes went wide. Nemesis was suddenly next to him. He drove the point of the horseman's sword into Aberon's side, right between the lower ribs. He yanked the blade out. Aberon stumbled to one side. Nemesis's body seemed to have a bright green aura to it now. Aberon struggled to stay upright. Although the wound on his side healed, the one in his chest only burned. Aberon stripped off his helmet and tossed it to the ground. He then steadied his blade at Nemesis.
Destiny, huh?
He asked.
Does it always have to end like this?
Nemesis straightened up.
No. Yield. Yield and let's end this,
Nemesis said.
No!
Aberon growled as he stepped forward and thrust his blade. The blow was weak and clumsy. Nemesis sidestepped and slashed Aberon's wing and sword arm off with an upward stroke. Aberon grunted as he turned back to Trent. His open palm raised. Another mass of tendrils came forth, but Trent stepped his sword into the ground. A chasm opened up under Aberon, and he fell in. Nemesis approached the opening. Aberon was on his back at the bottom. He rolled over as he slowly got up, looking up at Nemesis.
Yield!
Aberon laughed.
You can't kill me. Amonu will take over. Then everything dies anyway.
If you think about it, I'm a fucking hero for holding him in.
You've lost,
Trent barked. Aberon was on his feet now. His weapon was gone. He had an all but fatal wound in his chest and one arm to boot, but he still prattled on.
No, I can't lose. If I lose, everything dies.
Nemesis tilted his head. I think Aberon figured that he couldn't win this battle. I think he realized it. And it made him so angry.
You know what?
Fuck it. You win. Aberon smiled sadistically.
But I'm a sore loser,
Aberon growled. Nemesis's eyes grew large.
What are you doing?
I'm stepping over to the other side, baby. Aberon roared as he threw his arm out wide. His whole body exploded into a mass of massive black tendrils, all of which writhed and wriggled. I knew exactly what it was. I'd faced it enough times before. He couldn't take losing, so he gave it all up. He said yes. Amonu had claimed his vessel. An invisible force sent Nemesis flying from the side of the hole. He tumbled all the way back to one of the shield walls before regaining his balance. Then, the figure emerged. The figure that used to be Aberon, now just a spherical blob of tendrils around an angry mouth full of sharp teeth. Only the blob was 30 feet tall. Nemesis gripped his sword tightly. My eyes shot over to Yahweh and the other primordials. Abel already had his scythe out and was jumping out from the suite. He landed next to Nemesis.
Amonu!
Yahweh bellowed.
You're interfering with events. I have claimed my vessel. I intend to use it to win this tournament.
That isn't how it works, Amonu. You know this.
Try and stop me,
Amonu replied as his telephone pole-sized tendrils attacked Abel and Nemesis. The duo moved in sync, dodging and slashing the tendrils as they formed a defense. Nemesis raised his blade and planted it into the earth. A massive spike arose and slammed into the creature. Amonu roared in pain, but that wasn't even going to be close enough. I looked at Trent's team.
What do we do?
Asked Chad.
Don't let the fucking thing touch you,
I said as I summoned the master key.
Wait,
Lucifer said as he looked at Owyn.
Let me take over,
he said.
What? No,
Owyn barked. Lucifer took a deep breath. I could hear Michael and Gabriel join the fray behind me.
I'll give it back. Owyn, I need you to trust me.
That was a tall order, but Lucifer's voice sounded so genuine. Owyn looked at Grace, then at his sister, who was watching her father fight.
Okay, fine,
Owyn said. Eris's body suddenly dropped to the ground. The change was subtle, quick, like Owyn blinked, and suddenly he was speaking with Lucifer's voice.
Okay,
"Let's go, Century, and..." He choked. He snapped his fingers. The twilight blade appeared in his hands, and he morphed into his higher form. That was when Ken came around the corner with his pistols ready. "What the hell is going on?" he asked. "Trent pissed off a dark god," Chad said. Ken smirked. "Just another Tuesday then?" I looked around at everyone. Then my eyes went back to the battlefield. Abel and Trent were holding their own. A massive, six-winged eyeball. This one, 20 to 30 feet across, was also in play. It fired an optic beam at the black god as well. I also noticed that there were figures that seemed to exit the black blob of tendrils. One I recognized instantly as Azazel, only her body was blotched in tendrils. Then came several pinchers, maybe about 50 or so. I snapped my fingers. The whole suite appeared in the pit with Amonu. Well, aside from Derek, whom Ophelia had passed off to one of the serving angels. We jumped into the fray. I cut down several pinchers, but more were coming.
"Marcus, we need a portal."
Max's voice boomed on comms. I opened a bright blue one. Right next to me, Maxis stood with his full armor on. On the other side of it, he'd organized the 9th on the stairs next to the bleachers so they could come running through. "For the 9th, he bellowed with his sword raised.
For the 9th.
They replied. He led them charging through and into the host of pinchers. There was a full-scale melee happening in the pit now. I wasn't sure if we could win or not, but we were gonna go out fighting if we couldn't. I caught a glimpse of Azazel as she cut her way through one of the legionnaires. Her gaze hit me. She snarled as she began to charge. I charged back. A gunshot suddenly cracked out. Her upper torso was vaporized. I turned to see Ken standing there with his pistol raised. Blaster fire from the 9th Legion filled the pit, most of it on the massive monstrosity at the center. Then came the psychic blast. In all of our minds at once came the voice, the beautiful, maddening voice. "Fear me not, children, for I am here to unite you. I am here to save you from yourselves. You just need to become a part of me, so that you may know peace." Just like that, another voice called out.
"Enough!"
Yahweh's voice commanded. Everyone on the battlefield looked skyward. Yahweh floated above us. He lowered himself down in front of the writhing mass of tendrils. The oversized mouth was aimed at him. "I cannot let you keep doing this," Yahweh said sternly. "Their warmongering and hatred brought them to me. It always does. Sentients can only have peace once all are one." "No," Yahweh said. "Sentience requires the ability to choose. By taking that from them, you'll turn them into programs, not life. Life has to grow, to evolve, to learn." The whole battlefield was watching the two literal gods debate now. "Free will always end in violence. It's a simple rule. Evolution requires a survival of the fittest mentality. It's a simple calculation. For harmony to exist, free will cannot. I won't let you take them. Not this time," Yahweh growled. A tendril shot out and smacked Yahweh in the chest. Yahweh flew backward and into the wall, but he somehow landed on his feet. Lucifer flew over in Owyn's body and unleashed a maelstrom of black flame onto the thing. It screeched as its tendrils came after him. It was hit with another beam from the biggest seraphim I've ever seen. I ran over to Yahweh, who watched his brothers rampage with sad eyes. "Can we kill it?" asked Nemesis. "I'm unsure. He's got all the power of Amonu." "You banished him once. Can't you do it again?" I asked. Yahweh's eyes lit up. It was as if he had an idea. He turned to me. "I made these shields to be able to stand up to anything, even a black hole." "Shit," I said when I realized what God himself was suggesting. "What?" asked Nemesis. "A demon seed." The crack of Ken's guns rang out. "Where do we get one of those?" asked Trent. Yahweh eyed him with one of those. "Do you know who you're talking to, Lux?" "Oh yeah," Nemesis replied. "We need to evacuate everyone then," I added. "You've got 2 minutes," Yahweh replied. "I need everyone to be ready to pull out." That wasn't hard. Our lines shifted. The number of creatures had greatly thinned. They were still coming, oozing out from Amonu like a wet, sticky mitosis, and they were pissed off. Luckily for us, however, we mostly had ranged weapons and armor. Not to say we couldn't be infected. That was a very real possibility, but we were careful. They had taken my instructions to heart. The biggest issue was the smaller creatures that appeared when we dismembered the pinchers. Their limbs would morph into centipede-like monsters. The Nine's blasters seemed to do the trick in killing these things as they atomized the pieces. We were lucky we outnumbered them, but for how much longer, we didn't know. I watched as the mass of tendrils yanked men off their feet and into the massive maw. The creature had no issue killing the smaller soldiers, but it was growing agitated that it was feeling overwhelmed. David came in with his optic beams, carving a path up one side of the creature, while the seraphim hit the other. At the same time, Nemesis planted his sword of Enoch into the ground, sending a wave of burning green energy into it. The smell of burning meat infiltrated the air. It squealed in agony, but I could already see the burns starting to heal. It was around then that I noticed that we surrounded the thing and were backing it into one of the walls. The creatures it was forming were getting shot down faster than it could form them. Lucifer sent more black flame into it, Nemesis more green energy. The Ninth and Ken Sullivan were unloading on it. David unleashed his optic beams. The creature was pinned down, hard. Michael and Gabriel landed next to Yahweh, who had the chrome-colored spherical device hovering ahead of him. He hit a few buttons while I summoned the master key. Amonu screeched loudly when I did this, the beast noticing me. The blue stone glowing above my hand as it started racing its way across the battlefield, its tendrils grabbing and tossing people aside. It moved fast, closing the distance in seconds. My eyes widened. I tried to snap my fingers, but was hit by a lightning bolt of mental blast. I wanted to fall to my knees. I gritted my teeth. There were tendrils flying at me now. I was sure we hadn't been fast enough. Then came the scythe, slicing the tendrils coming from me in half, followed by the green wave of energy that blindsided the god. It tumbled across the sand. Then it was really on. If I thought everyone was unloading before, they really were now. I looked over at Yahweh, who nodded at me. I snapped my fingers. We all found ourselves in the bleachers, just outside the shield wall. All of us, Trent, Ophelia, Chad, Owyn, Ken, the Ninth, and everyone else, aside from Yahweh, who stood in the arena across from the tentacled monstrosity.
You cheated. You wrecked the game.
Amonu boomed. I gave them what they deserved, a chance at a better future, one they can pick for themselves. Yahweh said, before clicking his fingers. A massive portal opened up right behind him, a portal that led to a dark abyss. All the sand at their feet was suddenly sucked up, being pulled through the black hole in sandy streaks. Yahweh stayed planted firm, as did the creature.
Now leave. You're not welcome here.
Amonu's tendrils shot out to attack Yahweh, but Yahweh simply vanished, reappearing next to me. I gritted my teeth. Amonu had used his tendrils and a whole lot of psychic power to stay put. Why isn't he being sucked up? I can't do all the work, Marcus, he said. I still had the master key out. I let its power course through me. I'm not sure I've ever spoken about the immense amount of energy it takes to move a being that is the equivalent when it doesn't have to be moved. It's a lot, even for the master key. I raised my free hand and snapped my fingers. Amonu's vessel was suddenly hovering right in front of the hole in reality, but he still wasn't going in. Why is this not working? I asked. Yahweh watched for a moment, and then a figure appeared on the sand. A figure with a glowing red stone and a look of contempt in his eyes. It was Cain with the Philosopher's Stone.
Remember me? One of your first servants? The first worshipper Lilith claimed for you?
I remember your voice. How it drove me mad. You took so much from me. You and that tentacled bitch made me kill my brother. Made me kill so many. This is for them. This is for my son. He said wearily. He raised a hand, and a ghastly amount of red energy poured out and straight at Amonu. But the thing did not move. It was in a stasis. It couldn't advance, but it wasn't giving any ground. We were at the far end of the arena, across from it and the black hole. I turned to Yahweh, then to Nemesis, who had his sword in a death grip. He looked back at me, his eyes full of fear and uncertainty, but resolute nonetheless.
Put me back in there, he said.
What? I asked at the same time as Ophelia. You can't go back in there, she said. He turned and kissed her. Trust me, or cry about it, he whispered. Yahweh nodded. I snapped my fingers. Nemesis was suddenly standing next to Cain, who was still unloading the full power of the stone on it. There was no big speech. There was no cool Hollywood-esque line. Nemesis only looked at Cain, then raised the Sword of Enoch and stabbed it into the ground. It shone with a blinding bright emerald color. The ground rumbled. The wave of green energy swirled with Cain's crimson power. It slammed into the creature with an earth-shattering force. It stood no chance, and according to chat, Amonu was forced into the hole like a dildo at a diddy party. The black hole blinked shut, and everything went silent. There was no cheering, just silence. We'd won. I turned to Yahweh. What happens now? I asked. Yahweh turned to me and smiled. For the first time since the very first cycle. I don't know. Isn't it wonderful? Yahweh vanished and reappeared in front of Trent and Cain. He pulled Cain to his feet and embraced him. He then looked at Trent. I didn't hear what was said next, but I know what Yahweh asked. As he turned and looked up at Gaia and Rhea, we both nodded. Yahweh turned back to Trent. He had a proud smile on his face, like he'd gotten the result he'd wanted, or at least some version of it. I always wondered what Trent's answer was. A lot happened over the next few years. The ISDD became the stuff of legend. They've saved the world time after time again, under the watchful eye of Trent Grayson and myself, of course. Speaking of Trent, he and Ophelia would end up with 3 kids: Derek, Megan, and Rick. Derek got married last week to an Atlantean girl called Helena. I still have no clue who her parents are. Some things are destined to be, I guess. Speaking of meant to be, Owyn and Lucifer would go and retake the Gehennian throne from Lilith. Lilith is currently in a torture box at the foot of Lucifer's bed. Lucifer currently sits inside a new body that he made himself. I don't want to go into any detail, but I will say that he looks oddly similar to Ares now. Owyn would go on to leave Hell shortly after and go stay with Grace for a while. They rented an apartment together, and then one day, Owyn went missing. Grace scoured the world looking for him. He had returned, of course, having gone on an adventure in the Fey realm. But that's a whole other story. David and Anna would stay together. David is actually the second in command of the Keeper Agency now, right under Royce. Their first order of operations was finding Wukong's people a new world. Ken would eventually go traversing the multiverse after we laid Megan to rest in the Horseman Tomb. We haven't seen him since he left, but I have it on good authority that he's doing well, or as well as he can be. That pharmaceutical company that caused all those problems on Earth, Gideon, was disbanded once a whistleblower leaked a ton of info on them. That whistleblower being Jamie King. It took us a while to stamp them out. We actually lost a few people during one of these missions. As for me, as I said, I help Trent run the ISDD. I've taken over most of Abel's duties as lead horseman, as he's gone back to his primordial duty. The 9th is now the ISDD's main infantry division. I dare you to fuck with Earth Prime. Please, we barely get any action anymore. Remember when I said I wanted to know what Trent and Yahweh had said to each other? Well, Trent and I actually had a conversation about it. It was the day of Derek and Helena's wedding when I'd been helping Derek look for something in Trent's bedroom. It was in the nightstand that I came across a yellow pebble that had been hidden inside of an envelope. That had my curiosity. I pulled out the letter that came with it. It was from the last Trent, from the other cycle. It read, "If you win tomorrow, by some miracle, this stone will find its way to your door. You will have access to every feeling and every mistake I've ever made. There's a cost to that kind of knowledge, but there's also an opportunity to learn. I wish I could spare you. I want to. None of this is your fault. But if you win, if you get this letter, here are 3 things I ask. Number 1, take care of Derek and your other child. Hold them every chance you get. Number 2, never stop trying to save the world. Be the man your kids see in you. Number 3, tell Chad to stop making P. Diddy jokes. They're old and are probably getting on Juju's nerves. I don't know who Juju is, but oh well. I can remember Derek coming into the room and asking if I'd found it. I put the memory stone in my pocket, absent-mindedly. I didn't realize it until we were at the actual wedding reception. The wedding had been held on Atlantis, which on Earth Prime was a superpower now. Derek had gone to school there, as had Megan and Rick. I guess Ophelia had won that argument. It was a nice wedding. I found Trent standing on a balcony overlooking the moonlit sea. He stood there staring. He was busy putting his cell phone away. "What was that?" I asked. "Work. I guess David's got some kind of op he wants our help on. Something bubbling up in purgatory," he said. "Perks of being a horseman," I replied. "I wish it was an easier life," I joked. Trent laughed. "Don't pray for easier lives. Pray to be stronger men." I narrowed my eyes and looked at him. I pulled the stone from my pocket and put it on the railing between us. "Did you use it?" I asked bluntly. Trent stared at it a moment and then scoffed, almost like he was looking for the right words. "Memories are such a funny thing. Are we not a culmination of all of our experiences? Is that what makes us who we are? Truly? If I did, would that make me me, or would I be him?" I thought for a moment. "I don't think it's that simple," I argued. "Nothing ever is." I smiled at that as I stood and stared out into the gently crashing waves. The door opened behind us, and Derek stepped out. He shut the door and took a breath. "What's wrong, kiddo?" asked Trent. Chad's trying to play AC/DC again," Trent groaned. "I'll take care of it." "Thanks, Dad," Derek said as he turned and walked back inside. Trent started walking toward the doorway. "Hey, Trent." I never did ask. "What did you wish for after you won that tournament?" Trent only looked back at me and smiled. I tilted my head to one side, curiously. "A happy ending."
You feel